Okay. I should be alive now? Right. Cool, cool, cool. Cool. Alright, everything should be working. Let's get on in.
Authorization success.
Alright, let me put my links where they belong. One sec. Oh damn, I wonder why my bot hasn't posted the thing properly. Oh well. Here we go. Alright, let me get logged in on my alt. Oh damn, someone's like actually doing 8v8 farming. I haven't seen that in a hot minute. Okay.
Target eliminated.
Let's go get everything done. Hi Grimjaw, yeah, you are first. You are indeed first. And things are gonna be a bit weird next week for scheduling. I guess I'll try to make like a pseudo schedule of some sort. Because it's gonna be a bit weird next week. Especially because of like when the NDA time for thing is. And I'll have to do, like I probably won't stream tomorrow. Early stream on Monday. And then Tuesday will be super early. Because like it won't be on at night. Just so I can accommodate what's going on. Because certain things have weird times. Hi Zedmeister. Like I'm probably gonna do a 4 AM stream on Tuesday. And it may or may not be because of a specific reason. 4 AM. Yeah, happy Saturday. We still got a few hours left. Right, we still got a few hours left of Saturday, I guess. Yeah, let's get the cat ears. Apparently Meiji's working on a Doom posting video. Apparently. So it'll be interesting to see what happens when she posts it, because inevitably we'll react to it. It'll be funny. To say the least. Right, it will be funny. Okay. But yeah, like next week is gonna be packed. That's for sure. Yeah, feel refreshed, recover your sleep debt. Everything's just gonna be more fucked soon. I'm gonna do a 4 AM stream on Tuesday probably. Just so we can accommodate things as I want. Like I have like no choice. Because like that would be like the best time to do it. On that day. So early stream on Monday. Because like, no choice. Is the only logical time slot. Until I can figure out how the hell I want to handle the rest. Let me get my dailies. But yeah, probably no stream tomorrow. Just so I can continue working on things. Probably. And then early stream on Monday. And by early, I mean really early. Okay. Oh, those are my dailies. Okay. Creatures Network, Armor Guards. On my alt. Oh, there's Patrol Droids and Mechs. Okay. Cool. Let me summon my alt over. Alright, because we gotta get it quick. Gotta get everything done here quick. The top side isn't that much I'm worried about, but that we need to get done. I'll probably do like 2 or 3 races. Oh yeah, I still have to do the other thing too. Man, I really wish the events weren't so freaking Pepega grindy. If only. If only. Sure. I'm gonna go run some join ops. You know, let's go run them now. Let's do it now. Now is the perfect time. I can run once. I only have enough vitality to do 1 join op. So we can do 1 join op. What's today's join op? Oh, this one. That's fine. But yeah, like Monday, not Monday. Yeah, Monday I'll probably do like earlier stream. And then Tuesday is gonna be like 4 AM start time. Because something happens at 4 AM. Fair enough. Because something's gonna happen at 4 AM on Tuesday. If I read the thing correctly. Let's just say my NDA for something is lifted at 4 AM on Tuesday. Hi Tira. Welcome, welcome. Right, hi Tayo. Oh yeah. Yeah, I wonder though when Maggie's gonna make that video that I heard her mention that she's working on. Because it's gonna be quite a video. To say the least. The ultimate Doom posting video. That she's working on. Yeah, but yeah, Tuesday 4 AM. Because that's when the NDA for that thing lifts. So it'd be good to get that done early. And then probably later that day is when we'll do another thing. Because that's when that other thing comes out. But yeah, she's working on a video. She's working on a video for that. Fair enough. But like, yeah, she's working on a video. She definitely is. You know, to be honest though, I might delay when I get my Infinity Nikki video out. And just get my own video talking about open worlds before she gets her out. I might just try to rush it. Or make a script tonight. No, we could probably write a script for it and then I'll just record it tomorrow then upload it on Monday or something. I think we could do that. I could probably do that. Hi, Aldi friends. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, I think we'll probably do that. We'll probably, like, write a script later tonight. Because, like, it doesn't matter, like, when I release the Infinity Nikki video, as long as I just get it released. God damn it. Okay, time to just kill this thing. Oh, that's dead. But yeah, you're currently in the hospital. Oh, she's currently in the hospital? Oh, that's not good. But yeah, I barely did damage. That's like... To be fair, I barely did any damage. I was too busy walking both of my accounts to the boss. Not like it matters. It's freaking join op. Easy stuff. It's not like join ops are hard. Fair enough. Right, fair enough. Okay, let's see. I did my dailies already. I think what we'll do... It's join op. Everyone's a whale in join op, man. Everyone in join op is a whale. They're having a whale of a time. You know, everyone's a whale in join op. Okay, here's what I'll probably do. Because I need to do the event thing on my ult. Okay. We'll change the POV to my ult. Okay. Right, I have to grind this mode so I can get the pulls and stuff. Wait, what? What prerequisite do I need to do? Or do I even care enough, man? It's like a lot of Titan mats. If I do that, that's a lot of Titan mats. I never even finished exploration. It's bored, really. Cause it's like, I've gone to the network, how much do I have to fucking do? Alright, let's go do it. How much of the freaking story do I have to do? Like, at least I have the car. So I can just teleport where I need to go. I'm too lazy to do exploration on this account though.
You could join Aurora Industries Access ID card based on this face. I want the best quality. If you dare cut any corners, well, you know what'll happen.
Honestly, when you're asking
Not on
for
my
a
ult.
favor, can't you at least say please?
I've already paid you.
You... Never mind. Hey you, come over here for a
Target
picture.
eliminated.
Yeah, sure, let's go redo it. We'll redo the story on this one.
Oh. Is that all?
You can't be serious? The security system of Aurora Industries is extremely sophisticated. The team that built it was involved in Federation-level secret projects back in the day. Creating a secret backdoor and quietly changing permissions on this
Awaiting
system
command.
isn't something just anyone can do.
But you can?
It's a trade secret.
Eh? I mean, I already did it once on my other account.
Here, take
I didn't
this.
think I'd had to do it on this
Remember,
one.
I didn't make this card. I've never seen you guys before. Not today, not ever, and not in the future.
You talk too much.
Alright, here's what we'll do then.
Target eliminated.
Yeah. I can make as many excuses as I want. Hey, you know what? Some of our inventions probably exist only because people were lazy. Probably, I don't know. Maybe. Some of them probably only exist because people were lazy.
Hello, welcome to the Aurora Experimental Center. How may I assist you?
Hello, I'm a researcher who has been invited to attend the summit.
Understood. Could you please show me your invitation?
Right here.
Could you please hold on for a moment? I need some time to look up your information.
Okay.
The information check is complete.
Yeah, we'll just have it.
Here's your ID card for today's summit. Please make sure to keep it safe.
What does level C mean?
That's your security clearance level within the Aurora Experimental Center. The first floor is the reception hall.
Oh, there's Nola.
The second and third floors are the conference halls. The 4th to 10th floors are the office halls. And from the 11th floor upward are the research and development halls. A sea-level clearance means you can freely move around the 1st to 3rd floors of the research center. If you need to visit the 4th to 10th floors, you'll need to submit a visit request first. As for anything from the 11th floor onward, you won't be able to access those due to the need to protect trade secrets.
How strict. No wonder this is a leading company in Asperia. I understand now. Thank you.
You're welcome! The venue is set up on the 3rd floor of the building. Once you're in the elevator, just swipe your ID card and you can select the floor you want to go to.
Alright, let's go there. Wait, just one sec. It's still funny they'll have to like redo this again.
For such a big event, they really didn't assign many people to manage it. I don't understand what the boss is thinking. Make way! Make way! Security!
Which expression?
I'm responsible for security for the event. If you have any questions or issues, please ask reception.
Alright, let's go over to the reception. Don't mind me just riding a motorcycle indoors.
Talent for scientific research. Maybe I should consider changing careers.
Don't say that. You're great at it. I should be the one switching careers, considering how my experiments always end up in failure.
Alright, the freaking audio mixing for this is scuffed.
How about we both take the plunge together? After all, what chance do we have of becoming as brilliant as someone like Professor Richard?
After the summit, I still have to rush back for more experiments.
You must be the renowned chief scientist of Aurora Industries, Professor
Okay.
Richard, right?
And you are?
I'm
The
a
yeah,
researcher
yeah,
with
yeah,
Mr.
whatever
Cole
expression.
Highlands. Although my field of study is different from yours, I've been interested in your research ever since I was a student. Especially your paper published in 2660, The Dark Side of Omnium Technology, The Irreversibility of Time and Ethical Challenges. It gave me a lot of inspiration.
Okay.
My original research topic was about using Omnium to control the direction and speed of time. But after reading your article, I decided to shift my focus to space rift technology. Actually, I've been looking forward to meeting you today since I received the invitation.
Okay.
I see. I'll be heading back to the lab soon. My students will be presenting our recent research at the main venue later. If you're interested in anything, feel free to ask them. Right. You mentioned that you're from the Omnium Research Center in Kylo. If I remember correctly, the leader of the Space Rift Technology team is Kenny, right?
The copy of the access card is complete.
Okay.
I'll send you a fake log, then head to the elevator and look for Noah.
Hey, we have Gray Fox there. Oh.
Apologies, Professor Richard. I need to take an urgent call.
Alright, let's go to the 13th floor. Which is all the way around. looking away? What do you mean? The comments that I can use to read chat are on both the right and the left of me. So I can look in either direction and I'd be able to read it. Like I can read it this looking over here and I can read it looking over there. I can also read it looking over here. Things are fine. Alright, let's go in here. We slipped in here.
As expected of a big company, Aurora also sent us a small gift.
How nice. They sent us a gift.
The ID card has a positioning feature added. It seems that from the moment you copied the ID card's access, someone started receiving information.
Are we being watched? What should we do?
Don't worry, just do as I say. Since they've given us a gift, of course, I have to return the favor. I wonder when they'll open up this little surprise.
Okay.
According to the intel, the files are on this floor, but I'm not sure which room. I'm counting on you guys.
Let's search one by one, starting with that room.
Alright, let's go through. We're only gonna just clear as much as we need to do the quest. I mean, the quest, the event thing.
Wait, there's a guard up ahead. Try to find a way to distract him.
Got it.
Broken vending machine. Okay, cool. Well, that's one way to distract them. Broken vending machine. Alright. Just casually riding a motorcycle indoors. Alright, we confirm the encrypted
There
file.
should be guards along the route to the elevator. Take the stairs to the side. It's longer, but it's safer.
Alright, we took the stairs.
Is it done yet?
Halfway there. Complaining won't make it go any faster.
Okay. Yeah, I heard about it. I think they're just being weird and Pepega about it.
I definitely won't let them get away this time. All set. Aurora, you're done for this time. Let's move.
What's going on? Let me go check.
And they fucked up.
I fell for their trap.
We finally found it.
The prey took the bait. Perfect timing.
Okay.
Searcher, you're up. This is...
Or this is when they go get teleported there. Yeah, I don't know. I barely touch Twitter.
Is this the foundational layer of the Gestos network?
But more likely, yeah, probably.
Show that you've successfully entered the foundational layer.
Yes. It's pitch black here.
Most likely.
It's making me a little uncomfortable. It seems there are some similarities with the lab we just passed by.
The rules of the surface layer are determined by the foundational layer, and the appearance of the surface layer also affects the foundational layer. Because you came in through the Aurora Experimental Center, this underlying world seems to have been influenced by the Aurora Experiment Center in the surface layer. Your goal is to find the control tower in this area. Just keep moving forward and you'll get there. Also, the unknown computer virus that invaded the network has been officially named as the Alteration Virus. The danger of the Alteration Virus should not be underestimated. Be careful when you're on the move.
Is this the alteration virus causing the network's anomaly?
These are the network's native firewall units. They help protect the network from computer virus attacks. However, they seem to be powerless against the alteration virus, and are instead hindering our current operations. No need to hold back. Just remove the units that are in the way.
Alright, here we
They'll
are.
automatically refresh later on, and won't affect your existence in the surface layer.
Now we can do this part. There we go, we got the Twitch logo. Right, she got the Twitch logo on her hairpin.
Shirley? No. Who are you? Can you hear me? Dang it, comms got cut off. You're not Shirley. Who exactly are you? Answer me! What? Siga? No. Anka?
You good?
Is it going to explode? Where's your space room? Hurry!
Alright, and then we get to warp out. As usual. What did you send
A
me?
little girl named Siga came to me, pleading for my guidance. She wanted to avenge her parents against Aurora Industries. For this, she was willing to give up her entire past. So, who is it that's accusing me now? Is it Anka or Siga who can't let go of the past?
No matter who I am, you can't hurt Roslyn.
She saw your face.
No way. If she had seen me, I would have been caught by now.
Stop arguing. They're awake.
Finally, you're awake. You scared me to death. I thought you had a concussion from the explosion, just like in the movies, and that you would never wake up.
That couldn't have just been a concussion, right? No. The important thing is, how do I get back?
You were knocked out by the blast wave after you opened the space rift. Of course, we carried you back. Wednesday would never abandon one of our own.
Don't look at me. It was Ace who insisted on you joining. She believes that you, like her, despise Aurora Industries and are a trustworthy partner. That's why she strongly insisted on bringing you into Wednesday.
Uh-huh.
So, are you feeling a little excited? Thrilled? Maybe even a bit overwhelmed now?
You seem more
You seem to be
overwhelmed.
the one who's flustered for getting your mask
Yeah.
and all. Or is it now that I'm officially a member of Wednesday, I get to see your true face?
Yes! I, the Great Ace, have revealed my true self to you.
Uh-huh.
Aren't you in awe at all?
You knew she was Ace all along, didn't you?
How should I put this? Rather than being an awe,
Hey,
my
Lucy.
current feeling
I've
is
been
more
doing fine.
like,
Just a bit tired.
Ace being Anka makes
Just been
perfect
busy with
sense.
stuff.
By the way, who's that little girl over there?
I'm a gray fox.
I'm just getting caught up on my old
Ray
account for
Fox?
stuff.
That droid. No, hacker. You? I mean, that all-powerful hacker is you?
Yep, it's me.
Okay.
Shh. Rosalind's calling. Hello? Rosalind, what's up?
Too
Alright.
much shaking.
Are you okay? Did anything
I have a
happen?
fan on. It might be because of that or
just
something. I don't
eating
know.
alone. It's not like the whole world has to care. What's with you? You sound weird. Hey, did you really go to the job fair? I wanted to thank the friend who told me about it, but he said you didn't go. Did you lie to me again?
We'll do the reacts later again.
Huh. He must
When we
have
get
made
to
a
the
mistake.
grinding part.
I would never lie to you. How else would I find a job? Since you wouldn't lie to me then, the Aurora Experimental Center was invaded today, and there was a huge explosion. Oh, I just saw the news. I knew you wouldn't call just for a small
Yeah, I'm
matter.
fine.
You wanted to ask for clues. Don't worry. I'll remember to help you dig for information. I'll let you know as soon as I get any leads. That's
Okay.
not what I meant. Oh, right. You mentioned before that today is your uncle, the director's birthday. Didn't you plan a surprise for him? You've been preparing for so long, you can't let anything go wrong. Your shift is almost over. I suggest you head to the police station to get ready. I have to rush to my next client for cleaning. I'll catch up with you later. Bye!
Aurora's encryption system is indeed respectable. It'll take some time to crack the files, so please be patient.
Okay. Meanwhile.
I've used my power as the head of public security to smooth things over for you, keeping Aurora on top in Asperia. But that file belongs to the Federation. If it gets out while it's in my hands, do you think the feds will just let it slide? This is way above my pay grade. If I'm going down, I'll make sure you go down before me.
Cut the drama. I got my hands on this thing all thanks to you, so don't act like you're clean. Think of all the gifts I've sent your way over the decades, and the media manipulation that
Alright, we
you
got
your
our
seat.
scuff
I owe
cutscene.
you nothing. Aren't you the one who calls the shots in Asperia?
Right.
How can I,
We can't
the
forget how
director of the
scuffed this
state
stuff
public
is.
security department, take on the Federation? The moment this gets out, Carl will cut me loose completely.
And let's not forget about that officer chick in your department. Who knows how much she already uncovered. If she tries to screw us over, I'll make sure she...
Don't you dare. That's my old captain's daughter.
You have the audacity to bring up your old captain? Remember,
It's a bit
it
loud.
was you who...
Yep.
Go on.
Fair enough.
This is your office. Think about the consequences of someone dying in your office.
Chief, our cybersecurity team has tracked down a hacking attempt, and the method used is identical to that in the Aurora data theft case.
Got it. Continue the surveillance. They've slipped up again. The decoy file we prepared will come in handy. We'll figure out who they are soon. We're in this together now, and our best bet is to track down that file. It's in both our interests to keep this quiet.
Okay.
Oh, call Asurata. The investigation on your company went viral. Look, it's trending now. Does your stock price even matter to you anymore?
Oh, Aurora has stock value now? Asherata, take down that trending topic about the investigation on my company, will ya? What? 10 million? Isn't the usual rate 5 mil?
Alright, Asurada's voice is not here. Okay. They don't even have his voice.
Social media platforms are all scams, playing all sides for profit. Way more underhanded than I ever was.
Okay. Wait, one sec. I should probably plug my keyboard in. Because it actually might need... charge! Alright, let's go over here. Alright, let's head back to the algorithm mark then. Alright, into the phone booth we go. Alright, because we gotta get back in there. What did you send me? Oh no, I'm just tired. That's all. Okay, let's load on in. Load. Okay. There's Plotty.
Authorizer, our communications were suddenly cut off when you were in the foundational layer. Did something happen? Could it be? Nemesis's personality has also been uploaded into the network's world? How could such a thing actually happen? Surely, the nurse from Astra before her aberration, and Nemesis, dressed in a black and purple energy crystal outfit? This is a significant discovery. Although it's hard to determine whether this non-aberrant Shirley is a friend or foe, judging from Nemesis's behavior towards you.
Okay.
She prevented you from approaching the control tower, so she's undoubtedly our enemy.
If we meet again, I'll make sure to get to the bottom of it.
There's something I feel I need to tell you. Granting you the abilities of the Authorizer, allowing you to enter the network as an Authorizer to carry out missions. All this has been met with more resistance than I initially anticipated.
What do you mean by this resistance?
The Authorizer's authority involves a lot of matters. For now, I can only use your contributions to Hykros and my status as the Authorizer on rotation to buy us as much time as possible. The fact that you found the Dark Shirley in the network could earn you some points with certain people, allowing me to garner more support for you. In any case, set aside what I just said and focus on the system repair mission at hand.
Okay, got it.
The foundational layer area you ventured into this time is an area that has not yet been affected by the alteration virus. However, I managed to extract some samples from outside the network. By analyzing the sample's characteristics, we found that the alteration virus invading the foundational layer also produces similar black and purple energy waves. As you delve deeper into the exploration of the foundational layer, you will encounter the alteration virus. Nemesis, with the dark purple energy waves, and the alteration virus. Perhaps we're getting closer to the truth behind the network's anomaly.
Let's go get in there. Now will it let me do it? No. How much further do I need to go? God damn it. How much more do I need to clear? How much further?
Zeke, is Shirley all right?
Oh yeah, he's still missing. His voice is still borked. God damn it, they never fixed it. You know, we'll just skip through it. It's not like we haven't seen it already anyways.
You came at just the right. The explosion that occurred in the Aurora Experimental Center also.
Right, because like we already saw this months ago. Yeah, meeting Asurata. And you do see him in the story, we do see him. But that's like at the end of like the current one. That's available, that's like...
A message from Miss Anka of Wednesday has arrived. The time has come for the righteous members of Wednesday to convene. Meet at Odin's Tavern. Your current task is to search for the data singularity within Shooter Electronics. Are you planning to ignore their message?
Didn't you get my message, researcher? Gray Fox is nearly done decrypting that file, so hurry over to Odin's Tavern. You don't want to miss out on the moment of truth, do you?
What?
Fine then. I'll go inform Gray Fox. See you at the tavern.
Looks like we don't have a choice. Alright. Yeah, when are we getting like the next part of the other event too? Oh, that's here. Spend 300 Dominium, 100 Norns, 100 Mira, 500 data sources, and then the gold dust. Oh damn, at least this one's easy. Right, at least that one's easy. I gotta make sure I work through all of these. Alright, that one's cleared. Really? When did I say that? Alright, I gotta get those done eventually. I can't get any piece of mural furniture. That's impossible. How did the thing not count 5 times for that one though? The fuck? Whatever. And this is 1, 2, 3, 4. That's 5 things. So I have to do this. Right, I gotta make sure I get those done. Wait, let's just get 4? Really? Oh, we just gotta make sure we get what we need done. Right, because we gotta get... We gotta get the thing done. So I can do the event and stuff. But yeah, at least it lets you skip 4. That's fair. Still annoying though. Because some of those missions are still really annoying to do. Right, the freaking mint picking crap is still annoying.
Like I said, if Rosalind knew that I was the same ace who broke into Aurora Industries, I would have gotten caught a long time ago. Wouldn't it be too suspicious if I suddenly approached her and asked about the case?
Okay.
It's just way too strange for the Public Security Bureau to be this quiet after such a huge incident. Something must be up.
Huh? She says she's experiencing some technical issues and has to log off for a while. She also says not to bother her unless it's really important. She's probably fighting off some other hackers, which is nothing new for her. She won't give up until she wins. But if you ask me, I bet she's bickering with her annoying dad and brother over some family matters. They're probably planning something big right now.
Rebellious teenage years, okay.
It's better to talk about this stuff in person. If Gray Fox finds out you're saying things like this behind her back, she might throw you off the floating minibus next time.
Can we move on to our actual business now?
Okay.
Oh yeah, I almost forgot. Thanks to the brilliant effort of Wednesday's top-notch hacker Gray Fox, that dangerous and mysterious Aurora Industries file is almost fully
Yeah, I'll have to, I'll change it at some point.
the operative word here. We're still only at 85%, so why don't we have a few beverages while we wait?
I mean, it was the offer that came with the
Mr.
car.
Magnus isn't here. We can even crack open some of the good stuff.
If you don't mind, I still have a few questions I wish to ask you, researcher.
That's fine, but you don't have to be so formal, you know? I'm not really used to it.
This matter is extremely important, so please, think carefully before answering them. When the laboratory on floor 27 of the Aurora Industries building exploded, the cause was determined to be an experimental device. As a researcher, surely you know something about it, right?
Of course. It was an omnium reactor, an essential device for their omnium research. Having that reactor allowed them to connect to the Tower of Fantasy and extract its omnium for all kinds of experimental purposes.
Okay.
However, Aurora Industries wasn't authorized to run experiments on omnium at the time, meaning the laboratory on floor 27 was entirely illegal. This may be the reason behind the omnium reactor's explosion.
So, before you activated the space...
I don't have that many
what
outfits on this
exactly
account.
did you do with that machine?
I don't have that many.
Well, I had to charge the Space Rift. Remember what I said about the Space Rift requiring enough omnium to work?
You were just charging it?
Yes, but that was all in the past, so why are you asking about it now? Did you find evidence of Aurora Industries running more illegal experiments?
No, I'm just trying to clear up a few things for myself. Do you think you'll come across another experimental device like that in the future? Because if you do, I sure hope you'll be able to control it like last time.
Huh? What do you mean?
Shh! Quiet down! I'm getting a call from Roslyn.
Okay.
Where are you right now, Anka? Odin's Tavern? Yeah, that's right. We open at night, so we spend the day cleaning up the place.
It's not safe. Get out! The public sector on their way. Capture you.
Huh?
Okay.
Are you going through a tunnel or something? Hello? Roslyn?
What happened?
I'm not sure, but it sounded like she was going through a tunnel. She'll probably call back soon. In the meantime, let's try out my latest secret recipe. Mr. Baggus says that if it passes his evaluation,
Okay.
he'll put it on the menu and give me a cut of the profits.
I don't have Rosalind on this account.
I call this one
I
Rainbow
don't.
Bridge, since it's made of 7 different beverages.
I can't just use Rosalind because I don't have her on this
blueberry
account.
juice, cola, and oolong tea. It's quite complex to make.
I don't think Baggus will put your Rainbow Bridge on the menu, since he says Odin's Tavern can't afford to have any food safety violations.
Is it really that bad?
I don't have Anka either. I don't have Anka either.
Still here after all. Something felt wrong when my call got interrupted. It looks like the signal has been cut off in this area. Anka, Uncle Wells, Chief Wells, knows all about you now. He's sending a special team to arrest you as we speak. But make no mistake, they're coming to execute you. I overheard him talking with some of the other police officers. His plan is to have every single one of you eliminated during the course of your arrest.
Uh-huh.
Are you done yet, Rosalind? The Chief's special team has almost reached the Astra building. If they see you helping the enemy, you're done for.
I know. Just give me a little more time. I can't ensure their safety without your help.
Fine. 2 more minutes and not a second longer. After that, I'm leaving with or without you.
Ahem. Rookie Officer Rosalind of District 23, ID AS020640S, has discovered suspected members of the criminal organization known as Wednesday.
I didn't pull for them.
You all have the right to remain silent.
I don't gotcha for everything on this one.
What the heck are you talking about? What criminals? We're all law-abiding citizens here.
Yep.
Would law-abiding citizens commit criminal acts such as infiltrating Aurora Industries, kidnapping a Kylo researcher, harming multiple Public Security Bureau officers and peacekeepers, and blowing up a laboratory?
Hey, they were doing illegal shit in that laboratory.
Kidnap? I remember hearing about some criminal group known as Wednesday on the news, but I didn't think they kidnapped people too. The researcher in question is standing right in front of me. Why else would they be here if they weren't kidnapped? Seriously, how long are you going to keep up the act? I'm a special officer of Asperia, not some gullible kid. Back on floor 27, the woman next to you tried to shoot me, but you stopped her. When your mask fell to the floor, everything became crystal clear to me.
They're almost here, Rosalind. Just give up on her and get out while you still can. Is some low-life criminal really that important to you? Look, we can see their lights approaching.
I'm not done lecturing you, but it looks like we're out of time. You need to come with me right now or you won't survive. Did you really come here to arrest me? Tell me what the heck is going on. Don't you get it? The only way I can protect you now is to arrest you by the book and take you into custody in District 23.
I mean, alarms are
When the
useful.
team arrives.
Nothing
So
wrong with
boss was
alarms.
right. You really did see my face last time. So why didn't you try to arrest me on the spot? And if Wells really wants me dead, why are you here trying to save me? Unless you knew that I was Siga all along. And here I thought I was hiding it so well. I'm sorry, Rosalind. Of course I knew who you were. Wait. Siga? What are you talking about, Anka? No. It can't be. No. There's no way you could... Now's not the time for jokes, Anka. If I'm not Siga, then why haven't you tried to arrest me this whole time?
We'll just let this
And
thing
why
keep
did you
going.
come to rescue me from Wells? Would you really go this far for someone as worthless as Anka? Who
Damn.
says Anka is worthless? And as for Uncle Wells, he's just not the type of person I thought he was. Wait, I know what you're doing. You're trying to trick me, aren't you? Now that you know I'm here to arrest you, you're pretending to be Siga so that I'll let you go out of sympathy. Well, nice try, but I'm not falling for it. That's not it at all, Rosalind. I really am Siga. Just let me explain everything from the beginning.
Hey, can you two save your sappy reunion drama for when we're in a safe place? That little cop girl is right. The roaches have entered the building.
Okay.
The front and back doors to the tavern have been sealed off, and our surveillance cameras have been taken out. We need to find a way out of here.
Yeah, I don't know, man. You like how people are comparing in the rewards? I mean, here's the thing that's really dumb, man. Even if all you're doing is comparing the rewards, it says a lot. It says a lot about them. Right? If all they're doing is comparing rewards, it says a lot. Because, like, the reality is, if you spend all your time comparing rewards, you're forgetting about everything else. That's all they think about. That's just all they think about, rewards. Like, even then, man, the bar for rewards in these, it's like... They're not even, like, close to, like, everything else out there. Not even close. Like, not even just ToF, just in general. They're just not even close to what's out there. Yeah, they traumatize them. They don't realize just what other people get elsewhere. They just don't, man.
But without any Omnium devices, I can't open a space rift. We'll have to fight our way out. By the way, did you see how many of them are out there?
3 squads with 45 operatives and plenty of drones. You can't break through them. Your only option is to surrender to me in front of the body camera right now. You're all suspects in the case. I can guarantee your safety in a monitored separate holding cell in District 23, and I'll personally watch over you.
You insult our intelligence officer, Roslyn. Do you really think that Wednesday is dumb enough to only have 2 ways in and out of their own base? Go ahead, Anka. Lead the way.
You got it, boss. Sorry, Roslyn, but I still have too much important stuff to do to let you lock me up. Is that
Yeah, I get what I understand what you're trying to say.
Right now, you'll be branded a criminal for life. And while I still haven't figured out Uncle Wells' situation, one thing I know for sure is that he'll never let any of you go. If that's the case, then you should come along with us. If Wells finds out you came to help us after overhearing his order to assassinate us, you'll be in just as much danger. What? No, Uncle Wells would never... And even if he knew, I'm certain he would never do anything like that to me. Are you saying that to convince us or to convince yourself? Because as far as I'm concerned, he doesn't deserve the same amount of trust you've always given him. So you're saying I should trust a known liar like you instead? If you really want me to believe you, just do as I say and turn yourself in. I'll admit that it was wrong of me to lie to you.
Okay.
But starting today, I swear I'll never lie to you again.
No.
So please, won't you come with me, Roslyn?
Let's have the escape thing go on.
From all those years ago.
This is the police. You've been surrounded, so there's no use resisting. Come out with your hands up and surrender now.
No, I can't. I'm a proud officer of the Asperia Public Security Bureau, and my duty is to apprehend criminals in the name of the law. That goes for you. And for Uncle Wells, if necessary. That's fine. I'll let you do whatever you have to do to me. But right now, I have something more important to do, and that's ensuring your safety.
It's a flashbang. Move it.
Alright, let's go do the escape now. We did this like a couple months ago, now we're doing it again. Because I didn't do it on this account.
Another successful escape? Not too shabby, huh? Anka! I'm the one who's supposed to arrest you, not
guess
the
I
other
got
way
caught
around.
up in the moment.
You...
Target's in sight! Don't let them get away!
Jocelyn!
This way, researcher.
Boss, are you two okay?
I think so. We should be safe here for now. But we can't hang here forever.
Then I'll go draw their attention while you guys go out there and you're a goner, but the boss and the others.
Just go on ahead, Anka. The researcher and I will find a way out. We'll regroup once we manage to shake those cops.
Roger that. Just watch your back.
Kill those two first.
Stay close and follow my lead.
Okay.
Alright, and they're just gonna just shoot the things there.
You're pretty good in a fight, researcher.
What the hell, the model didn't load properly.
Fleeing towards Central District. The third still appears to be some...
Hunt them down. Don't let any of them...
Yes, sir. But when we arrived at Wednesday's base of operations, Officer...
Rosalind, you say? Kill the others on sight, but no one is to harm Rosalind. Understood?
Yes.
And there's Meryl. Cutscene's a big glitch, though. Alright, we need to head over there. I'll just use this for a shortcut. Because we can just take the car around. And we just take the motorcycle over here.
Looks
Easy.
like Rosalind was telling the truth. Chief Wells of the Asperia Public Security Bureau really plans to use this operation to wipe out Wednesday. And all of us with it.
But Wednesday hasn't done anything to warrant such an extreme response. This must have something to do with that Aurora Industries file.
Oh no, the file is still back at the tavern.
Don't worry, I grabbed them on our way out. Still, I can't believe Ace actually managed to steal something this important from Aurora Industries. I just hope they're okay.
Boss,
Alright.
Are you and the researcher okay?
We're fine, Anka. Where are you right now?
I'm not exactly sure, but we're still somewhere in Ostra District. Rosalind and I were too busy running away to pay attention to our surroundings, but we managed to lose those cops for the time being. Oh, and I heard some of them say that they weren't just after us, but the file as well. Ow! Stop yanking me around, Rosalind! That hurts! Then stop standing around like that. You can walk while you talk, can't you? Now come over to the window and help me scout the area.
Anka? You two aren't still handcuffed to each other, are you?
It's all Anka's fault. She dropped the key while we were running away.
Rip.
Hey, at least I got us to a safe place, right? We'll figure out how to get these cuffs off later, so stop stressing about it. Break them? These are specialized Public Security Bureau handcuffs, not some cheap toy. Ugh, you make me so mad sometimes. I'm sure we'll think of something. Anyway, just give me a minute to ask about the file. If you're talking about the file you stole from the Aurora Experimental Center, then I suggest you stop deciphering it right now. You've already made enough mistakes, don't you think?
Why is that?
Wait, give me a second, I'm gonna turn off my fan.
Misled. Lucius planted that fake file and hid tracking malware in it, which led me straight to Odin's Tavern. That's how Wells was able to completely surround your base as well.
Okay.
Now that I think about it, Grey Fox did mention dealing with some kind of tracking.
Deceptive trick?
I see. So the real trap was hidden in this file. Everything else was just a distraction.
Okay.
But that means we only have half of the genuine file. Ugh. Why does Grey Fox have to disappear now of all times? Ow! Easy, Anka. You're hurting my arm.
In other words, we only managed to steal anything of value during our first attempt. But since Grey Fox agreed to decipher the file, that must mean there's something useful in it.
Okay.
However, the fake file is clearly helping the enemy track us down, and we still can't access its contents since we're only at 90% decryption progress. Sorry, Ace, but we have to stop deciphering the file for now.
I understand, boss. Our best bet is to play it safe and listen to Rosalind until we can reach Grey Fox. That's what I've been saying all along. Instead of pretending to be Siga, you should have just come to the precinct with me. The same goes for the rest of you. I'm not pretending, Rosalind. Besides, I couldn't just leave you there when they started throwing flashbangs. What were you thinking? I'm an officer of the Public Security Bureau. They wouldn't have done anything to me since I was there to arrest you people. You say that, but how can you be so sure that Wells would see it that way?
Anka has a point, Rosalind. Wells has already proven himself to be extremely dangerous. Do you really think he won't hurt you too?
To be honest, I can't be sure anymore. But that's why I have to get to the bottom of this. I need to uncover Wells's dealings with Aurora Industries and why he's trying to kill you all. You think he's somehow connected to Aurora Industries? Why didn't you say so earlier?
It's pretty obvious, Anka. You've always been a problem for Aurora Industries, and suddenly Wells is after you too?
Then it looks like we should team up, Rosalind. I even have the perfect name for our little joint investigation. Operation Reunited Friends versus the Supervillains. I'll say this one last time. I'm Officer Rosalind of the Asperia Public Security Bureau, and my duty is to apprehend criminals in the name of the law, not play detective with them. But we have the perfect characters for a story like this. Just picture it. A noble thief with a secret identity, teaming up with a righteous cop who refuses to be anyone's pawn.
I put a stop to the deciphering process and completely shut off the terminal.
Okay.
Anka and Rosalind are still handcuffed to each other, which means we can't move around too easily. If you're worried...
No, the four of us would draw too much attention. It's safer for them to stay here for now. Who knows? Maybe they'll work something out in the meantime. As for us, we have more important things to worry about. Like finding the experimental Omnium device in Shooter Electronics and reopening the Space Rift.
Huh? You mean the two of us? I don't mind going to Shooter Electronics, but why do you want to come along?
Oh.
I told you before. I need to see that machine activate one more time.
Researcher, the order for your arrest has been issued. Discretion is highly advised.
Thanks for the warning, Mia. But I don't think that's enough to stop our friend here.
Alright.
Gunpowder? It's me. A friend and I are planning to break into a Shooter Electronics lab. Think you can give us a hand?
It doesn't really
Let's
work.
meet up at the usual place.
Huh?
An old acquaintance. Come on. He's already sent someone to meet us. So what? Do I look like someone who cares about other people's opinions?
Fine. A lowly researcher like me could never beat you in a fight or even outrun you, so I guess I'll just do as I'm told.
Good. Stick with me and you won't have to worry about a thing.
So, do you have a plan to get into Shooter Electronics?
No, but it's better to let Gunpowder handle small details like that.
Alright, we can
You
just...
call that a small detail? Why didn't you ask this Gunpowder guy to help out last time instead of sending Ace to kidnap me?
That was a Wednesday operation, and Gunpowder isn't one of us.
Huh?
Okay. There we go. We can just take a shortcut there. Using the car. Nice and easy.
Boss, I've missed you like crazy.
Huh?
Save it, Gunpowder. Have you looked into Shooter Electronics like I asked?
I sure did. One of my affiliates is a mole working within Shooter, and he's as
Honestly,
smart
I
as he
don't
is
think it
patient.
really matters
The guy's
here.
already worked his way into management. I'll call him over right away. As for your friend,
I mean, I'd
how
probably
should
be
I
able
address
to use
This
force
is
if I had one, but
Wednesday's newest crewmate.
you actually
You
got
know.
into Wednesday? When's it gonna be my turn, boss? So is your code name or something?
no, it's researcher actually. That's the code name there.
Got it. Once my guy gets here, you and the boss are free to ask him anything you want.
Sounds good. Hey Nola, did you notice how quiet it was on the way here? It's just like that time at the Astra building.
Yep.
You know, for a researcher, your intuition can be as sharp as a soldier sometimes. I guess it's never that easy to get rid of cockroaches, huh? Sorry, Gunpo, but it looks like we've been followed. I think it's best if we leave this place
Yep,
and go
probably.
find your guy ourselves. So would you mind sending some of your men to handle the cops?
Alrighty.
Huh?
Yep, that's me too. Looks like you're still pretty new to Wednesday, so let me clue you in. The boss doesn't remember the names of very many people. I'm just honored that she almost remembers mine. Alright, now let's move on to more serious matters. Listen up.
How has the Fang Gang been doing lately?
Thanks to you, we've never been better. My guys are working honest jobs now, in both the Omnium business and traditional industries. And they sure know how to make it. We've been working hard and leaving ordinary folks alone, just like you told us. The other gangs are still afraid of us, so they've been keeping quiet lately too.
Sounds like you've been working hard. Keep it up, Gunpo.
Can't let you catch me slacking, boss.
It seems like you and Nola are pretty close, Gunpowder.
Of course we are. If the boss hadn't helped us get our revenge, the Fang Gang would have disbanded long ago. Who knows where we'd be right now if it wasn't for her. She even took a bullet
just
for
gotta
me
wait
back
for it
then,
to-
which is why I'm still breathing right now. I could never repay her for that.
Alright, gunpowder.
I owe her everything, including my own measly life. If she asked me to die for her, I did
No,
it
I
without
have a
second
brother.
thought.
What?
I don't have a sister.
That's right. And she survived only because of that. This is Bright, my inside guy in Shooter Electronics. Go ahead and ask him whatever you'd like, boss.
Boss? Ah, I see. I'll do everything I can to answer your questions.
Does Shooter Electronics have any Omnium reactors? We need one to verify something for ourselves.
An Omnium reactor? Oh. Yes, a few of them actually. As one of the top 10 Omnium technology companies in Ada,
Okay.
they definitely require reactors such as this for their research. As for where they're located, I can think of several locations where they're likely using them for experimentation.
Alright.
However, because of the Omnium Experimentation Prohibition Act, all Omnium-related research needs to be reported to the Federation Nexus before it can officially begin. Due to heavy delays in the approval process, Shooter Electronics hasn't activated their Omnium reactors for several years.
Alright, then a place to look. Yeah, we gotta go look for one.
How about the Ring? It's a large-scale Omnium research laboratory, so its basement floor is bound to have a reactor. I can make a passkey for you, and the lab is under maintenance right now, so there shouldn't be many people around. That should save you some trouble.
The
Okay.
Ring it is. Let's get moving.
Hello? Yes. Uh-huh. Got it. Looks like the cops are on their way here, boss. Bright. Make them that passkey while I go scope things out.
Watch your back out there. Actually, I'm coming with you.
Alright. We'll get the pass game, go move over. Alright, come on.
The boss and I checked things out, and it looks like we're surrounded. Judging by how many of them are out there,
I won spirit.
I'd say they're trying to catch us all in one fell
Apparently I have to do some of the story
need to
to
go now before
do
it's
the
too
event on my alt.
Sorry, boss, but it looks like we'll have to take a rain check on the ring.
So I'll have to get caught up
Save
here.
the apologies for later. Let's focus on getting out of here.
Alright,
I know a
bath
way
towel
out of here.
time.
Please follow me.
Been a while since we've used this. Let me find the bathtub. Alright, it's been a bit. There we go. In the bath we are. Alright, let's go leave this place. Oh, they want us to go over there. Car always so useful.
Hang on tight. Don't blame me if you fall.
Damn it!
Nigga. Freaking car accident there. Rip. Rip to whoever was in that car.
Not done yet, huh?
There they are!
Yeah, just jump off that road onto another.
The public
Because
security
they don't have
bureau shouldn't
guardrails.
be able to follow us here.
Looks like we have no choice but to fight back now. Take this data file and review.
The game is like struggling to freaking load things in.
Alrighty. Just leave it to me, boss. I'll meet up with my guys and we'll look for a safe place to talk. This here's my boss, so show her the same respect you'd show me.
Huh? The boss's boss?
Yep.
I don't know.
What do you mean you dunno? The boss told you to show some respect, so do it.
Hello, boss.
Our guys are in position just like you asked, boss. We'll be sure to cause a big ruckus so that the cops have to divert most of their manpower over here.
Yeah,
You'll
safety
only have
not
to
an
deal with their
option.
own henchmen after that.
Definitely not an option. Right, safety definitely was not an option.
Precisely. According to that little cop girl, there are people within the police force who've been assigned to eliminate us. This way, we can single them out from the rest of the cops.
I mean, Megumi.
Handling them will be difficult, and even more so if we
Things
have
are
to
gonna be
fight off
messy
the rest
next
of the
week.
Public Security Bureau. The other cops are innocent, so there's no reason to get them
Yep.
involved. Given that they're also short on manpower, Wells will have no choice but to send only his most
Yeah, no,
trusted
well, looks
officers
great.
after us, while the rest deal with Gunpowder and his gang. Things will get a lot easier if we
But
can
we're
get
not
rid
on
of
the
them
account with the
first.
swimsuit.
We can even use their equipment to send
Yeah,
forces
one of the
and buy
NDAs
ourselves
ends
more
at like
time.
4 AM on Tuesday.
We'll be able to move around more freely that way too.
So it's gonna be a bit of a
Isn't
mess.
too much to ask, right, Firecracker?
Of course not.
Wait,
My guys
mod,
propose one
this
way
one
to
doesn't,
follow
this,
so the government won't touch us. We'll have the public support on our side.
Sounds good.
I don't have
Just
mods
keep it
installed on my
discreet
Steam
and make
client
sure No one
version.
discovers your identities.
We're on my alt
Don't
account
worry,
right now.
The guys I picked are pros at this kind of stuff.
Awesome. Let's get started.
Anyway,
What do you
it's been
think?
a while since we pulled a job together like this.
What do you think? Global Oserata? What do you mean, what happened? Global Oserata stuff? What do you think the NDA was for? It's like 4 AM. Oh no, Tuesday.
My guys are in position and ready to roll, boss.
Good. We're ready to start over here too.
Which is a weird time.
For this. It'd be a shame if I didn't say a few words first. Listen up, boys. On my command. Hang on. How did it go again? Oh.
This is a good place to trap Wells' cronies and take them out of the picture. Your little smart servant should know what to do, right, researcher?
Okay. Related language data has been downloaded. Preparing to falsify a police report.
Hello? Is this the police?
Yes, please state your emergency.
I think I've discovered Wednesday's location here on the business street.
I see. I will send your position to the command center right away.
You have to hurry. I'll keep an eye on them, but I'm scared of what they'll do if they find me.
We'll be there as soon as we can, so please stay safe until then. The Public Security Bureau has a duty to protect every single law-abiding citizen.
But yeah.
Now, we just wait for
Nemesis
the
Void
prey to
Pierce is
take
a
the
good mod,
bait.
true.
Looks like someone found Wednesday.
I mean, it's performing as it usually
We can't send
does.
everyone after them this time. We'll have to make do with just the task.
Oh, I thought you meant like
Of all the rotten
analytics-wise.
times for this to happen. Understood. Just call if you need any backup.
Well, well, it really is you guys. Chief Wells, we've found the suspects. Yes, sir, I understand.
Okay. Defeat the dirty cops. Well, they're dead.
If we use their terminals to send false information to the Public Security Bureau, we can throw them off our trail for a while.
Alright. Let's go do that.
Looks like we're in the clear.
Yeah,
for now.
YouTube has just been a
I'll give
mess.
Gunpowder a call. We're all clear on our side, Gunpowder. Thanks for your help. You can lay low now.
It's good to know you're safe now. I'll sort the rest of the things out with the Fang Gang. Feel free to contact me if you need any help.
Sure. Oh, I'm getting another call. Talk to you later, Gunpo.
Boss, are you two okay? Rosalind just told me they took down your arrest orders, but the Public Security Bureau announced that you're in custody.
We're fine, Ace. We just borrowed a terminal from one of the cops to send out a false report. Why do you sound so out of breath?
Yep.
That's because someone had the bright idea to infiltrate Aurora Industries despite having a warrant out for her arrest.
Uh-huh.
Hey, you're the one who keeps whining about getting to the bottom of this. You think I like being stuck with you all the time? Aurora Industries doesn't just have the evidence we need. They also have security drones that are strong enough to break these cuffs. 2 birds, 1 stone, right? Oh, so is that why you tripped the alarm, attracted every single drone and guard in the building, and nearly got us shot to death? Are you okay?
Well, that's
we're
definitely
totally
something.
fine. Rosalind is actually a lot nicer than she sounds, and she saved me right in the nick of time. In the end, we had to take our chances and use one of their weapons to blast the handcuffs off. But hey, it all worked out. You know, you looked super heroic when you saved me earlier, Rosalind. You even called me Sika, remember? You remember, right?
Yeah, does that mean you made up now?
Of course not. I was just doing my duty as a police officer, protecting the suspect until she can be judged in a court of law.
Uh-huh.
All right, Rosalind, I get it. You're a wonderful officer and the pride of the police academy.
I don't know if they're just showing the map
Easy on me. I haven't forgotten
instead of like the actual characters here. You wanna go to Burger Joe?
that was to get you out of their line of fire. If it wasn't for these handcuffs or my desire to learn the truth about Wells and Aurora
Or do you wanna go to
Industries,
Cats and Fish at the
wouldn't be
Urban
risking
Eatery
my
over
life
there?
for you out here.
If neither one of you is dead, then I'm hanging up the phone. We have some business with Shooter Electronics to attend to.
Wait, boss! Why are you going over there all of a sudden? I thought we were targeting Aurora Industries right now.
I need to clear up a few matters for myself. We'll come find you once we're done. It's dangerous outside. So keep your heads down and don't do anything reckless.
Got it. You two stay safe too. Rosalind and I will go look for a safe place to meet and let you know when we do.
So we're still going to Shooter Electronics?
Can I do the event now? Nope. I guess we gotta go further in. Alright, we gotta go further in. Alright, let's head on over. Alright, at least we got the car here. I actually also got the PlayStation car on this account because I did like a 10 pull of like the box thing and got the car in there. So I have the car on this account. But like now we're just in saving mode for the next altered on this.
That's not necessarily the case. I just checked the entry logs and it looks like... Let's keep looking around for more clues.
Alright, let's keep going. Alright, come on.
Looks like it. Let's go. Remember, stay hidden and don't alert anyone below.
It's getting too dark to see. Why aren't the lights on? If someone's actually down here, they should have turned on the lights.
Yeah, but they're not working.
What exactly are these things? Is Shooter Electronics manufacturing biological weapons?
Why are there aberrants here? The Omnium Plague. Did it break out down here, too? We don't have any suppressors, so why are no one... We finally found it.
And then we go down here.
There's no telling what the aberrants lurking around here will do next. Let's make this quick, researcher.
Nola Buggy OS, I don't know.
I didn't expect another data
We'll see.
singularity to appear on this machine.
We'll see.
What?
No, it's nothing.
How long will you be gone this time? Anka thought you ditched us for good last time.
I wouldn't do that. And this shouldn't take too long either. The Space Rift's anchor point is set to a target destination, so it'll take me straight to where I need to go.
I see. Then I'll stay behind and guard this place. The aberrants don't pose much of a threat to me, but we can't afford to let them damage any of this equipment. Just focus on your objective, and I'll handle the rest here.
Let's go in.
And under different circumstances this time, it appears. I can sense the alteration virus's signal coming from somewhere in your vicinity.
I see a swarm of black and purple bugs attacking the firewall. Are those the alteration virus? It looks like such a one-sided fight. The firewall has no way of defending itself from the virus.
Yep.
Yes, those are indeed manifestations of the alteration virus. Based on the data you sent back, the control tower has most likely been infected. I have implanted a temporary antivirus protocol to your authorizer's terminal, which should allow you to fight them. Eliminate the alteration virus, and once they're gone, proceed to the control tower and restore it to its uninfected state.
Alright, let's go destroy it. And we go all the way up here. And there's Void Piercer. With like shooting lasers out of her hands.
A special unit has been detected. Please report its presence to Commander Antoria.
Understood.
Shirley?
There we go.
Shirley, is it really you?
Too bad there's no voices here for Shirley.
Don't worry.
This is
we
bored.
completed our mission and everyone's safe now. But you, I've been looking everywhere for you.
Yeah, Shirley's
You
mute.
really were the one who kidnapped me before. So what are you doing here anyway?
You gotta love how scuffed this is, man. Very unfortunate.
Looks like Dr. Claire was right. The crazy nemesis from before isn't gone after all. This sky piercer sounds
No, this is
really
not new.
dangerous. So is there any way for me to get you out of here right now?
Yeah, they still haven't fixed it after 2 years.
Huh?
Whatever, I'll just go through this.
Shirley.
Alright, we're here to like just do the event stuff. We already saw this before.
Shirley. Huh? Nola, are you alright?
I'm fine. I just experienced a small reaction when you disappeared. Just like when you activated the Omnium reactor last time. It drew the attention of the monsters out there, and they started closing in. But just as I was about to fight back, they suddenly turned back into normal people and collapsed on the floor. After checking their vitals, they appear to be fine now. They're just unconscious, but they could wake up any second. I had no idea they were people all along.
Huh?
That's right. I saw it with my own eyes.
Okay. They turned back into people? Yep.
Let's not worry about that right now. I'm almost done deciphering the file that put us
Yeah,
in
we
the
already knew
situation in the
that.
first place.
That's not new.
Aren't you curious to see what's in it?
We already knew that, Tara.
Let's upload the data to my terminal to see what it says.
Yeah, number whatever. Based on that stuff. Right, everything's just like censored.
Reshape reality. Reshape reality. No! No! Why is this happening?
What's wrong, Nola? This badge. It's the same one from the file. And these bullet holes. Is this the same badge that Gunpowder was talking about?
I remember now. The other bullet hole. I was in an extremely bloody battle once, where almost everyone else died.
Huh?
I can't remember clearly.
When it's going,
bodies everywhere.
where this is going, you got
No
your
way
theories, but you hate the, like, you gotta wait for more, I know.
I'm so scared.
You gotta wait for more.
It's okay, Nola. I'm right here.
But hey, you know, 4.4 is
Take your
soon.
time and tell me what you remember.
4.4 is soon. We got test server. We got test server NDA stream
Matches what
soon.
Gunpowder said. But there are 2 bullet holes. Can you remember what the badge means, Nola?
My head hurts too much to remember.
It's not that Genshin isn't even connected. It is connected. It's just really, really poor with how Genshin is set up. Because there's not actually anything going on.
Anything about it.
That's the problem
You're in a
there.
lot of pain. Let's take a break for now. Nola? Nola!
People I should have never forgotten.
They're gone. You're safe.
Thank you, researcher. Let me take another look at that file.
Okay.
When I saw those words, my mind suddenly felt like a churning sea. This file is tied to my past somehow. and it's going to help me uncover more about it. It's definitely related to the Omnium reactor too. After all these years, I finally found a lead. I'm going to learn everything there's
Yeah,
to know about
we didn't
this
tell them
file,
they were in a simulation.
as well as the truth behind that badge and my connection to them.
Nola.
I need your help for this, researcher. I know I've forgotten something extremely important. I want to know what kind of person I used to be, and what kind of things I did in the past.
I completely understand the pain of losing your memories, as well as the desire to get them back. But there's something more urgent I need to handle right now, Nola. I'm sorry.
You can temporarily vanish from our world after activating an Omnium reactor. You hardly blink when you're facing experimental monsters, and you have incredible intuition and combat capabilities.
I'm sure we could just tell her she's dead.
I know
She's
you're
dead.
not just an ordinary researcher from Hykros. I don't care about your real motives for coming to Asperia, but as long as you're willing to help me, then no matter what happens next, as long as you don't hurt anyone in Wednesday, I'll offer you my unconditional support.
But All right. I promise.
Good. Thank you.
Yeah, you told the NPCs that they're dead. Of course you did. It's like you are already dead. Of course. Hey, it wouldn't be wrong. Right? They are indeed already dead. It's just a simulation. It is just a simulation after all.
Finally, we're out. My back couldn't take any more of that waiting. Nola, I presume. And as for your friend there, you must be from the arrest warrant. You've had your fun. Now come along quietly and don't give me a reason to get rough with you.
More troubles have come our way.
Get rough? Well, that's my favorite way to settle things.
Those two criminals are under my jurisdiction. I won't let you take them away.
There we go, there's Meryl.
Meryl? You know who I am?
Who are you and what are you doing here? I'm warning you, if you dare interfere with the Public Security Bureau's official matters.
My name is Special Agent Meryl of the Federation Nexus, and you're more than welcome to run my credentials. Now that I have these two in my custody, your work here is done.
Chief, there's a woman here by the name of Meryl. She claims to be a federal agent and wants to take the suspects into custody. Copy that, sir. Standing down. Agent Meryl, Police Chief Wells welcomes you to Asperia and wishes to speak to you in person. He'll be waiting for you at the Public Security Bureau's offices.
And then the police left.
Your friends.
Boss, it's me! You're not hurt, are you?
No, we're fine.
Have you been captured? Let this be your only warning. Meryl, if you don't let her go right now...
FBI jumping into a cop right, I know.
That's Agent Meryl to you, Miss Nola. And while your threat is very convincing, rest assured that they are perfectly safe.
Okay.
You've got the wrong idea, boss. Agent Meryl's a good person. Rosalind and I are only safe right now because she rescued us. The story is a little complicated, and it would take too long to explain. So just come and meet up with us first. Rosalind's still mad at me, so I gotta go. See you soon.
Wait, Anka! I think we can trust Agent Meryl, Nola. Her younger brother Victor is a Hykros researcher, as well as someone I know fairly well. You know Victor? We met a few times during Hykros' academic conferences. It makes sense if he never brought me up, since we aren't really friends. But trust me when I say we don't want any trouble. I'm only doing what needs to be done. Now let's go.
Alright, let's head to the tavern. Alright, now we gotta get to the tavern. Genjin's officially dead. Sure. I don't know about being dead, but sure. I don't think like dead is the correct word to use, but that's definitely a choice of words. Like it definitely is a choice of words to use. I'll give him that. We just passed by some random person up here. I saw some random person up here earlier. Oh, there they are. Why are they running? There's some random person just running there. That we just passed on the road. Alright, let's get to the tavern. And there's another random player here. Level 86 player. Collecting balls on foot. Yep, that's probably what they're doing. Imagine collecting the balls.
Come on, Roslyn. Just smile already.
Who are they, Mr. Bucket?
How I used to make you laugh when the other kids picked on you? Or called you names like Princess Mermaid? Enough! It's bad enough that we're stuck here with each other. So can you stop with all this pointless nonsense? What's so pointless about it? I'm only trying to cheer you up because you looked so upset. Your feelings matter a lot to me, you know. It's true that I had a friend named Siga who used to cheer me up, but I lost her a long time ago. What's it gonna take for you to accept that I'm the real Siga? I already told you I didn't mean to trick you. It was hard for me too. The Siga I knew would tell me the truth no matter what happened. That's because she trusted me to understand her problems and help her. But then you joined the police academy and started making a name for yourself. Well, I was just some orphan with a big target on her back. I didn't want to hold you back. How could you possibly think that? It's no different than when you started hiding your identity from me. You thought that I would arrest you the moment I found out you were Ace. Is that the kind of person you think I am? Someone who doesn't care about her friends, and who will resort to any method to get the job done? Of course not! You're my closest and most trusted friend. Which is precisely why I wanted you to live the best life possible. Someone like me doesn't deserve to be at your side anymore. Ugh! I've had it with you! I don't want to speak another word to you ever again! Ever! Roslyn.
Long time no see.
Researcher? Boss? You're finally here! You're not hurt, are you? Here,
No, we're fine.
Let me take a look at you.
I've done exactly as you asked, Miss Anka. Now, hand over file 049 as agreed.
As expected of a Federation Nexus special agent, you really know your stuff.
Huh?
Guess I should explain, huh? You see, after our little stunt in the Aurora Industries building, the cops were hot on our trail again. Thankfully, Agent Merrill showed up just in time to help us escape. Afterward, she agreed to bring you back to the tavern safely in exchange for the file we stole from Aurora Industries earlier.
Okay.
No. Just hear me out, boss. I screwed up when I stole that file because it was never theirs to begin with. Aurora Industries secretly stole it from the Federation Nexus. And Agent Merrill was sent here to retrieve the stolen file. Once she takes it back to the Federation Nexus,
What's
she'll
this
do
camel by
everything in her
camel?
power
What?
to cancel the order for our arrest.
No. Allow me to reiterate, Miss Nola. File 049 is crucial evidence that ties Aurora Industries to the theft of classified federal information. Which means I can use it to exonerate you and dismantle Aurora Industries for their federal espionage. All you have to do is hand over that file.
And like I said, Meryl, the answer is still no.
Yeah, I'll find Meryl, you know?
Can I jump in here real quick? People I should have never forgotten. Agent Meryl, would it be alright if we held on to the file for a little longer? We have reason to believe that it involves sensitive matters related to Hykros and the Lysaccia family.
Okay.
Do tell. Enlighten me. It's a little complicated. Could you please give me a bit more time? I still need... I need to consult with my mentor Kenny about something. Kenny, the head of the Space Rift Technology team in Kylo. There are other people I'd like to contact, but as a researcher, I can only reach him for now. So please, for the sake of District 4, just give us a little more time. Very well. You have one night, but that's all. Thank you, Miss...
People I should have never forgotten. Shit's funny how, like, that's in
I
there.
almost forgot you were from Kylo. Did you really come to Esperia just for the Aurora Summit?
I'm a member of Wednesday too, aren't I? How could a few words make you completely lose trust in me?
I didn't mean that. It's just that so much has happened recently. And my instincts tell me that there's more to this than meets the eye.
I understand, trust me. I know you don't want to give up that file, but the truth is that Wells won't stop until we're dead. I was just making up an excuse earlier, but we really do need her protection.
But we only have one night. Do you really have a plan?
Leave it to me. Trust me, I'll make sure the file stays with us. Hykros researchers always know a way. Ask Lloyd if you don't believe me.
Alright then. Watch yourself out there.
Yeah, let's go say hi to Meryl again. Time to go say hi to Meryl. The other version of Meryl. The not fake Meryl. That's the whole shtick, yep. Yeah, watch too much Batman. She sounds like she wants to imitate the Dark Knight. I guess that's one way to look at it. That's one way. The hell is this? You looked at me at Coral TOF video of Shiro. Okay. I'm just Shiro dancing. Sure. I just quickly clicked on something and then it was about to play something and then I muted it. Don't worry about it. I wonder what happened to Coral TOF. What happened to Coral?
Is there something you need?
It's been so long.
File 049. It's complicated, but I seem to remember some of it as well. You know something about it? Yes, I remember the mission fairly well. The file was recovered and the thief was captured. Then the records in File 049...
I don't know.
Are they really about the Federation's second attempt at time retracement?
Why would they start over?
Time retracement? I'm not sure, since I've never looked at the file's contents. However, what is it? It should be related to Omnium research in some way. When I was a Federation agent, I came across all kinds of secrets.
Yeah, I mean, at least there's that.
Hykros. Is something wrong? things were far from peaceful with Hykros and the Federation back then. Given the high security level of File 049, I suspected that Hykros must have experienced a serious failure during an experiment. Did you find the cause? I still trusted the Federation at the time. I thought that the problem would be solved if we just retrieved that file.
Fair
Looking
enough.
back, that must have been an Omnium plague. I think I know how to convince the other Meryl, but I need a few more details to make my case. Can you tell me anything else about your past? Like people you knew at Hykros? Yeah, there's Helena. Helena Bashad. She was the head of the Omnium Research Lab back in Kylo. She was my mother's classmate in college, as well as a tenured professor at Kylo University. It was only thanks to her that Victor and I were able to return to Hykros. That reminds me, I do have one more request. Could you tell the other Meryl to give Professor Helena her birthday gift? I was so busy with work at the time that I never had a chance to give it to her. And now... The Cataclysm, right? Don't worry, I'll let her know. Thanks for all your help, Meryl. You're welcome.
Alright, let's go back to the network. I mean, I accidentally clicked on it, whatever. When I alt tapped to it. It's fine. Alright. Now we can go back to the network. Alright, I'm almost at the spot where I can actually do the event, right? Surely. Surely I'll be able to do that soon. Surely. I really wish it was a closer warp to Odin's Tavern though. Kinda scuff, you have to go through it, go there this way. Right, cause like with how many times we have to go there, it's like, it would have been nice if we had a fast way to get there.
Come on, Rosalind, don't be like this. I won't make you call me Siga anymore, so will you please talk to me? Once we make it out of here safely, I promise I'll do everything I can to help you uncover every secret between
Yeah, we only
Wells
go
and
in here
Flora
because of
Industries.
story, and then after that we
It's what I
forget
do
about it.
best. After that, you can throw me in jail or investigate me all you want. I'll answer any question and do whatever you ask. People I should have never forgotten.
Why the hell did Jesus say people I should have never forgotten? What the fuck? Why is that voiced?
Okay.
The weird placeholder line.
Professor Helena Bashad asked me to deliver a message to you. The experimental records contained in File 049 went far beyond anyone's expectations. She wants to understand everything as much as possible, but for security reasons, she can't tell anyone about it, especially not the Federation. Because of that, she's asking you to wait just a little longer. That doesn't sound like a request she would make. People I should have never forgotten. Oh, and she says you still
Yep.
owe her a birthday gift from before. Birthday gift? I see. I'll agree to your request, but on certain conditions. What is it? Since only half of the files are genuine, I'll let you hold on to them for the time being. Do
She's
whatever
about
you
the
need with
T-pose,
them.
yeah.
But once I retrieve
The
the other
scuff,
half
man.
of File 049, you must return it to me immediately. And I don't want to know anything about its contents, now or ever. Understood. Thank you, Meryl. As for our conversation today, don't mention it to anyone ever again. No problem. I spoke to Meryl just now. She says that we can hold on to our half of File 049 until she retrieves the other half.
What?
Okay.
Did you make some kind of classified high gross deal with her?
Sarcasm is more of Grey Fox's thing, don't you think? Besides, I'm just another errand girl for Hykros, not someone important. In any case, the files are ours for now. If we want to decipher them, we'll have to go find Grey Fox, right?
That's right. Luckily, she's been doing her hacker thing from the comfort of her house all this time. Which means she missed out on this entire fiasco.
You can't leave yet. We're still not done here. What do you mean? All of you are being hunted by the Public Security Bureau. And Officer Roslyn here has just provided evidence that implicates Wells, their chief of police.
Agent Meryl, please refrain from passing any judgment on Chief Wells before sufficient evidence has been gathered.
It's the court's job to pass judgment. My concern is my mission. But under these circumstances, I find it hard to trust Chief Wells.
Even
What about
as a
YouTube studio
Federation
settings?
agent,
What about
you
it?
can't mobilize Asperia police without the chief's consent, can you?
Indeed, which is why I need your assistance.
Sure, why not? Anyone against Aurora Industries is a friend of Wednesday.
The next banner's a
I'll
dude,
help
man.
too. Wells believes my obsession with capturing Ace made me disobey his orders.
The next banner's a dude.
So, you're going to go back to your precinct and use your connection to Wells to gather as much information as possible, right? Right. Some people are capable of forgetting their childhood promises, but not me. I intend to carry out justice the right way.
But the answer to your question is no.
I won't. But please just be careful. After all, you still have to arrest me when all this is over. Don't worry. I always keep my word.
You're almost ready to take down Aurora Industries, Anka. There's nothing more I can teach you.
Boss, you've been acting so weird today. Ever since we got here.
I
Yeah,
happen
one
to
dude per
remember a
year.
few things from the past today. Maybe... Grey Fox?
Right.
Why does your voice keep cutting out, Grey Fox?
I got locked up by the rotten jerk. Alright.
By rotten jerk, you don't think she was talking about... Oh no. Lucius must have gotten her!
Attacking my people, eh? Damn that Lucifer.
I'm sorry, Uncle Wells. I didn't ruin your operation today, did I?
Roslyn, are you okay? Did they hurt you?
No, sir. But I was so naive to fall for Wednesday's tricks. I was supposed to catch them today, but instead I got careless, and Ace overpowered me and nearly took me hostage. I've embarrassed both you and the whole precinct.
Okay.
No more tears, Roslyn. A proud officer of the Public Security Bureau doesn't cry so easily.
Hopefully it gets resolved
Just go
soon.
home and take a few days to rest and get yourself together.
But I don't want to take time off. Those criminals are still on the loose. I can't just let them get away with it.
Just do as I say, Roslyn. Today was a complete mess, and I still have plenty of work to do. We'll discuss this another time.
That pretty little officer sure knows how to put on an act.
She's not as complicated as you may think. Despite her excellent performance, she's still a cadet inside.
Please, she's not your little girl anymore. And she's more complicated than you think.
Enough. Instead of pestering me with this, you should be looking into this Agent Merrill. Do I need to remind you just how dangerous someone linked to the Federation Nexus can be?
Oh my, not the great and terrible Federation Nexus. If you ask me, we should get rid of all of them once and for all.
Hey, what did I just say?
Why should I
It has
open my
nothing to do
AdSense
with it.
account?
If you so much as touch on her...
Or you'll what? After all these years, the only part of you that has grown is your age. You've
There's like a
slowed down both
separate tab
physically
for
and mentally.
YouTube
Worst
under
of
it.
all, you've gone soft.
When you open the
You
AdSense
had so
account.
much spirit back then, ready to kill anyone
I
at the drop
see.
of a hat. But look at you now. Luckily, the younger ones are still eager and obedient.
That's...
So unfortunately, I think our partner.
Hopefully they get better soon.
Don't tell me you're going to go look for Asurata now. He's not what you'd call a pushover, you know. Idiot. If anyone's grown more foolish over the years, it's you. Your brain's still as dull as ever, since all you can think about is killing. Then, maybe it's time for us to go our separate ways. But after all the times I've helped you out, don't you think you owe me something in return? Rosalind said she went out to catch those criminals, but I think she's starting to suspect me. I know
Yeah, I
she
know
won't
about that.
take time off like I asked.
I don't remember
so
what
why
I put
not?
there though.
Asurata is a smart man. He'll know what to do with these witness testimonies and pieces of evidence, and he'll know exactly who to help.
Alright, let's go back to... Alright, let's get back to the algorithm arc first. Block some of those. I mean, even if I do, it's not like I can do too much about it. Unfortunately. Oh, I can't even use the algorithm arc as a quick teleport. I have to do it this way. Of course, I have to go to the phone booth.
Target eliminated.
Well, Authorizer, did you see Nemesis?
Yes.
So, the Nem mentioned by Nurse Shirley of Astra is actually Nemesis, and the two currently exist in a symbiotic state. She was the one who eliminated the alteration virus and freed the
Hopefully,
control tower from its grasp.
all this stuff
Is she trying
they
to
can
save
recover
the Gastos
soon.
network? If everything is as she says, then she was never the source of the alteration virus. So who was it that planted it in the Gastos network? Furthermore, based on the energy
I
pulses from
see.
that
Rachel
black and
knows
purple
more.
Shirley, it appears she draws her power from the same source as the virus. I believe what you've told me, but I cannot wholeheartedly trust Shirley's one-sided account of the matter. As I previously stated, we still don't have enough information to make any reasonable conclusions, especially with regard to the nature of Nemesis. For all we know, this could be an elaborate plot by Nemesis to mislead us and cause Hykros to make an error in judgment. After all, she was lying in wait for a very long time before invading the Gastos network. That much has been ascertained. The meaning of words
You say the
can
non
differ
TP
from
out of
person to
bounds in the
person.
arc?
When Shirley
Oh yeah, I
Alyosha
know.
mentions saving the Gestos network, does her definition of salvation match our own?
I've been out of bounds in the arc before. Just not in the way I would have hoped. Hi, Bootleg Gamer, but yeah, I've been out of bounds in the arc before because, when I was messing with stuff on the test server, there was a teleport bug and I warped outside of it. Alright, and then I accidentally fell in the void and died. But I saw some stuff out of bounds in there before. More so because of a bug. But yeah. I haven't figured out how to do it, like, actually in-game, but, I know how to get out of bounds in there with, like, GM commands.
In your eyes, is this so-called Sky Piercer an entity that exists within Nemesis, truly worthy of your trust?
I trust her. After all, she did help me defeat the alteration virus in the foundational layer earlier. At the very least, our goals are aligned. We might even have a chance to bring her over to our side.
I have no way of knowing whether you are right or wrong. Only by continuing your investigation will we find the answer. Still, we have acquired a great deal of new information since we started, and I'm optimistic about the current situation. I believe the appearance of those aberrations on the surface layer, as well as their disappearance following the elimination of the alteration virus, is especially worthy of notice. I will analyze the functional logic behind the systems involved, which may shed some light on more of the alteration virus's characteristics. If we are able to construct an effective antivirus from this data, the problem may be solved sooner rather than later.
But in the real world, what were the aberrations like in its actual history? Plotty, the network world is a historically accurate copy of Ida, right?
That's right.
I discovered some disturbing information.
What would that be?
Well, it appears the Federation started a project codenamed
Hey, when I'm done with the story, you're just hanging out with a teleport. Okay.
Reshape reality.
Yeah, maybe it's for a later patch. Fair enough.
From a literal standpoint, a phenomenon.
Yeah, because I can't show what's on the market server on stream.
The prospect of reshaping reality. Could it be referring to the second attempt at time retracement?
Time retracement? Did I really stumble across something related to that?
The Omnium Plague within the Shooter Ring lab. Was it always there? Or did it only begin to spread once the alteration virus appeared? At this point in time, the Omnium Plague should have already appeared. However, due to the lack of historical information, the details surrounding the events of the Cataclysm still remain a mystery. All we know is that the Federation, being incompetent and irresponsible, just watched as the Omnium Plague spread. Then they tried to retrace time and take the world back to before the plague started. What happened next is known to everyone. An even greater cataclysm occurred, one which shattered our world and brought it to the brink of total destruction. Countless people lost their lives as a result.
Yep.
The cataclysm. Is it about to happen in this world too?
Probably.
Given how things are going, I'm afraid so. But there's no need for you to worry. You are an outsider in this virtual world, and I'll make sure you're safe, no matter what.
Thanks for your help.
Alright, there's no answer yet. Okay. Now can I do it? No, I cannot do it yet. What the fuck is a prerequisite mission? God damn. What? Oh. I thought we triggered a new bug. Oh, was this another new player? Yep, that's another new player. No, it's not done yet. I guess we really have to do all the story. We really have to do it. Why did I teleport out just so I could go back to her? Yeah, probably. At this point, we would have to reach the end of the story. There's no shot we don't have to. We have to. Right? Because now we're starting the 4.3 story.
The program specifically designed to scan for data singularities was detected by the network's firewall and is temporarily unusable. Therefore, I can't provide you with the exact location of the data singularity this time.
Huh? Okay.
I told you before, data singularities in the surface layer are a type of error or loophole in the system. So in order to find singularities like this, the program essentially acts as an attack on the network. I've only used this program on the network twice, but its firewall has already identified it as a source of attacks and will counterattack.
I know what the
whenever I
minigames are,
activate it.
man. I know.
For that reason, I don't have a way to locate data singularities right now.
And so?
I mean, it's boring because we've already done it before.
You'll be ready to dive into the network.
Right, we did this a month ago. Right, we already know they're dead. Yeah, this is my ult. We don't have many outfits and stuff. Oh, do we have? Alright, we have this thing from the PlayStation thing. Alright, then we have like the default and then other free shit. This was back when we had the Fenrir order gift. Oh, this was that other event outfit. Alright, so like we don't have a lot of stuff. Yeah, theory craft in the future, yep.
Hey, Plotty. I looked through those files you gave.
These are all official reports from Asperia's media.
Yeah, we'll just skip through it here. We've already seen this already. And the audio files are not playing. Rip voices. Yeah, the mecha world where they build a giant mech. We'll see. Yeah, no, I already finished on my main account, like, when we had, thing. When the patch dropped. Over a month ago. Amazing driving skills. Yeah, we got the amazing driving skills, guys. Don't worry, it only gets better. Wait, why can't I get a... This is what sucks about this car. You can't, like, align yourself like you can with the monster truck. So it's harder to blast off. Let's go. Like that. Now that's how you drive. Who needs SpaceX to send something in space? When we can blast off with a car like that. Don't need no SpaceX rocket. Right? Elon Musk gotta fuse his rocket company with his Tesla company.
You're finally here, researcher! Check out the fruits of my latest and greatest research on Aurora Industries. It took 3 days of non-stop work, but it's finally done.
Yeah, that doesn't sound like you at all.
Actually, she just rummaged through the old box and gathered all the intel from Wednesday. Gray Fox was always urging her to organize it, but she kept putting it off until now.
Okay.
Absolutely! I fed all the intel from these reports, plus Aurora Industries' public market data, into Gray Fox's decryption terminal. And the AI has already pinpointed several possible hideouts for Gray Fox. Unfortunately,
Yeah, the new
since all this intel
car
was
resetting to
gathered
horizontal
fast,
gets
we
annoying,
can only narrow
but it's
it
good
down
for
to a few
clipping,
buildings
so you
and
can't
manufacturing
complain.
plants under
Fair enough.
Aurora Industries, as well as some of Lucius's private properties. The rest is up to Officer Roslyn, our guardian angel whose courage, incredible acting, and commitment to justice have empowered her to continue our righteous fight against Chief Wells and his tyranny.
Well, that introduction was super long. In short, I fibbed to Wells that my zeal to nab the thief led me to mess with his plans. That tale earned me a suspension pending investigation, but it gave me ample time to shadow him.
Okay. That sounds pretty dangerous. Yep. Cool.
I know exactly what you're thinking, but the bigger the risk, the bigger the reward. Anka and I have agreed on a secret code, and she can see my—
Our secret code is Sega, 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 Sega.
I've already sent Anka the location Wells often visits when off duty. Hopefully these will help you rescue Gray Fox.
Okay.
Wells is in a meeting with some of Vesperia's government officials today. I plan to slip into his office to gather some crucial evidence. Anka, watch your backs out there, and best of luck. Okay, let's go.
Here's the information Roslyn gave me earlier. If you put it all together, there are only 3 places left to investigate. A private villa in Dandelion Coast, an Aurora Industries production plant in Linglong Industrial Park, and an unfinished building in Azure Coast.
We don't have time to investigate all 3 of them. If we want to maximize our chances of saving Gray Fox, we'll have to split up and search. Ace and I will take Azure Coast. You should be pretty familiar with Linglong Industrial Park,
Yep.
researcher. Why don't you and Meryl handle that area?
Alright, let's go there.
Actually, through my Hycros connections, I recently discovered that the building in Azure Coast is actually another secret Omnium research center by Aurora Industries.
So Lucius is keeping a huge secret somewhere in that building, and it's most likely connected to Gray Fox.
Yes.
Then again, we'd be wasting a lot of time if we didn't find her there. Maybe it's better if we cover more ground first?
Hey, don't forget Public Security Bureau leaving us for now because of Meryl.
Researcher is right. To the Public Security Bureau, you're nothing but a group of uncontrollable fugitives. Without me here, they would stop at nothing to hunt down and arrest you all.
Such a hassle. Let's all just head to that coast then.
Alright, let's head on over. We're almost there. We should be there soon. That's where we see Wells get killed. Right, we're gonna go see Wells get killed. Alright, let's go this way. Why not? We'll go on the stairs and boost up the stairs here. Hang on. Well, I guess I can't boost up that one. We'll just head on over this way. Almost there. Here we are.
Is this the place? It's so quiet. I don't think anyone's been here for a long time. Do you really think we'll find Gray Fox here?
Yeah, we won't know until we go inside and take a look around. We won't know. But she's not in there.
There are two entrances here. One at the front and one at the back. Should we pair up?
Yes, I think we can cover more ground that way. I'll go with Researcher.
And since when did we put you in charge?
You're the one who suggested splitting up in the first place.
Hey, boss. Don't you want to team up with me anymore? Or are you ditching me for the new Researcher?
Anka, once we save Gray Fox, I'll make sure she knows every single thing you've been up to. Every bit of it.
Damn.
No, wait! Researcher, help me out here! I don't want Gray Fox to chew me out when she's back. Hey, boss, wait up! I don't have a motorcycle!
Alright, let's go in. Yeah, Tower of Booba in full effect. Yep. Well, it's something, man.
Check this out. It looks like something or someone was dragged along the ground over here.
Yep. Gray Fox left this trail? Nope.
It's too early to say for sure. Let's just see where the trail leads. Step aside. I know a way to get through.
Uh-huh. Yeah, just destroy it. They forgot to lock my movement.
Go take cover. Leave these droids to me. I didn't expect your combat skills to be so sharp, perfectly covering my blind spots. Are you really just a researcher?
No. It is that I got lost in your research your health with stuffer.
You're much different than I imagined.
Mm-hmm. You investigated me?
Only what I found in your Hykros personnel files. Your past mentors say you're a talented researcher, but often overlook social interactions due to your reserved nature and dedication to research.
Uh-huh.
But the researcher I know is decisive, resilient, and composed under pressure, executing tasks efficiently and never lagging behind.
I can't tell if you're seriously complimenting me, but like, there's a but you want to add.
That's because I do. Tell me, what could have happened in such a short amount of time to change you so much? Ever since I came into contact with Wednesday, I've experienced all sorts of things on a regular basis that I never would have encountered in the lab. Maybe that's what made me change so much? I understand that. Major life changes often lead to shifts in personality. And you've certainly faced your share of them since arriving in Asperia. Like falling into a coma or being kidnapped. Now that you mention it, those events feel like they happened ages ago. Honestly, they weren't that big of a deal, so I wouldn't dwell on them. Besides, I never would have met you if they hadn't happened, right? Even a small shift in perspective can help us understand other people a lot better. After my wandering days came to an end and I returned to Hykros, I said something similar to Helena, who cared about me deeply. I'm sure she felt the same way then.
Yes, what exactly are you thinking
You're only
about?
comforting me because you don't want me to worry so much about you. That's why you pretend nothing happened, and even make jokes about your painful past to show me how strong you are. Professor Helena told me about you, the daughter of the Lysatria family, who became an orphan overnight, wandering throughout the country while searching for your missing brother.
Mm-hmm.
That must have been tough.
Alright, we just gotta wait for
I didn't
this.
expect her to tell you so much about me. She
At least
must
we're
trust you
almost
a
done with
lot.
this.
Honestly, I
But
can hardly
goddamn.
remember my wandering days.
This
or
shit's
the
slow.
person I was back then. But
Alright, this
losing my
shit's just
brother,
slow.
that pain, that desperate feeling, I can never forget that. I completely understand. I too lost someone important, and my quest to find her brought me here. I can barely remember who I was when I started this journey. It's like you said, it's impossible not to change after so many experiences. But I think change
Technically, yeah, I guess. She used to be Volt, and then she became Frost.
Friends or become who I am today.
Alright. This version of Meryl is definitely Volt, not Frost.
I know you will, so don't worry too much. I'm sure today's mission will be a success, and Grey Fox will be back with you soon enough.
She got the adult equipment.
Finding her won't be easy, but the happiness of reuniting will be worth it.
Booba shrunk because of the cold when she lost her Volt and became full Frost. That's definitely one way to look at this, man. Booba shrunk because she became Frost instead of staying Volt. Damn.
The breakthrough Lucius mentioned is most likely File 049. He mistook it for Hykros' research and wants to claim it as his own to help Aurora Industries surpass its competitors. But who exactly is this Asurata guy? Is he really that influential? He must be if someone like Lucius has
Yeah,
no
with
choice but to
Osrata
allow his happiness
and
for his
Agilia,
own.
is it finally
So-called
possible
Todd
for a brother
family
and sister
sounds
to be
pretty
playable?
intimidating too. He's the CEO of Oth Inc. as
What do you
well as the
mean?
next in line
We already
to
had
be the Todd family.
Nemesis and Zeke. We already had Zeke and Shirley via
You don't even
skins.
know basic history?
Right, we had Zeke and Shirley via skins already.
In 2547, the distant beacon encountered an accident midair, forcing the Federation to sacrifice part of the ship's cargo to make a safe emergency landing. This ensured everyone's safety, but led to subsequent material shortages. In order to maintain social order and establish Ida as quickly as possible, the Federation
never got
partnered
Aqua Boy.
closely with a number of influential families
It is what
whose
it is,
fortunes were
man.
built on interstellar travel. Let me guess. The Lisaccia and Todd families were among them, right? Correct.
They were
My
supposed to
family
be
believes
playable.
that technology is humanity's
I guess you
guiding
could
light
look at
into
it
the
that
future.
way. I
That's
guess.
why we invested in cutting-edge technology, including Hykros. The Todd family, however, believes that information rules everything. Many details surrounding the Todd family prior to the age of interstellar travel are difficult to verify. All I can say is that before coming to Ida and establishing themselves as a media giant, the Todd family made their fortune through espionage and trading secrets on the human homeworld.
Okay. Imagine Team Asurata, Agilia, Nola. No. Just no. That is kind of cool.
Whether it's espionage, underground deals, or the movement of funds, the
Scuffed
Todd
and
family's
cope
presence
to
can be
do
felt
that.
wherever connections, intel, and money are involved. They're a family of genius entrepreneurs, and their network even extends into the Federation itself. So what's this big job Asurata is doing for Lucius? We'll have to keep digging if we want to find out. Let's go.
Alright, let's keep going through this. Check the terminal. Close that.
This document. It's related to File 049's transfer from the Federation Nexus to Asperia. It seems Lucius had been plotting to steal it for a...
Alright, steal the file.
We're over here, researcher.
Yep,
We
got
found a
the file.
series of emails from Lucius asking the whereabouts of File 049, transfer records of the notary company to suppress trending online. It's funny because the trending news was exaggerated by witnesses.
Alright, let's go continue here.
What's that noise?
He was Aurora's previous chief scientist. Richard took over after his resignation. He must have had his doubts about the origins of File 049, so he resigned out of fear.
In other words, if this Simon person is still alive, he can serve as a witness to implicate Lucius for stealing File 049 and conducting illegal Omnium research. Something about this is a little strange, though.
How so?
Yep.
Don't you think everything has gone way too smoothly for us so far? Now that you mention it, it does feel that way. The only resistance we encountered was a few droids, and they were easy enough to take down. You'd think they would have better security for an illegal Omnium lab, but getting in here was even easier than infiltrating the Aurora Experimental Center.
Maybe Aurora Industries didn't expect us to find this place?
Yeah, I don't know about
It's not
that.
just that. Those strange footprints led us all the way here, and these documents are powerful evidence that directly proves Lucius stole File 049 and conducted illegal Omnium experiments. How should I put it? It feels like an invisible hand has been deliberately placing everything we need right in front of us.
When you put it that way, it does feel odd.
Oh, one sec. Okay. Here we go.
What's this?
just like what we saw back at Shooter Electronics. Wait, no it's not. I'm sensing a completely different pressure from this guy. I can't locate his weak point at all. If you don't deal with him now, you'll never be able to find Grey Fox.
No What do you mean no JP Fenrir song?
But he's way tougher than the last one.
Can you hear me, Plotty?
I hear you. Did you make it?
I did. I found an omnium reactor in the surface layer and used the terminal there to locate another data singularity and enter the network. My guess was right. There must be some connection between the omnium reactors in the surface layer and the data singularities.
Well,
No, there is a JP
now
version.
all we have to do
There
is
is.
thoroughly research the new discovery. But right now, you have something
There is a
much more
JP version.
important to do. The area of the foundational
But
layer
people
you're
don't like it.
currently in is
I
under
heard.
attack by a large number of viruses. They're about to take over the control tower, so please clear them out as soon as possible.
A lot of people didn't like the JP version though.
The
Yeah, 8
viruses in the
days.
foundational layer are definitely the root cause
Or is
of
it 9
operations
days?
in the surface layer.
8 or
But
9
to be
days for the
safe,
dorm.
I suggest you use the control tower to repair the system before leaving.
But I didn't use the control tower last time. It was Shirley, or rather Void Piercer, who used it, but I'm not exactly sure what they did.
Control towers are used to modify or maintain the network system functions, but improper modifications can sometimes damage it. If you want to know what she did last time, you'll have to ask her.
Got it.
Go to the control tower. I'll teach you how to input the system repair command. Relax. Just follow my instructions and
I'm here, boss! What kind of monster is this?
Alright.
Don't let any of them get away.
Yes!
Rust, what are you doing?
You see where this guy is for main DPS? What do you mean you can see why? What do you mean? I haven't even tested him yet. The NDA lifts on freaking Tuesday, then I can stream it at 4 AM. But I haven't like looked at Oserata's numbers yet. I haven't looked at the global stuff yet.
No.
I've been too busy
Can't I yet, Wells?
to even like
I
look.
have so much to ask you.
Roslyn, you'll find everything in the secret room of my office. I failed your father. But worse,
I've got the evidence. All I need now is your statement. You can't die now, Wells. I still need answers.
Stars, all I see are stars. Okay.
Researcher? I didn't see you when I came in.
I just left the room earlier because you heard a noise.
Yeah, it's a total mess. Everything happened so fast.
Yep.
Phew. Thank goodness you're okay. I was so worried about you when I saw the arrest warrant. Tell me, are you actually a member of Wednesday now? Or were you kidnapped?
No, it's not like that. Aurora Industries. They wanted to get some Omnium technology secrets out of me, but I refused, so they framed me. I'm totally innocent.
I see you've had it rough. I get it, don't worry. Honestly, these last few days have been the scariest of my life. Don't get me started. I almost got suspended for helping Roslyn. I thought she was trying to catch Wednesday to get her job back, but she ended up rescuing them.
Wait, you didn't report her to Wells,
That'd be
did
funny.
You?
I mean, that would be for CN though. CN would get the anti-beta info.
Quiet.
Right.
Assessed the situation calmly, and began my own investigation before making any conclusions. I'm still not done investigating, just so you know. After I got assigned to this operation today, I received a distress call from Anka. She said someone from the Fang Gang discovered that Wells had Roslyn locked away in the hospital.
What?
I never got to ask the chief, and now I never will. I guess the chief knew Roslyn suspected him but couldn't kill her like he did Wednesday. So he faked a psychological disorder for Roslyn and had her locked in the hospital. A psychiatrist I caught earlier told me how they torture their victims that way.
Anka, why are you and Roslyn here? Didn't I tell you to look for Grey Fox somewhere else?
Yep.
Because Roslyn found a lot of evidence against Wells in his office. Like the weapon used to murder her father, the gun that once belonged to him but went missing years ago. It was in Wells's private safe all along. He's been lying to Roslyn for years and years.
Uh-huh.
Same thing this time. Wells never trusted her and knew she'd eventually follow him. So he used her to lure us into a trap and pit us against that maniac Lucius. He even lied about that meeting he supposedly went to. That was just to bait her into entering his office so he could capture her and send her to the hospital.
Uh-huh.
So as soon as Roslyn was safe, the two of us rushed over here to rescue you. Otherwise, Wells's plan of evil masterminds killed by a monster and Ambassador of Justice Wells saves the day might have succeeded.
Okay. I mean, that was originally what was supposed to happen. But obviously that didn't happen in here. We're done with this section.
Did you find the— No, just a few fragments of it. I think most of it was damaged during the fight just now. But if I gather as much of them as possible, I can hand them over to the Federation along with Lucius. And that should be enough.
Okay, but yeah, but Lucius is still...
Given his current condition, the only option is to take him to the hospital for treatment and
Alright, we're done there. And then now we get to see Asurata, right? I think the only reason why we couldn't even do the event thing is we didn't see Asurata yet.
Excellent work, Authorizer. Unfortunately,
Alright, now we can enter the... Wait, can I do it now? No, I actually have to go see Asurata then. God damn it. We actually have to go see Asurata. And then we could do the thing there. Well, as long as I get this set up for the event, I think we'll be fine. Right, because we still have until the patch drops to do it, actually. It's just a pain.
Hello, hello.
Right, where do we meet her? All the way over there. Yeah, hi there, Jose.
Researcher, you gotta help me change Rosalind's mind. I just
Oh, the
think I'm
Federation
not
thingy. Right. And then now we go to Odin's Tavern. Oh, damn it. It's just so annoying, like, how many times we have to go there. Right, it's like, we constantly have to go to the tavern. Yeah, it's a bit annoying, of course. Alright, let's go back to the tavern, and then now we get the Ocerotters to show up. Yeah, we had liftoff.
Welcome to Odin's Tavern. How may I serve you?
Oh boy. Nice. Nice, guys. This is why you gotta be careful when you open links online. That's why you gotta be careful.
What happened? What did you do to set off the firewall?
Huh? When the heck did I tell you to do that? I can't even communicate with you.
X86 trying ASMR code, yeah.
Your biometrics are unique. Do you know how hard it is to create a new persona for you?
I know you're upset, but please just listen to me. I had my doubts at first too, but I was caught in a dangerous situation right before it happened. I didn't have time to think clearly, but it did seem strange that I was able to hear your voice in this.
Okay, now it should let me do it, right? Finally. Alright, let's try this sector. Alright, let's go do it a couple times. But you know what, since we're gonna be grinding it anyways, we should do a reacts to it. What? Wait. That is so much faster than the other mode, man. That is so much faster. We just go in and kill Weaver. Well then. Okay, wait. Here's what we'll do. We'll do a reacts at the same time. While I go grind coins. But yeah. Alright, let me get the ToF mini in the corner. Alright, you can see ToF there, so we can go grind it this way. There's a couple of videos I was sent. We'll do a reacts at the same time. I also saw this earlier. I didn't watch it yet, but I saw this in my recommendations. It was from this Pepega dude from earlier. Everyone needs to try it, apparently. New player experience and stuff. Wow, look at this, man. He spends like 2 minutes talking about character weapon banners. Oh boy. Alright, we'll do the reacts while we go farm it, man. We'll do this guy, and then there's a couple others as well. In my react section on Discord, we got a bunch of stuff. We'll start here. Right, I think this is a good place to start, though. We got a lot of stuff to look at, though. 5 reasons why, guys. 5 reasons. 5 reasons why.
So maybe you've heard about Wuthering Waves. You've toyed around with some gacha games, but you're looking for a new one to try. Maybe you've been playing Wuthering Waves since it came out, and you're trying to figure out how to convince your friends to give it a try with you. Well, if that's you, go ahead and send this video to your friends, and in either case, stick around, because I'm about to get into my top 5 reasons why you should download the game and give it a try. But first, if you're new to my channel, hey,
yeah, we'll check it after.
My name is Solus. I make videos on gacha games, news, guides, just whatever I feel like making. Which admittedly is mostly Wuthering Waves content right now. But if that sounds like your cup of tea, please consider hitting the subscribe button. I would greatly appreciate it. Now, let's get right into today's video. The first and arguably most important reason that you should give Wuthering Waves a chance is that the new player experience for a gacha game is top tier.
8 seconds,
there's
guys.
a lot packed into that statement, but essentially what it boils down to is
Watch
how
Mojo,
generous the
of
developers,
course.
Kuro Games, have been to the player base since the launch of the game. There is no worse feeling than getting excited for a gacha game, and then you get really into it for a couple of hours, you're having a great time, and then all of a sudden it comes time for you to get your first 5-star or SSR character. And then you get a character that you don't like, or a character that you're not interested in at all. At that point, you have 3 choices. First, you can re-roll your account, and that always sucks. I almost never do this. Second, you can decide to push and grind, either using or not using the 5-star character that you got until you have enough currency to get a character that you do want. And your third option is to bust out the old credit card and...
No, the 4th option is also just quit the game. What if there is no character you want? What if you're like me and you don't want any of the characters? Because you don't like any of them. What if you're like me? Wait, what's my option?
Swipity swipe until you get something that you do want. That is not recommended, and it almost never comes cheap. If you've ever been in that situation, I think you're in good company, because I think most of us probably have. But in Wuthering Waves, that problem literally just doesn't exist. The developers give you access to 3, yes, you heard that correctly, 3 5-star characters from the standard banner, 2 of which are of your choice. One of those is available immediately at the beginning of the game.
Yeah, the
via
random
your in-game
one.
mail. A second one will be available to you after playing the game for just a few hours. Now, to be fair, that one will be RNG from the standard banner. And the third one, which you also get to choose, is available after pulling on the beginner banner 80 times, or before 80 if you get lucky. And with all the free pulls that you get at the beginning of the game, it won't be terribly long before you're able to get that one. So basically, from the very beginning of the game, you get to play with characters that you want to play with. And
what if I don't want to play with any of them? But bold of him to assume I want one of those 5. Bold of him to assume I want one of those 5. What if you don't want any of them? It's like, are you sure about that? It's like bold of you to assume I want any of those 5.
You aren't just stuck if you have bad luck. In my opinion, I think every—
Like, here's the thing, at least with Chi-Chi, man. Not even Chi-Chi was a Chi-Chi back when Genshin came out. Not even Chi-Chi was a Chi-Chi.
Gacha game should take notes and do this in the future because it makes the game so much more enjoyable. And for me personally,
And the thing he's talking about isn't really exclusive to WoW either. It's just what a lot of other things do already. He's just acting as if they're special.
makes me like 10 times more likely to stick around. And if that wasn't enough,
a lot of them just give you a selector after some
give
time.
out free polls like candy. You're gonna get something like 30 free polls from your first day or two of playing. Now, this leads me into my second point, which is the character and weapon banners. Hard pity for the standard and limited character banners is at 80 polls. That's 10 less than most of Wuthering Wave's competitors, which is typically 90 polls for hard pity. This contributes.
There's only one thing he's thinking of, man. He's like, why? He cleared Spiral Abyss with Chi-Chi as a healer. He's not that bad. At the same time, like, I do want to make a video on freaking meta for these things. Because if you're only pulling this stuff for meta in some of these, especially the single player game, what the fuck are you doing? Like, actually, what the fuck are you doing? Like, actually, what the fuck, man? Right, like, you do the math. The math ain't math and it's not worth it. Like, it is not worth it at all.
Significantly to you getting more 5-star characters than you usually would in any of these other games. Now, you still have...
What do you mean, any of these other games? He's only thinking about freaking Genshin, man.
I don't think that mechanic is going away anytime soon in any gacha game. But here's the biggest thing about the Wuthering Waves banners. The weapon banner is guaranteed at 80 pity. So that means there's no 50-50s, no unwanted weapons. You are getting the weapon that you want at or before 80 pulls every single time.
There are some games that don't even have a weapon banner. There are literally some games that don't. Actually, no, here, wait. Any of you guys played PGR before? How long do you think until they add another banner that you have to pull on in WoW? Because I've seen them do it in PGR. How long until they add another thing you have to pull for? Because in PGR... here's actually a fun fact. What do you think is more expensive? Getting a C6 R5 character in Genshin? Or getting a fully maxed out S-rank character in PGR? The answer will surprise you. I know what the answer is. But take a guess. Nope. Actually, it's not Genshin. You know how much it costs? You know, here's the thing, right? Yes, when there's a new character release in PGR, it is guaranteed the banner. Here's the thing. The amount of shit you have to pull for is nuts. If you wanted to get a triple S plus S-rank character, you have to pull them 11 times if you're gonna do it in one sitting. Technically, you could do it for 10, because you can get your 11th copy for free. But you have to do it 11 times, and then you have to pull on the weapon banner to get the 6-star weapon for them. And then you have to get 3 more spare 6-star weapons, so you can fodder for the extra passives to resonate the weapon. And then you have to pull on the cub. And you have to pull 11 copies of the cub. No, for PGR. And that ends up costing... for just the character maxed out when you're pulling the 11 copies, because you run out of packs, that's about $3,000. You add the cub on top. Yeah, the cub banner is guaranteed when they're brand new, but reruns are 70% rate up. At the same time, you still have to pull another 10 or 11 copies if you wanted to max out the cub on top. And if you're wondering, you do need to pull them for a lot of characters, the specific cubs, because they do add extra passives, or they fundamentally change how they work. Like for like the character that like some people like to think of, the version of Lucia that has the motorbike, you can't actually get on Lucia's motorbike unless you pull her cub. It's required. Her special cub is required if you want to have Lucia go on the mount the motorcycle so you can use it as an attack. Oh, it's 2,000. It's well over. It's around 2,000 for Genshin. The average like C6 pull in Genshin is around 700 to 800 pulls, and then for the weapon, well, you can figure out where you go from there to pull 5 copies of the weapon. Yes, the weapon pity is at 80 instead of 90 to get a random 5 to get to the 50-50 there. But even if you put that into consideration, with the updated one where they reduced it to 1 fate point instead of 2 on the Genshin weapon banner, it's still cheaper than PGR. I never maxed out anything in PGR. I only like pulled for the collection in there when I did play it. But I did do the math at one point because I was curious. PGR is actually more expensive to whale max out than Genshin. And Genshin was already pretty bad. Like, it was already pretty bad in Genshin, but the thing is, they made you have to pull, like, a very, very insane amount. Right? It still has a fake discount. I mean, that's, like, the norm with a lot of them. They'll put these, like, quote-unquote fake discounts. But, like, yeah. Yeah, 2K for that kind of money, I know. It's dumb. But I know exactly how bad it is, but yes. Well, if you think about it this way, $100 only gets you 50 pulls in Genshin. $100 is 50 pulls. It's the same for WUWA, it's the same for HSR, it's the same for any other Hoyo game. $100 is only 50 pulls. Right, that's the most you get out of $100, 50 pulls. Right, that's counting every single possible thing you can do. Well, it's 50 and a half pulls. So imagine you have to do 800 pulls, 700, 800 pulls, just to get C6. This is not including the weapon. By the time you get there, it's roughly $2,000. Give or take. Right. So 800? Divide that by 50? $1,600. You count the weapon. The weapon's a bit easier to get. It's still pretty bad. But again, like, weapon pity is a bit lower. You only need 1 fate point now. That's where you get to around 2,000, a little bit over 2,000. But yeah. Wait, I missed a checkpoint? What the fuck? How did I bug out on a checkpoint? What checkpoint did I bug out on? But hey, I mean, if you really wanted to put things into consideration, right? It's not as if people don't do it. Right, C6R5 character weapon. Right, like, that is just a price tag on it. Hey, WUWA isn't much cheaper. Like, the weapon part is a little bit cheaper. But, like, you're not really saving that much. Right, people are kind of exaggerating it being a lot cheaper than it is. Like, yeah, the weapon part is slightly cheaper. It's still really fucked. Keep in mind as well, with PGR, your banners in PGR are also just guaranteed. If you pull them if they're a new unit. Right, provided you pull them when they're brand new, all the banners in PGR then are 100% guaranteed. Provided you pull them when they're brand new. Provided anyways. Hi, Darkside. You're welcome, but yeah. Alright, like, the clueless people don't know and don't understand, but I do. The clueless people don't. But yeah, like, the whole thing is just fucked either way. They can say what they want, but I know.
Makes getting weapons for your favorite characters so much easier.
But like, there are also just other gachas that just do not have a weapon banner. There are some where the banners are also just guaranteed all the time. There are some where both the character and the weapon banner are guaranteed, like Snowbreak. Right? There are some where the character is the weapon banner. Right? Some of those exist. Because, like, yeah, that's the thing. Right, but this guy, he's just looking at and thinking of the bottom of the barrel, man. All he's thinking about is the bottom of the barrel. Heck, there's some where you just buy the character, and then you have to get the weapon from a weapon banner, and that's it. I've seen that too. There was a Korean game I played a couple years ago that did that. Like, we're talking, like, well before COVID. Like, a couple years before COVID. I played this game where, like, you would gacha for the weapons, but the character you just got, you would just go and get the character. Like, you would just unlock the character, and then you had to gacha the weapon. I've seen that too. Yeah, like, I've seen all sorts of things. He gifted you a sub, now you can use Mr. Cake emotes. Oh, nice. Nice, nice, nice. Now you can use the emotes. Right, but like... Oh, there's a new Eglia pick? Okay. But yeah. It's like, he's just thinking the bottom of the barrel, man.
And we all know it's a great feeling to be able to put the signature weapon on your favorite character.
Sure. It's just that, this is fucking Will we're talking about here. Yeah, nice stars.
All of this, by definition, also makes Wuthering Waves significantly more free-to-play friendly than all of its competitors. So if you...
What do you mean all of its competitors? You're just thinking of one fucking game. Because he's comparing it to the bottom of the fucking barrel. Which is just dumb. But yeah, like, the thing is, right? How long until they add, like, another layer of shit you have to pull for, man? I'ma laugh if they add cubs to Woowa, and then you have to pull for cubs, too, on top of the character. Because, like, you know what, here, like... Like, you can look at Grey Ravens. This is, like, a website to find PGR stuff. Right, let's go pick a character. Let's say we wanted to look at... Right, Crimson Weave, right? She has a cub here. You'll accelerate towards it, dealing damage. This one. And you have all these passives. You would unlock it, they would increase your stats. And, like, this is, like, base stat increase. You would have... It'll make your skill do 70% more damage. Very important. Right, this one would have it, so every time you cast its active skill, you gain a stat boost. It'll increase your actual damage percent by 10% there. There was this one where it would increase the base damage, and then when you use a specific action, it will have the actual motorcycle come in to assist you. You would have things like that. And this thing was needed, like you needed to have this, right? Because like when it's right here, when it's equipped by Lucid Crimson Weave, it will enter standby mode. Upon casting the active skill, Lucid Crimson Weave will ride Motorbolt upon casting Resolute Blow. So like one of the attacks on this character, she'll go and ride the motorbike. But if you do not pull her cub, her signature cub, you cannot ride the motorbike. And it makes a big difference because it does a lot of damage. And you do it very often in the gameplay. Like, she can go right on top of a motorbike and ram into targets, but you need to pull her cub on top. There's also her signature weapon, which you would then have 3 resonance slots where you had to sacrifice 3 other 6-star weapons. Like, they layered it upon a layers. Like, that people don't know what they've done in PGR. I know what they've done because I've played it. And I've seen what the hell this goes on in there. Right, like, I've seen. A lot of people are clueless, and, you know, if you thought early ToF global power creep was crazy, you should have seen how, absurd, power creep is in PGR. If you thought the rushed banners of this stuff at the start of ToF was crazy, the freaking PGR is on a whole nother level. Like, it is just absurd. I wonder when Woo will hit those.
If you want the best free-to-play experience that a gacha game can give right now, you really need to give Wuthering Waves a try. And on that note, it's even more free-to-play friendly because
If that's all he's thinking of, man, he's not even talking about the game. It's just silly how all they talk about is the banner and rewards. They forget about the actual game, man. That is just sad.
devs are currently only releasing one new 5-star character per patch, which means that you have more time to save for characters that you really want or for reruns that you missed. And it really shows that the devs care more about the players, at least right now, than they do about raking in money. Because if they only cared about raking in money, they'd be making back-to-back new limited 5-star characters like most of their competitors and heavily implementing FOMO into their scheme. And as of right now, that is not showing any indication whatsoever that they're going to be doing that anytime soon. So let's talk about exploration.
She is indeed going to be
next,
making one,
which I'm going to lump into one category. Starting
she's been wanting to do it for months,
so the world
but she's finally going to do it.
Waves is simply some of the best world exploration that
they care about you better than making money. No, that's obviously not true. They're a fucking business at the end of the day. If they actually cared about you more than making money, they wouldn't have that freaking gacha there. If they actually cared more.
That I've experienced.
Fucking delusional people.
Getting around is easy and fun. There's no stamina bar when you're sprinting, and you can run up walls.
Running up walls, okay.
Now, to be fair, I might have thought that was silly in the past, but after trying it for yourself, you'll never want to go back.
Isn't that just all visual fluff and not actually anything there?
Grapple points in most places of the map to help you get around more quickly. The world is just absolutely stunning, especially Huanlan and the Black Shores, which are the two new areas that have been added since launch. They've just been absolutely stunning and a joy to look at.
I mean, that's just Unreal Engine, man.
If I was one of those people that really enjoyed getting into photo modes, I would probably be sitting around all day taking screenshots.
That's just freaking Unreal Engine being Unreal Engine.
You're in for a good time. There are plenty of chests and puzzles in the world for you to
Oh yeah, these puzzles just don't fit in, man. You guys like these puzzles that are just really Pepega? The fuck are these puzzles? Like, you know what? If you're gonna put the thing in a post-apocalyptic place, and you want to have puzzles, why not have the puzzles, like, actually be based off of, you know, trying to freaking survive in a post-apocalyptic environment? Like, what the fuck are these? Right? These puzzles definitely scream like you're trying to fix stuff and repair shit in a post-apocalyptic environment that it's supposed to be, right? Yeah, I'm just randomly putting these block puzzles in here. Yeah, they're very out of place. Like, what the fuck are these? Right? Like, I would get it, you know, if it's like, oh, I need to get, like, a power generator built up and set up so I can open an electric door. Right? And I have to go do some wiring. Something like that, I would understand, right? Or, like, I need to move things in specific ways so I can break open a path and get through something that's blocking me off. Something like that, sure. Right? But you see this? It's like, what the fuck is this? Like, this shit makes no sense. Right? Like, what the fuck? Why are these like random pointy things here that you have to line up on these conveniently placed tiles? What the hell is that all about? Alright, like, they don't make any sense. Right, like, it don't make any sense. Alright, what the fuck are those? But again, like, he's too focused on the freaking rewards. He forgets why he's even there. Right? And like, if this is all you're thinking about, they have to bribe him with rewards. Right? It's a good attempt for a Genshin clone. But the thing is, at least when Genshin came out, man, at least the prologue in Genshin tried to trick you into thinking you were playing a Zelda ripoff. At least the start of Genshin tried to do that. With Wuwa, you already knew you were playing a Genshin clone immediately. So you weren't even playing a good game, or a clone of a good game. You were just playing freaking Genshin garbage again.
Discover and explore for those of you who are into that. And most, if not all of the stuff that you find out in the world is useful for
Yeah, because it was set up that way. What did you think the prologue in Genshin was? The prologue in Genshin was actually decent. It actually tricked you into thinking it wasn't a garbage game. Because it freaking followed the Zelda formula. Where it's like, okay, you get introduced to an area, right? You talk to a couple NPCs. You then you realize there's something wrong going on. They want you to go to, you know, 3 or 4 different temples. They made you go to 3 or 4. The typical Zelda game would have you go through more, right? But, you know, and they would introduce stuff along the way. They would have the actual temples built around game mechanics that you would go through, right? It would put you through things. You had a little boss, a mini boss fight at the end with something, although it was like back then it was just like a fucking abyss mage or like a Vtuber guy back in those initial ones, right? You would go through there, and then like you had the part where you had to chase the freaking dragon while you were floating, right? You had the thing where you were dropping bombs with Amber, right? Remember all that? And then after that, you know, you got to climb all the way through. You went through the wind barrier thing, and then others part of Mondstadt, and then you go all the way up into the middle where the temple is, and then you got to fight the dragon. Right? Like, it actually kind of felt like you were playing a real game. Right? It wasn't the most amazing thing out there, but it was enough to trick you into thinking you were playing a real game. It was enough. Right? Like, it was enough to trick you into doing that. To think you were doing that. Where the fuck was that in WoWa?
For crafting.
Right? And like, here's the thing
this
too.
Game is actually OP
right?
as hell.
In the prologue, you got to do each of the 3 temples that they told you to go to in any order you wanted to. So it fully made use of the fact that it was an open world game in this sense by letting you pick and choose how you wanted to tackle things. You still had to do it all, but it was structured in a way where like you could choose what you wanted to, and you were still confined enough where like you could still have enough freedom to do what you wanted within that smaller area, but it also wasn't like gonna overwhelm you. Alright, but yeah. Yeah, crafting is garbage, by the way, Muwa, you don't care. That's what the bald dude says. Like, the whole thing is Pepega, man. Right, the whole thing. At least Genshin at the start tricked you into thinking you were playing a Zelda ripoff. That's why, like, it didn't feel immediately like like it was a piece of crap. At least at first. Because it was okay enough to make you think you were playing a Zelda ripoff. And that was the best part. Alright, like, that's why I would say they peaked with Mondstadt. Because it felt like I was playing a Zelda ripoff. That was the best thing they ever did. Make me think I was playing a Zelda ripoff. Yeah, how did ToF trick me? I mean, I was in there for MMO. I just wanted to play an MMO again. But I also didn't want anything too crazy. I wanted a casual MMO, that's it. And ToF is a different story, man. I was there for, like, MMO stuff. I haven't played, like, because, like, this was a couple years after I stopped playing WoW. And then, like, at the start of the thing, right? The beta had its weird jank stuff, but, like, it played in a bit differently, man. Early ToF played differently than it does now because nothing was set in stone, so we actually had to deal with mechanics. Remember, early ToF was hard because we actually had to shatter and stuff. We had no healing. We had no hyper body stuff. That was like a whole different dynamic there, right? We didn't have all this elemental crap at the beginning. But at the same time, we still had the fun MMO interaction stuff, despite it being on the smaller scale. If you remember how things were when I was streaming it back 2 years ago. It was a different time 2 years ago. Right? He had no healing until he got Fenrir, I know. ToF, early days of ToF or something, man. But then also at the same time, right? Like, we got the content that I kind of wanted that they didn't get elsewhere at the time. But like, yeah, it has the free dorm now, yeah, I know. Right, but then, like, at the same time, just to keep up with ToF, it's just kind of casual, whatever. At the same time, it's like, it doesn't annoy the fuck out of me. And if we're gonna be dealing with stuff I'm gonna have on stream anyways, the benefit of playing a live service game versus just doing random variety stuff, at least, like, the one benefit is at least you can maybe get something consistent for an audience there. Because, like, what I was doing when I was, like, starting off, right, like, when I was, like, really early on, right, I would just go play whatever, like, random shit, like, constantly, and things would constantly change like crazy in my earlier days. Right, like, technically speaking, obviously we don't have the best viewership here for ToF. It's not the worst thing ever, but it's something. But at the same time, it's like, hey, it's casual, easy enough to deal with. You know, so occasionally there's something cool, but I don't really feel like I'm doing too much, or like, it doesn't really feel too much of a chore outside of the Pepega event crap. But at the same time, it's like, well, we'll do the event crap at the same time as something else. So it's kind of just like killing two birds with one stone kind of deal. Right, if I wasn't doing it like on stream, I probably wouldn't be doing this. Right, you came for ToF, you stayed for the reacts. And hey, guess what? We do them both at the same time. Right, because it's like, it's brain dead enough where like when I'm doing the quote-unquote grind stuff for the event, where like I don't have to give my full attention to the event. Right, like that's kind of where we're at. And it's just always been that way for a while. Like occasionally there's something cool, like Original War can be fun from time to time. Right, we're gonna get that new end trial mode thing in the next patch. The event raids are cool as well. Right, so at least we have those to look forward to, and the story isn't the worst. It's very jank, but at least it's somewhat enjoyable. Right, it's your second Mabinogi, a game where anything could happen in a small community. Yeah, in a sense, it's kind of like that. You came to ToF just for the EOS jokes. There you go. But at the same time, like, ToF is set up and structured in a way where it's kind of like, one of the things is, like, if you've played MMOs in the past, right? Like, you would hear about the people making private servers of MMOs where you would have, like, these crazy hacks or whatever mods going on in there. Like, the whole classless MMO type of thing, where you would have people mixing and matching. I remember, like, wanting to experiment at some point with some of those types of things in some games in the past. Right, like, let's say, like, a classless server for, like, World of Warcraft as an MMO. Where, like, let's say I wanted to get, like, I don't know, maybe I wanted my Paladin bubble, but I also wanted to be a fucking Warlock, but I wanted to tank as a Warlock, but I also wanted to have a freaking Priest spell. That kind of deal. Where you just took a bunch of random crap, and you mix them together because it makes no sense, but ends up being fun in that sense. Because it makes no sense. It's just a weird mishmash. Right? That kind of feel. And I know there's a bunch of private servers for WoW that are like that. I tried to play them at one point, many years ago, but they all ended up being scuffed in ways that are just, where it just doesn't really work. Or you would end up with things where it's like, you just have everything. So it's like, because you have everything, it also doesn't really work out that well, because then it's like everyone's playing the same thing. Right? Like, it's cool to have the idea to mix and match, but also some limitations make it a lot more interesting. Otherwise, everyone just has the same build. Because, like, that was one of the flaws that those, like, classless MMO server private servers would have, is like, well, if everyone has everything, everyone's just gonna logically make the same thing. Because you have everything. The only thing that makes sense is for everyone to do the same thing. And it ends up boiling down to it when you balance the game around it. So then it loses the appeal there. Right? You played MMO and the grind wasn't worth it. The thing is, the MMOs that I liked playing in the past, they didn't really have much of the grind. Because guess what? World of Warcraft was a casual game. Like, by MMO standards, World of Warcraft in the past was a very, very casual game. That's why I liked playing, that's part of why I liked playing it a lot back in the day as well. Because I did play with friends back when I was in elementary school. And, like, it was pretty easy to keep up with, because it's like, we would sub for, like, a month or two. We would then go, like, play the content of the patch. We would take a break for a bit, and then come back later. And it was really easy to get back in. Because it's just like, okay, just do the story, right? Play through the story. And then, like, we had different choices of progression. Like, we would do PvP. Right? Like, I actually had, on my WoW account, I had a couple of the PvP bounts. Like, the special PvP bounts that you had to do for, that you got from rated PvP. So, like, you actually had to get, like, a good MMR, in rated PvP. I actually had a couple of those mounts. But, like, the thing is as well, right? It's like, I like doing the raid stuff. The raid stuff was fun. Doing raids in a group and stuff like that, like the larger scale raids, where like you go into an instance, you know, you had like the stuff looked cool, but also you had like the sheer scale of like different things going on in there, and then you would have like, you know, like 5-10 bosses in there. You would work together. You'd freaking spend like 5-6 hours in a night and like with a bunch of random people. It was fun. Right, I had fun with that back then, and it wasn't too hard to keep up with it, because it was kind of just like, okay, you know, like, they get the gear drops, whatever, we would, you know, roll for the whoever got what piece, and unless you were playing, like, on the hardest difficulty for the raids, it was pretty easy to keep caught up and just play, so, like, it was fine. Yeah, Korean MMOs are just awful. Fuck Korean MMOs, never play them, don't bother. Right, but like, I'm talking about like World of Warcraft. Back in the day, it was a casual game. And then Legion happened, and then I quit during Legion, because it no longer was that. Because of the AP grind, literally every piece of content had the ability to Titan Forge your best in slot gear at max. Right, it got to the point where like, a freaking, I think, was it patch 7.0? Was it, like, the freaking Wither Gym world boss was everyone's best and had a chance to drop everyone's best in slot trinket, as long as it Titan Forged to the maximum value, because it was just a stat stick with every possible stat you could ever want on it, and like people would constantly try to go crazy every time Wither Gym was the world boss of the week. Here's the thing, right? Echo farming. Yeah, echo farming reminded me about how I had to get my legendaries when I played Legion, man. You had to literally farm every fucking trash mob. You had to go spam dungeons. You had to go kill every single raid on every single difficulty, on every single instance lockout. You had to go fucking farm Mythic Plus, which was usually gonna be Maw of Souls, so you would just see the same boring dungeon like a million times a week, just for a chance to maybe get your random legendary drop. But if it was the wrong piece, well, tough luck, you gotta go back at it again. And it was a pain in the ass. And if you wanted to play multiple classes like I did, well, get fucked. If you wanted to play, even if it was just one class, multiple specializations in that one class, well, get fucked. Because you would have to hope you get the right legendary to drop, for the right specialization, for the right specific thing you wanted. And it was just pain. It was just pure pain. Right? And like, you just had to keep doing it. And that was on top of grinding artifact power. It was awful, man. It was really, really bad. You literally had to play like you were working a full-time job. And that was just to maintain one character. Let alone every other you wanted to play. Because what I used to do is, it's like I would level up every class to max level, and I would swap between whatever I would like playing. Maybe one day I wanted to play my mage. Maybe another day I wanted to play my warrior. Maybe I wanted to play my paladin, or my shaman, or my warlock, or whatever. I would just play whatever I would want, and it wasn't too hard to keep them maintained. Like, at least that's what it used to be. Right? And I would like to, one of the things I would do is go around collecting cosmetics. I would farm like crazy for like transmog and collecting mounts. I had like 300 plus mounts on my account in WoW before I quit. Like, I had a special mount because I collected so many mounts. I had a couple special ones, because of that. Right? Because I would just go around collecting a lot of those things. Because, hey, they were fun to collect. And I liked using them. Right? It was fun. But then all that came to an end. Right? I could never go back and play WoW anymore because of that. Because, like, it's no longer just, like, a game you could just pick up and play anymore. Right? It stopped being that way. And the reason why is they realized that they wanted to farm people, the players' engagement for as long as possible. Right? So they had to make it extremely grindy. Because they would rather people constantly stay subbed and like grind for as long as possible rather than just playing it whenever they wanted to, or, oh hey, new patch drop, let me play it for like 2 months. Okay, I'm done, I've cleared all the content, I'll come back later, next patch, next expansion, whatever. I had fun, right? They would rather you stay sub for that $15 a month or what. It's probably more expensive than $15 a month now. Right, this was like way back in the day. Right? Because like I would only go for like 2 months at a time, every couple months. I would play it, have fun, and then move on. And then come back, do the same. Right? But, not anymore. Like in the game Tales of Arise, there's a lot of accessories you have to collect. Yeah, fair enough. But like, yeah. So like that was a thing. I would even collect random toy items. I remember sometimes, like, here's some of the fun things I remember doing. I think it was, like, I forgot which, wait, no, I remember the right now. I think it was when we were doing, like, Siege of Wargrimmar Heroic with the guild I was in. One of the funniest things is I was, like, bored while waiting between pulls, when we were gonna fight, when we were gonna kill Garrosh, right? And the funniest thing I did, like, I made people freak out in the freaking voice chat, like the voice call, because what happened was, like, while raiding, right, I was just playing around with different items, and I had a trinket equipped, which was just a random toy called the rainbow generator. And what it would do is you could select a target and you would fire a rainbow on them, and then, like, you would see this cool little visual for a bit, right? Anyways, like, I was just messing around with another friend in there, you know, while we were just waiting, but then they pulled the boss and they started the fight before I could change the relic. But this is like the actual kill we got. What I ended up doing as a joke, I'm like, oh yeah, I still have the relic equipped. So right about when Garrosh was about to die, right, like it was just about to die, I freaking fire the rainbow at him. And then everyone in the voice chat was just freaking out. Because there was just a random rainbow being shot in Garrosh's face. It was just funny, man. Like, things like that. Like, silly things like that. Alright? You can have fun things there. Right, you can only get those in, like, these types of games after all. Right, those types of experiences. But I mean, that's why the thing there with ToF there. Right, it's like, at least it's casual enough for it, because like a lot of the time anyways, it's like, you end up doing things solo anyways for a lot of things. Right? But what helps as well though is like ever since I started streaming obviously, it's not hard to find a group for me to like do anything. It hasn't been difficult. So it's like, that's fine, and then for a lot of stuff, you still do a lot of things single player anyways. And like that's always been the case. Right, like a lot of like the main questing and stuff, even back in the day for World of Warcraft, you would do a lot of the main important stuff solo anyways, because you just had to. Right? And like it's still important to have a good single player experience, at least good enough, in these types of games, despite being an MMO. Right? But like, yeah, it was just good enough. But it also just provided something that you just can't get anywhere else. Right, well, like, you go look at something like Genshin and WoW, it's just like, I mean, at least Genshin is creative with the elemental reactions, but with WoW, it's just, you know, like, very watered down, basic-ass combat you'd see in another action game anyways. It just happens that they put a really terrible open world around it. Visuals might look great, but that's it. The content at the end of the day is just fighting the same random trash mobs again. In a stupid circle with a timer. Like, that's never gonna change. And that's just always how it has been. Right? Like, it was like that in Genshin, unfortunately, then WoW. of course, it's the same thing all over again. But at least when Genshin, you know, back when Genshin started in the prologue, at least they tricked you into thinking you were freaking just playing a crappy Zelda ripoff. What am I gonna come back to Wuwa for, man? What would I come back to Wuwa for? Alright, like, we already know I don't like the fucking story. Right? I don't like playing as a lot of the characters there. What am I gonna do? Use Chisha macro again? Because that's like the only thing I don't outright hate using. And even then, the freaking camera and targeting is fucked. Right? It's like, you can give me like 1,000,000 pulls for free. It don't matter, because what am I gonna do? I'm just gonna dump it all on the weapon banner, just so I can get like, just so I can freaking max out that 5-star gun for Chisha, I guess? That's all I pretty much do, I guess. Like, I don't care about the characters, man. Like, I don't. I don't like the gameplay on a lot of them. They just feel like half-assed crappy versions of something I've played elsewhere. But then they didn't capture any of the good parts of what they're a ripoff of. So it's not like I want to ever touch them. Right? It's like, you go look at even Chisha. If you play Chisha as intended, she's just the worst version of Lee. Like the A rank Lee that you get in PGR. She's just a worse version of that. Right? She's a worse version of that if you play it as intended. And then like what else, man? It's like you go use the gauntlet characters there. It's like, yeah, I'd rather go play freaking Pulalu in PGR or something. Fuck, I'd rather use the whatever that crappy other Ice A rank was. Right? Or freaking Yulon if we're gonna talk about like, again, like a 3D gacha game type thing. Like, I would rather play Yulon Martial Artist. Way more interesting than any freaking gauntlet character in Wuwa. Because at the end of the day, it's just what? You have your freaking random mass basic attack combo, and then you have a skill and ultimate button. You do the same crap with everything, right? And the thing is with Wuwa as well, with how poorly the damage on the kits are balanced, the only thing that really matters is you just nuking with your skills anyways. So it's like, whatever. Right, then you just have the Pepega parry. Right, you're just basically just doing your basic ass rotations on everything. Right, like it doesn't really matter all too much. Right, like it just has like really awful like world and level scaling for mobs in there. That's where the difficulty comes from. It's all artificial. The game itself is just lacking in practice. Right, like I almost cleared like hologram stage 5s without like having any like properly geared up echoes on my Chisha. Back when I played the the actual 1.0 release. Because I was using the machine gun thing. But I couldn't beat some of the bosses because I didn't do enough damage. And I ran out of time. Because, yeah, fuck no, I'm not gonna go grind echoes all day. Like, grind like crazy. And then deal with the disappointment of getting completely worthless substats when I go and upgrade them with tuners and stuff. Yeah, it's like I just don't want to bother dealing with that, right? And it also just had all the upgrade systems from Genshin that I just hated. But it's like, you made it, you improved it by making it so I can farm the materials any day of the week. But then you made it worse by drastically increasing the amount I need. So it's like, no, it didn't really fix the problem. The problem is still there. They made part of it worse and part of it better. But the problem is still there. They didn't solve it. Right? Like, a lot of the things in there, it's just like a bunch of small things that it's like, they created a problem, and they're trying to sell me a band-aid to treat the problem, rather than fix the problem. And that's what I see all over the place. But it's also just lacking some of the most basic quality of life that they should have had, like, what, 5 months ago, 6 months ago? Back when it came out? But it doesn't have any of those either. So it's like, why should I consider going back?
So you're going to want to collect all the stuff that you see when you're running around. Now,
Yeah, and like also I hate min picking. Right? Why the fuck would I want to do min picking again? I don't like min picking. Like, it's already a pain when we have the events to go min picking in ToF and we have ToF movement. Right? It's like, why would I want to do it in a worse game?
as for combat, Wuthering Waves, for me personally, has the most engaging and challenging combat system of any gacha game to date.
And like again, like the combat here, I mean, does this look engaging to you guys?
For some, this might be a turnoff, and that's completely understandable. You can have 3 characters on any given team. When I first started the game, I thought that this might be problematic.
Like, you're just doing the same basic as rotations. There's not really anything to them, man. Does it, like, actually look engaging to you, man? Right, like, does it, like, actually?
Because I was used to other games like Genshin Impact and Honkai Star Rail, where the norm is to have 4 characters on a team. But oh, how very wrong I was. The depth of each character's kit and the levels of complexity to the combat completely nulls out any concern that you might have about that, believe me.
Believe it!
Every character has an intro and outro skill. There are dodges and...
It's like intro, outro, that's whatever, man. If anything, I found a lot of them just annoying. Because of just what they would do with your animations, but sure.
counterattacks.
Yeah, like, PGR is a way better game if I just wanted combat. At the same time, you realize that you're not gonna go out of your way to go attack everything. Right? And because, like, at some point you just get tired of going out of your way to just go kill everything. At least if you don't have to. Right? But then it's like, am I just going to go fight the same trash mobs here in the world and then I do the same thing again? Just with more inflated stats and a stupid circle and a timer? Why bother, man? That's all I see, and it's like, it ends up being like, that's all I see, and like, I don't want to deal with it anymore.
And nuances to each character's kit such that there isn't really a limit to the skill ceiling that you can reach. Basically, the skill expression that you can have in this game is unreal. That being said, it is beginner friendly in the sense that it's easy to pick up but difficult to master. You will be able to get through the majority of the content in the game with just a basic understanding of the mechanics, so in that way it really caters to casual players really quite well, but it also caters very much to hardcore and challenge seeking players as well. If you want to get sweaty, you absolutely can. And where you're gonna get sweaty the most, if you want to, is in the next topic on my list, which is the endgame content. Right now, there are 3 modes of endgame content in Wuthering Waves.
Spiral Abyss ripoff. This is not really a thing. This is just fighting the same bosses again with inflated stats. And a stupid timer again. And then... Sure, if you can call that endgame.
Since the game has only been out for a few months, I fully expect there to be more endgame added in the future, but for right now, these 3 modes are what we've got. The Tower of Adversity is the first mode, and
it's only sweaty because they artificially added difficulty. It's not real difficulty, it's artificial difficulty, man. It's just artificial difficulty. They put a timer there. The difficulty is the timer. That's their difficulty. Everything's a DPS race. Once you realize that, it's just like, okay. Right, like, you realize just everything's a DPS race. And eventually you just stop caring. And if you're doing it only because the reward is there, it's like, you look at the reward, and then you question yourself if it's actually worth it. It's not worth it. It is not worth it for the reward. Oh wow, more premium currency, man. It's just punching sponges, exactly. That's all it is. Like he's traumatized by Genshin awards that he's warped into thinking Wu rewards are generous. They're not generous at all. It's just that when you look at the bottom of the barrel, everything suddenly looks better. Right? Even the tiniest improvement, man. It can be a piece of crap, but if it's slightly less crap, they'll think it's the next coming of Jesus or something. That's just what it is. They don't like, they won't admit it though.
It's similar in concept to Genshin Impact's Spiral Abyss. There are 3 different stages to it, and in order to get all of the rewards and complete all 3 stages, you ideally need 3 fully built and strong teams in order to take on all the content. Some players are just now at the point where they're able to clear all 3 stages of the content, but I would say that most players who have been playing since launch are currently around the point where they can clear 2 of the stages, but not fully clear the 3rd and most difficult.
And like at the same time, again, it's like, here's the thing as well. They designed it this way on purpose to force you to pull on more shit. Because now if you need to build 3 full teams, what's 3 times 3? That's 9. They want you to pull 9 characters at least. And have you use 9 in there. But, you know what? Sure, that's fine. But what's the reward payout if you do it, man? How long will it take to break even if that was like, you know, what you're trying to do there? Oh yeah, that's right. One character copy is gonna take you 4.7 years to break even. And that's assuming you got the max possible reward. Right? Like, it's not even enough. Like, they don't give enough to even compensate for that. It's one thing if instead it was just a permanent thing on the side, and oh hey, you can get some cool cosmetics. Where it's like, okay, eventually I'll go clear it when I'm strong enough to do so. Right? Or like they'll scale the stuff down over time so you can clear it eventually. But only ToF does that. Where they're like, yeah, sure, we'll scale it down eventually. Right? With Origin of War, it literally will just scale down over time. And then you can go clear it when it's 100% difficulty instead of 2000%. If that's how you want to deal with things. Right? Yeah, it definitely had better presentation and marketing. It would, if it did that part better. I mean, the biggest problem with ToF 1.0 was freaking they released 1.0. The reality is, they should have released global as 2.1. CN was about to have 2.2 come out when ToF launched. They should have released the 2.1 version of ToF. Just have all the Vera content and Artificial Island disabled. That would have immediately solved every bug that they had at launch. Like all like the really bad ones and the hacking stuff. That would have been like gone immediately. Because the thing is, they didn't bother patching those out, because what's the point of patching out something that you're already going to fix in like a month, regardless? Like, there was no, it logically makes no sense to backport, but at the same time, it was stupid of them to just launch an older version, instead of just launch the newest version and disable all the new content. If they did that, they would have like solved that problem. Right? Yeah, it's so accessible. It's not even hard. Yeah, I know. You can play it when it is hard. Origin of War is extremely hard if you play it on max difficulty. But you can choose to play it on max difficulty and go for leaderboards. Or you can just do it when it's easier later on. Right? Raids are like, the raids have basically become full mechanics check. So it's like, you know, as long as you don't die and can do the mechanics, you know, you can go clear the raid. Right? That's how they've been. Right? Well, they're not the most amazing thing out there. They do a good enough job at what they need to do. Right? Good enough. But like, yeah, it's player choice. And then what? Bygone sequential? That stuff isn't going away. You either clear it or you don't clear it. You can go clear it later when you're strong enough. Right? That's always up to you. Right? You're not being rushed in or forced into doing anything. There isn't any FOMO there. Right? It's just do it on your own time when you're able to. Right? And then also, like, ToF is like the only one of these that don't make you log in every day of the week. You can log in once a week, do stuff on that one day a week, and then move on. Right? Like, we have those aspects there that you just do not get in the other stuff in there. Right? Because, like, again, like I said, it's like pretty casual there. And the thing is, you know, endgame stuff is cool and all, but at some point you realize is like, not everyone's even gonna bother with it. At the same time, it's like, okay, you made an open world. What's the purpose that the open world is gonna serve? And it finally with with how they've been trying to approach things as of late, like, you can finally see that, like, Hada finally realized this, and they're trying to shift their focus and try to, like, work on fleshing out what they have in the world and giving it a reason to exist, more so than other things. Because the reality is, like, that's what's more important, right? If you're making an open world, you have to give it value. Right? And then they realize, like, yeah, making gameplay is stupid, no one likes it. Right? And, you know, we stopped getting dark crystals in chests a long time ago. Because the reality is, putting premium currency there is kind of stupid. Because it's basically like saying, we have to bribe you to go clear the content. You're not doing it because you want to, but because we make you do it. Right? So they've been slowly moving away from that structure. Right? Like, we've seen them, like, just put stuff in there instead. Right? Like, we can go fly a paper airplane, we can go rent a bike from a bike rack, we can go, play cards and stuff in Meroria, right? We have, like, all those minigame things on the map in Meroria and Asperia. Right? Like, they've been slowly trying to just put things in there to do instead. Right? You can go get a car and go racing in Meroria, for example, as well. You can go ride a Ferris wheel or a roller coaster. Right? Like, they're more focused on trying to flesh out the world instead. And they've been putting all these other features in there. Because the reality is, probably more people are just interacting with those things, right, than there are just, you know, caring that much about the endgame content. The raids are at least on the more interesting side since they're just mechanics check. But even then, if you actually put mechanics in your gacha game, man, mechanics are too hard for an average gacha gamer. We've seen it firsthand with things like the triangle raid, where people can't fucking draw a triangle. It's like really fucking hard to get people to draw a goddamn triangle. Right? Imagine having, like, just your entire content be mechanics based. Probably too hard for the average gacha gamer. You know what, actually, you know, ironically, man, for these people talking about the freaking combat being hardcore content or whatever, Infinity Nikki might actually be too hard for these people. If all they're thinking was freaking the type of shit they see here. Because it's like, what, you have, like, a very limited health, you cannot heal in Infinity Nikki, you have, like, a very basic projectile attack, and a plunging smash attack to go downwards, but the entire thing, you got a 5-second cooldown on dodging, you don't get any refunds on dodging, you gotta actually do mechanics. One of the bosses will literally spawn in, like, rock pillars, it will roll around, and you have to try to get the boss to hit the pillar and not you, so you can stun it and then hit it one time before it gets invulnerable again. Yeah, they're not real gamer, man. Like, Infinity Nikki might actually be too hard for them. Because the game is just actual mechanics when you're in the actual boss fights. Like, it's just pure mechanics check. Mechanics might be too hard for them, man. Alright, like, we've already seen how hard it is for gacha gamers to draw a triangle. Or do whatever basic mechanic the raids have. Because, like, ToF raids, they're very, very simplistic and basic and easy. Compared to stuff you would see in, like, actual other MMOs. They're very simplistic.
Stage. Now that's not really a big deal right now because we're still very early in the game cycle, so
continue
there's
more with
plenty
the video,
of time
but
to
yeah.
continue building up your teams. For now, just do what you can and get the rewards that you can while you continue to build up your teams over time. The Tower of Adversity resets every 2 weeks, I believe, so you don't have to wait terribly long in between leveling your characters and making progress before you can give it another try. The next endgame mode is called the Elusive Realm. The Elusive Realm is a roguelike mode, not unlike the simulated universe from Honkai Star Rail, if you're familiar with that. There's an extensive shop that sells all manner of upgrade mats and all the currencies that you need to level up your characters and skills.
And this roguelike mode here is nowhere near as, like, the level that they had in the PGR roguelike mode. Even then, that was scuffed.
Target eliminated.
But, like, again, these guys don't know, man. They don't know shit.
levels, and you earn those currencies by doing runs through the elusive realm. For each run, you choose one of your characters, and you go through it with just that one character. Only your character level and weapon carry into it. All of the stats from your echoes, which are like artifacts from Genshin Impact, do not count towards your stats. The mode also provides trial characters that you can use if there's a character that you want to use, but you don't have them. This is an awesome way to test out and play with characters that you don't have, who you may want to pull for in future banners. I found Elusive Realm to be extremely fun, and with each new iteration of it, they keep on adding stuff to make it better and better. Now, the third and last endgame mode in Wuthering Waves for now are the hologram bosses. This is my personal favorite activity to do in the game, but it's definitely also where you're going to get the sweatiest. Hologram bosses are super beefed up versions of some of the regular bosses from the game. Each of them comes with 6 levels of difficulty, with each difficulty giving you better rewards. If you have at least one well-built team and you can kind of blunder your way through playing with that team, you'll probably be able to brute force your way through the first 4 difficulty levels of any of the hologram bosses. But when you get to difficulty levels 5 and 6, it's time to look deep within and directly address any skill issues that you might have. The bosses hit really hard, sometimes hard enough to one-shot your characters. At these difficulties, you're going to need to start learning the boss's movesets to be able to dodge and counter them, have well-built teams, and know how to play those teams. This is where I have a lot of my fun, and I know it might not be for everyone, but hey, the content is there for you if you want to do it. Okay, now let's talk about the story. Stories in gacha games are very well known to be not very good, and it's been that way for a very long time.
And Wuwa's story is awful too, man. The fucking start, man, all I could hear is just random jargon that meant nothing, and I would want them to freaking shut up. I'm awake, Tara, don't worry.
And I'm not here to tell you that Wuthering Waves has some groundbreaking story
It's
that's
an
going to
awful
change
story,
the
man.
genre forever. But here's what I will say. First of all, for those of you who could care less about the story, the devs have had you in mind the entire time. The entire story is
No, it's not. That is false. You cannot skip the gameplay sections of the story. That is completely false. You can't even kill the trial characters you're given that you're forced to use to skip it either. You can't even escape. Once you're stuck into one of those sections, you have no choice but to complete it. That is not true.
completely 100% skippable. That's right. If you don't feel like reading or listening to dialogue, you simply do not have to.
What if I don't even want to freaking play it? What if I don't even want to because I don't like the trial character? What if I don't even like that? Oh. Wait, you can't. You can't bypass it. That's unfortunate. Because that's definitely happened to me. Where I just don't even want that. The trial characters always have crazy energy recharge. They feel good. No, they don't.
And in the most recent 1.3 patch update, they even added in a little
I hated the
feature
trial
that gives
characters,
you a
man.
summary.
I don't like their gameplay. I tried to freaking kill them off too when I was given them. Alright, I've done things like trying to kill them all off. They suck, man. Some of the characters are also just pure scam, like
Of
Yinlin.
everything that you missed if you do decide to skip it. So that way you can still get a gist of what's going on if you want to. Now, for those of you who do enjoy the story, well, I'm here to tell you that Wuthering Waves' story is actually pretty damn good. But I have to be completely honest with you guys, it did not start out that way. I'd say that from the beginning up through about 1.4, the story was very weak and the English voice acting was significantly bad. However, what the community wasn't ready for was Kuro Games being incredibly open to feedback and their intense desire to fix the game as quickly as possible.
No, so you know what I ended up doing, man? When I had to do a forced character? I put on my left click spam macro and just looked away from the game. That's what I did to get through it, man. I put on a left click spam macro and stopped looking at the game. Because if I had to go do it, I didn't want to look at it. Right, I just didn't want to bother giving it attention. I would just freaking put on a macro and stop looking at the game. Because I would just rather not. That's what I did back when I played it on stream. For a lot of different portions. After, you know, experimenting with killing every character off.
So once you get to the 1.6 storyline, in my opinion, the game takes a huge upward turn for the story and it becomes absolutely amazing. In particular, with the recent 1.3 patch update, that was one of the best story quests that I have ever played in a gacha game, period. I just really don't know how to describe how much effort they put into improving it. That includes the English voice acting, which has become noticeably much better. Now, before you think that I'm glazing it too much, take a step back and remember that we're talking about gacha games here. Let me tell you guys something. I don't know how many of you guys will be
we'll look at this
but
stuff
do
after.
any of you remember a game called Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic? It was made by BioWare back in the day, I want to say in the early 2000s. Anyway, that game, in my memory, has the best story of any game that I have ever played. All these years later, I still remember the plot twist at the end, how incredible the entire thing made me feel. I will never forget that. So if you're trying to compare Wuthering Waves to stuff like that, regret to inform you that you're going to be incredibly disappointed. But look, the story, it's enjoyable. I've had fun with it, particularly in this most recent 1.3 patch. Tell me, have you tried Wuthering Waves? Do you plan to try Wuthering Waves? Do you like or dislike about the game? What are you looking forward to if you have yet to try it? I want to know, so let me know down in the comments. If you found this video helpful or interesting,
yeah, he
please
does
like
sound
the video and
soulless,
subscribe.
man.
Thanks for listening to me yap. Later.
I'm not gonna give him the engagement though. I'll make my hit piece video on it. I'll probably delay my Infinity Nikki review and work on that thing instead. Cause like, yeah. Right, cause it might be cool to like actually farm the freaking 8 Watchers first. It might be smart. 8 Watchers can be great. Because it's just free views and free interaction. Like, the thing is, like, the funny thing with 8 Watchers, man, you're getting free views, free interaction, right? You're milking them, and you can make literally nothing. Literally anything you can put out. And you're basically guaranteed something with a 8 Watcher. Versus, like, a normal Watcher, where, like, you actually have to make something of value for them. Right? Like, actually. But yeah, he has, like, Baldaman plays Mario, he has a soul, right? He's looking for a handout, I know. Right, so I might as well try to farm these guys, man. But, like, just, for what it is, man, it's just everything I hated from Genshin. At least personally for me. Alright, what else was I sent? Let's go look through them. Let's see. Where do we start looking for? I think did we look at the one done with lakes?
Target eliminated.
I think we saw this one. We might have seen this one already.
A leaker, I believe on the CN side. I apologize. So yet again, we gotta talk about leaks since they are happening again. I'm not sure if they will ever stop. I bring this topic up because this found my way to my timeline. A supposed warning by Kuro to a leaker, I believe on the CN side. I apologize for the blurry image, but it's what was there. It basically is outlining to respect their rights and not leak stuff. And if you don't comply, well, then action will be taken. This is demanding that they delete all things they have leaked and stop all communications like DMs and commenting on them, apologize
You're still waiting for 16-day-old account to be over? What do you mean 16-day-old?
publicly to the players on behalf of the company, and lastly, email them to inform them that they have done the listed steps above and a rectification plan. I have no idea what that is, by the way. They have 2 days to do this until Termina meets a terrible fate, meaning they'll be in some big trouble. Now, I'm not sure as to what this specifically applies to, who the leakers were, and what they were leaking, or even how many times they have done this. This could have been sent to people who leaked kits, story, models, future characters. Honestly, I couldn't tell you. But what I will tell you is that Kuro already addressed this with this statement. I talked about it already, but that doesn't seem to have stopped anything. I also bring this up too because on the JP side of the community, they apparently have a zero tolerance policy on leaks. They don't like to discuss or spread them around, and as a result, there
You
have
wanna
been
make
a
a
few
statement? You
people
wanna
who
ask a
I
question?
follow that have
Okay.
made entire blog threads listing out the leakers. They don't want to see it, hear it, or even interact with people who follow or discuss these accounts, and I don't blame them. For me, I don't want to discuss leaks here. First off, if this extends to bystanders like me who's just chillin' and loving the game, I don't want to catch a straight bullet from the tomfoolery that everyone else is doing. Secondly, the numbers and everything else are not final, so I'd rather not come up here saying that something will happen and then that ends up being totally wrong. I will speculate, but I will not talk about leaks, and I hope you respect that wish from me in the comments.
Okay.
Please, do not discuss leaks. But yeah, Kuro isn't fucking around, and I say they've been pretty graceful about it from what I've covered on this. I mean,
technically speaking, from a legal standpoint, you can say what you want if you never signed an NDA. Because you're not under any legally binding contract over this shit. Alright, let's just... I think we saw this one. Okay, here's this one. The something is cooked. What is this?
What is up, Ganjalang? Hey
We'll go with
guys,
this
so it's
one.
been a while since I've done one of these videos, which is kind of odd because if you know me, well, I'm quite the talker, aren't I? But anyways, this video might ruffle some feathers.
You never finished Majora's Mask? I never did either, man.
But it's something that has been bothering me a lot lately. And if you're here, I encourage you to
I played
hear
a lot
me
of
out
Ocarina
first.
of
Please
Time back
don't
in the
be
day,
too
though.
mean, okay? I have a soft
That
heart
thing I
and
100%
I am,
didn't finish a couple
twink,
times.
Okay, you can't come for me too hard right now, okay? So recently there's this
Yeah, it's not
massive
gonna
issue that
stop,
has been
like-
going around in the Wuthering Waves community. Well, recently might not be the right word. This problem has been around for years.
Ocarina of Time
since
was
Genshin
great, man.
blew up 5 years
Just ignore the water temple, and Ocarina of Time was great.
ago, but it's reaching new heights. And yep, we're talking about leaks. Wuthering Waves content leaks. I'm fully convinced that 95% of you watching this have seen them, whether you actively seek them out or they're just blasted into your For You page. You know the ones I'm talking about. Leaked character animations, stat, voice lines, entire events, and even story spoilers. It's everywhere. Now you might be thinking, oh come on, aren't you just salty because it's not you leaking this stuff? And yeah, I'll be real with you for a second. Absolutely. I mean, how is it that these people can break the terms of service with no remorse, leaking confidential stuff about the game and actually getting rewarded for it? Views through the roof, early access to everything,
He
and
played until he
massive
went to
engagement.
college.
And
Fair
here's
enough.
the kicker. Not only are they stealing the spotlight, they're also benefiting hard from this. The moment the new update drops, they already got the guides up, content ready to go because they know everything in advance. Meanwhile, the rest of us, the genuine
You mean the people who could... The thing is, even without leaks, they can already make a guide ahead of time. I really don't get what this guy is talking about here, man. Even without leaks, they can make the content ahead of time. It's not as if they don't have a content creator server that gives people early access to things ahead of time or anything. It's not like that's not a thing or anything. Oh, wait. It is a thing. Right? It's not like they could get all the numbers ahead of time that way. And then have the video out on release. Because that does happen. Right? That is a thing that does happen. Without leaking. They don't even need leaks for that. They just need to get invited. Right? This guy in this case is just salty he doesn't get invited. That's all. Right? Like, he's just salty he's not invited to the freaking beta there.
content creators who play by the rules, we are scrambling to keep up. Unless I missed the memo, we content creators don't even get early access. So we're basically
Yeah, he missed the memo because they definitely do. That is a thing they have. So, like, yeah, this guy is salty because, yes, that is a thing that they do have. You can get early access. But, you know, this guy and his viewers, they don't understand that that's actually a thing that they do have. Even I know, I'm aware of it. Like, freaking Maggie has even talked about it before when she's gotten early access to stuff. I've seen information on that. because it would like pop up in my For You page that she would mention in the community tab or something. I've seen her talk about it there. Not that I care, because like I'm not gonna go freaking watch a guide, because I'm not gonna play the game. But that's like a different situation. But yes, it's like, yeah, of course they have a freaking creator server. What do you think they have it for? Right? It's like, yeah, I get access to stuff for ToF. What do you think I do out of, right? Sometimes I even get to stream it ahead of time for you guys to watch, which you guys have seen me do in the past. Right? It's not like anything new or crazy. Leaks don't have any impact on that either.
Subaru from ReZero because we're starting from zero, baby, while these rule breakers are lapping us. Let's dive deeper into the harm leaks done to content creators. The issue here is not just about the numbers or losing views, it goes beyond that. Leaks can have very real and serious impact on a content creator's mental health and overall well-being, which is something that a lot of people tend to overlook and not care about. But imagine this.
Hey, this is only a problem because there's no fucking thing to make content in. Like, you go play WoWa, what content are you gonna make about WoWa? Like, that's kind of the problem with a lot of these things. Like, what kind of content are you gonna make? Like, what can you make? And you realize in practice, you can't really make anything. No, I'm being, like, serious, right? Unless you're, like, doing React stuff or whatever, you know. Right, like, unless you're, like, doing what I'm doing and, like, you're just reacting to random content here. Or, like, you know, you're doing something very specific that you can't really do without outside of it. Like, what kind of content can you really make? Other than just the random-ass glazing topic that they like to do. Right, like, if we're talking about the actual game itself. Right, like, what can you do? Not really much. Because there's nothing to do. Right? They just want to keep the devs listen facade going. I know. And the Tower of Misery. Like, there's like nothing there.
You're a content creator, spending countless hours brainstorming, planning, scripting, editing, and recording content that you're proud of. You want to be original, provide fresh takes, guides, or deep dives into the game, and give your audience something unique. But suddenly, everything you worked on is undermined by leaked content that is available for days or even weeks ahead of official release. And one kid who didn't work submits the answer early and claims all the credit. It's frustrating, unfair, and downright demoralizing. Now it's not just about the views. When leaked content gains traction, it hurts engagement with your own content because people are naturally drawn into the juicy leaks. But what gets glossed over is the emotional toll this takes. Content creators put their heart into their work, like I do, bro. And the constant pressure to compete with leaks means content creators have to work even harder, faster.
Yeah, what? They're competing with leaks, what? What? Really now? They're competing with leaks, guys. I mean, the ones that actually get invited and can go actually do stuff on the creator server, they're not competing with leaks at all. They're not competing with leaks at all. That's not how it works. They already have access to this stuff. Why would they need to compete with the leaks when they just have the actual thing?
And smarter Papa John's just to stay relevant. And let's be real, this is draining. Imagine waking up and realizing all your hard work might not even get seen because everyone's already moved on to leaked information. This doesn't just kill motivation, it can lead to burnout. You're forced into the grind set mentality where it feels like you're in a race you didn't sign up for. Content creators who want to play by the rules suddenly have to work twice as hard to keep up with those who don't. I'ma be so dead ass. The temptation to cut corners and follow the leak crowd is so real. But so is the fear of burning bridges with game developers or losing credibility with your community. You can't just break the rules and expect to come out clean. Rules are meant to be broken. It doesn't work like that, little pup. Meanwhile, the pressure is on to stay relevant. And when you're constantly worrying about that, it becomes harder to actually enjoy the game and the content that you're creating. Let's not forget the impact this has on a content creator's relationship with their audience. When people see the leaks, they might expect you to cover them too, especially if they know you're passionate about the game. But when you don't, it can create a weird tension. Some might accuse you of not being on top of things or imply you're not giving them what they want. And if you do cave in and start discussing leaked content, there's always the risk that you alienate the portion of your audience who wants to experience the game authentically. It's a lose-lose situation. Another key point is the damage this does to future partnerships with developers. When you engage with leaked content, even indirectly, you risk your professional reputation. Developers won't want to work with someone who's associated with or benefits from leaks, no matter how popular they get. Imagine building up a relationship with a game studio, investing in their growth, promoting their game, and then losing the chance for collaborations because you dabble in
imagine
leaks.
getting
For
gaslighted by your
genuine
community.
creators
I
who
know.
dream of working with these companies like
Weird
Kuro
people,
Games,
man.
this is a real blow. It shuts down opportunities.
He actually wants his dream is to work with Kuro Games. That's kind of a sad dream, to be honest. If that's what your dream is, that's sad.
That could have been
That is
game-changing for
sad.
their careers. Now let's talk about the mental fatigue that comes from feeling like you always have to be on alert when leaks are rampant. There's a constant fear of spoilers, not just for your audience, but for yourself as well. You start to feel like you can't even enjoy the game because the magic of discovering new content is stolen before it even arrives. For a content creator who genuinely loves the game, this—
Like, here's the thing, man. That doesn't apply to everyone. If anything, some people like to see things early because they want to know what the fuck is going on. And they're just curious. And they don't care if they get spoiled because then it's like, okay, now they want to see the full context. Right? Sometimes. Not everyone is like that, mind you. But there are people with that type of mindset instead, where like they're curious about the leak stuff because they really want to see where things are going, where they're headed. And if they think it's gonna be worth it for them to keep going, and then they want to find out the full context behind it. Because like a lot of the time, anyways, it's not like the leak is gonna give you the full context. Even for things like story spoilers, it's like, okay, you spoil this thing, but like, what's the full context, man? What's the full context? Right? Like, what's the context? I mean, like a good example, right, is like I can pull this thing up. This entire thing is spoilers. But do the spoilers mean anything to you? I'll show you. We got silhouettes of all the characters that are made present in the story right here. So that's a spoiler right there. You get the silhouettes. Like, this song is completely safe to play. Alright, well, we'll get out of this part here. It's after here. Right, we got spoilers here. They're hinting at things, but you don't have context. Something got fired, like this is all spoilers. But you don't have context. You have no context here. But this is all spoilers. All of this is spoilers here. Like, especially this one right here with Wazy, right here. That's a very big spoiler there. Oh yeah, I wonder what that's a spoiler for later in that game. This is all spoilers. Everything here is spoilers, man. This is all spoilers. It's in the fucking opening. You look at the freaking opening movie of their game. Like literally, people. This is the first comment here. Spoiler the opening. The entire thing is spoilers. But here's the thing. How would you even know if you don't even have the context? Right? Like, let's say we get Kai no Kaseki's opening, like the most recent one. Right? Like here, this one. Okay, there's spoilers in here too. Alright, we get to see like Van's whole crew there. If you didn't finish the first game, you wouldn't even know those characters. Like again, you have this stuff here. Like if you recognize the character, you'll see how this shit's spoilers, man. This is all spoilers. Especially the second half of this. Alright, this shit is the spoilers, man. Alright, we got spoiler fight scenes, man. Right, like that one, dude, that's a big spoiler right there, you know? They freaking flashed a couple as well, like, before that. Right, they freaking spoiled going to space as well. Right at the end there. Right, like... It's just full of spoilers there. Heck, in their promotional material, right? In their own freaking promotional material. Like, if we go to WebCM too. Listen to the background music. Listen to the background track. Just listen to the music.
あなたに断ち切られた一振りを鍛え直してもらいました。見せてやろうぜ。あいつらが恥ずかしくねえ戦いぶりを。
エレインさんがいるから。だから心配しないで。パンさん。分子構造の崩壊。まさか。良き巨頭実だ。惚れてやろう。7組魂見せられたかな。
灰の牽制よ。己が太刀を見出すがいい。
やっぱエグいって君。チッスンウルリウルラでウロボラスン。総がかりでぶちのめすぞ。しまいにしようか。この世界が愛おしくてたまらない。
Here, you know what? This makes it really easy. Look at this. Recommended right away. I don't even have to search for it. Does this sound familiar to you guys? Look at the title. Look at the title of the track. Look at the title. Right, the title's right there. But like, here's this thing though, right? You still see that title there. You heard the thing from the trailer, but you still have zero context. You still have zero context behind that. It sounds like the song we have to wait for a customer service line on the phone. God damn it. Sure. Right, yeah, like you heard that in the WebCM thing. Like, at the end of the day, it's like, they freaking spoil that too. Like, they freaking put that there, but like, this freaking company does it, man. Actually, let me see if I can find one for East 10, for example. I remember there was like one of the East 10, like, gameplay videos, man. Which one was it?
Target eliminated.
One of them, like, showed, like, the freaking part of the final dungeon. Yeah, this area right here, you actually see this as the entrance to the final dungeon of the game. This gameplay section right here. This is like at the very end of the game. Oh yeah, the whale chase scene. That boss fight. From like halfway through, like, they just put it straight up in there. You wouldn't know it though unless you played the game. Like, this is just one of the promotional things. But like, again, you don't have context, right? Like, you just by giving it without context, you wouldn't really understand it anyways, right? Like, they can show you all sorts of things, but it doesn't mean much if you don't have context. The impact is not the same when you're not given context. Right, here's spoils, Ace Attorney stuff. Yeah, like, the thing is, a lot of these trailers for a lot of things, they just have spoilers in them. A lot of opening movies of stuff, they have spoilers in them. But the spoilers don't mean anything unless you have context. You're not really spoiled if you don't have full context. Because you still don't know what the fuck is going on. That's just the reality there. You, like, again, like, if you don't have the full context, it doesn't matter nearly as much. But people are making a bigger deal out of it than it's worth.
Can kill the joy and excitement they once had. That is not something you can easily recover from. In essence, leaks create an unfair playing field that forces rule-abiding content creators into an exhausting cycle of stress, burnout, and
yeah, it's why it's bothered. I don't. It's like it's weird to get bothered. Like, just by being told stuff doesn't really do everything unless they freaking give you the full context. Spoilers without context don't mean shit. Because the reality is a lot of things will spoil things for you. But like, we'll have major spoilers. But the spoilers don't mean anything if you're not giving context. If you actually just pay attention. Right? It's like, oh, these guys are gonna go fight here at some point. I wonder when that's gonna happen. It's like, okay, why are they fighting? You still don't know why. You still don't know what the fuck is going on, why that's happening. You just know that it happens. But you don't know why. And, you know, if the why part isn't important, that just goes to show how shit the story is. If why it's happening doesn't interest you. And why, if you don't care about the why. Right? Sure, you get spoiled on the what. But that's not everything. Right? Like, okay, you might get spoiled on who and the what factor. Right? But you don't know the how, you don't know the when, and you don't know the why. Right? You know the who and the what, but you don't know the rest. Right? It's like, you don't have the full story there. You don't have the full context. Unless they flat out tell you the full context. Which, very unlikely with these spoilers, when they'll give them to you. Hey, you stay away from the internet if you don't want to be spoiled. Exactly. If you really don't want to, just avoid all of that stuff entirely. Right, that's just common sense. This is basic common sense. But I guess these people like that.
Quality content without any of the advantages leakers have, all while protecting their relationship with their audience and with the developers. But it doesn't have to be this way. There are solutions like better support from developers for content creators, offering early access to select creators, or implementing stricter consequences for those who leak content.
I mean, they already do that.
Foster a more positive environment where
He's
creators
just not
can
invited.
focus on doing what they love, making great content without the fear of being drowned out by spoilers and leaks. Now let's talk about why this leak culture is damaging, not just for content creators like myself, but for the game as a whole. You see, gacha games, Wuthering Waves included, work really hard to build hype. The developers drop hints, teasers, and sometimes even troll us with a little bit of Kuro mistranslation. But all of that is meant to keep us engaged, guessing, and excited for what's next. The leaks ruin that entire process. But most importantly, leaks makes us creators feel like we're falling behind. We're trying to create content based on official information, keeping the surprise and excitement intact for you, the viewers. Yet, because of the leaks, we have to play catch up with people who already have all the answers. This hurts our viewership, growth, and overall impact. When it comes to mental
that's your
health,
problem
it
for
can
not
really
also
take
having
a
anything
toll,
else to make
knowing that
content
you're
on.
putting all of these effort and still getting outshined by people who don't follow the rules. So how can Kuro Games help? While it's near impossible to stop leaks entirely, we all know that, but they can definitely support their content creators more. I think one big move would be offering official early access to content creators.
They already
This
do.
would help level the playing field, letting us make content based on accurate, fresh information before it leaks everywhere. They could also provide exclusive creator content kits, something like special assets, interviews with the devs, or behind the scenes info that could help us produce content with angles that leakers won't have. Another idea would be to have a developer
They already do
collaborations
that.
where content creators can team up with the devs on streams or showcases, getting that official support that will bring more eyes into our
He's acting
new
as if they
content
don't do that
without
already.
relying on spoilers. Imagine getting to show off a new character moveset with the devs right there, hyping it up alongside us. That is something leaks just
Okay,
can't
that one-
replicate.
yeah,
At the end of the
obviously
day,
not.
leaks might always exist, but we as a community and Kuro Games respond to them can make all the difference. I'm not saying this just because I'm salty. Okay, maybe I'm a little bit salty and a little bit bitter, but because I genuinely love Wuthering Waves, okay? I make
No, he's just salty. Okay, is there anything else to look at then? Right, like, this guy's just a clown, man. But like, yeah, like spoilers, imagine complaining about them like that. Again, like spoilers without context don't have much meaning. It's like, okay, so this happens, but no, why it happens. Right, it's like, imagine you have all that but no context. Context makes a whole lot of difference. Right, context matters. But those guys wouldn't know, man. They don't understand. They don't understand context. Right, like some of us have literally joined freaking Discord to see leaks of stuff. Right? But again, it's like this shit don't matter unless you get the full context. Right, like they can say whatever they want on whatever. But again, it means nothing if you don't have context. It's basically just him fisting, like yeah, listing his L's and skill issue. Exactly. Right, you ever see me freaking complain about, like, oh yeah, oh, the leaks on this stuff? Yeah, well, have you ever seen me complain on that? It's like, I'll get curious on things, but like, what? Like, have you seen me? Oh yeah, you haven't. I wonder why. Because it makes no sense, man. Oh, yeah, here. Any ghost story? I don't know. I got sent a bunch of stuff. Apparently there's a video called The Dark Future of Brain Rot Generation. Oh boy. Let's go look at the brain rot thing.
There's a disturbing trend polluting children's minds right now.
Oh boy.
And it's starting to mess with their brains.
Oh no. Oh boy, brain rot stuff.
Like, why is this kid suddenly getting afraid of fruits? In fact, people are so alarmed by this, some even banned it in schools. Because this cursed content also has its own nonsense language.
Stealing. Phantom tax.
Sorry?
Oh boy. Gen Alpha, man. This Gen Alpha
So, what are
stuff.
these iPod kids saying?
Madlit on God, no cap.
Should we worry that there is some sort of sinister message hidden behind these gestures?
Oh no, because this is called mewing, what he's doing. I don't know what that is. Oh no, man. He started doing this and I thought he was having some sort of a seizure.
There's just something
Yeah, I
not
think
right.
they'd have a
I can't
seizure
exactly
too, man.
put my finger on it, but the vibes are way off. Well, Nightfam, if you're a kid, or if there is any kid in your life right now, please prepare to share this video and stay till the end. And also don't forget to subscribe to our channel, because the results we
Hey,
found
keep in
about
mind,
this
I'm from
strange
Gen Z.
trend will make you scared for their future.
Technically, I'm part of Gen Z. Alright, keep
This
that
is
in
the
mind.
dark future of the brain rot generation.
Keep it delicious.
And among them, the easiest targets, iPod kids, which we
Oh
make a
boy.
full video on, and you can see it if you want later after this video.
And if they are bored in the car, they'll just simulate themselves using a phone when the phone isn't really there.
Because while their parents just let screens
What?
babysit them, their eyes are glued to videos specifically engineered to get
Oh
their
boy.
still developing brains hooked and addicted. We're talking bright neon colors, super snappy editing to the point of sensory overload,
Yep.
combined with repetitive and mindless content.
That's it. I'm taking your phone.
You're selling guys in the higher.
All to get just
And the shit they say makes no sense, man. This is how previous generations saw us to be birth, and the one who spawned them is the fault of humanity has gone downhill.
one
Yep.
goal, entrap the child to do endless scrolling. It's almost hypnotizing.
I'm Huggy Wuggy. Want to be my friend?
Yes No.
or no?
This is what kids nowadays call brain rot. And if you still don't understand what it's about, then you've already
Yeah,
lost
don't
the
worry,
point.
I already
You
have.
see,
I've already
you're not
lost some
supposed to
neurons too.
understand it. Let's try to watch this together, for example.
What am I looking at?
Wow. I mean, I feel like my brain is shrinking while I'm watching this, so how are kids supposed to
Yeah,
survive
the
watching
fuck?
this? At the same time, though, you know, I'm an adult and I still feel engaged by it. There's
No, I have
something
not.
that puts
I've heard of Coco Melon, but I've never seen it.
you in some type of a trance while watching this, so...
Yeah,
How
it's
are
becoming
kids
real as
supposed
time
to
goes
ever
by, yeah.
defend themselves against this?
So let's continue. Oh yeah.
Or
This reel had 10 million views, and I don't think I could tell you one thing that happened in it. It's just an overload of sounds and pictures, and it's just nothing, basically. It's really bad.
So now it makes me wonder, Nightfam, if this is what a kid watches every single day and every single night, then how much dammer do you think it has already made them?
You show your child
Very.
screen time at 1, you're going to expect to see a developmental delay at 2 and 4 years old.
Because look, brain rot is intentionally dumbed down.
Sticking out your gap for the Riddler. You're so skibbity.
You're so phantom tax.
In fact, both brain rot content and brain rot language are designed to exclude older people like their parents so that only Generation Alpha can understand them. They are meant to escape responsible eyes.
If this is the only way to reach children, we're doomed, because I don't know how to talk like this.
Look, let me just read to you some of these popular brain rot words. Skibidi, Ohio, Phantom Tax. What?
Why is a state a freaking word for that, man? Yeah, fan something tax, yeah. Apparently fan something tax. Or whatever. Phantom or something? You got a goosebump from that song. Oh boy.
What the Sigma, Gat, Rizzler, Luxmaxing, Mewing, Mogging? Type in the comments if you think you know the meaning behind these words. And for the kids who are watching, also let us know and educate us, the adults. Because in a while I will tell you why it's very concerning that at least
Is mewing like when you get like a mew, you teach it transform, you give it in prison, and you want to just troll someone on like, in like competitive Pokemon, where you send your mew out, you use in prison, and then you use transform so they can't move? Because it'll make it so they have to thing? Is that what the mewing stuff is about? Where you just imprison transform? Or what? Scroll up more, you shared,
4 of these are being spoken by kids.
Hank, you failed summer skib.
I'm skibbity, yeah, I did it.
And no, it's not just a fun language they just happen to throw around.
Enemy. Op. Yummy.
Bussin'.
Cool.
Gucci.
Right now, even elementary and high school teachers are scrambling to understand why their students seem to be possessed by the spirit of brain rot.
But I'm gonna be honest, it's getting a little out of hand. This girl came up to me and exclaimed
yeah, apparently bussin' is cool or something. The fuck? What's cool about a bus? Going on a bus or whatever? I don't know what the hell they mean by that. Like, what's so cool about a bus? You can ride one, a bunch of people can get inside a bus and ride it to go somewhere. I don't see the connection either, man. I don't.
I was at the top of her.
None of this shit makes sense.
I required them to do work in class today.
I mean, the fixation on this has grown so strong among kids that this teacher had to make an entire speech using it just to keep them engaged.
And always remember, Riz comes from within. Middle school is Sigma.
Worse, even science is proving it. A US study found that children born in the pandemic, also known as the era of brain rot, indeed have lower IQs. Children born during the pandemic have significantly reduced verbal, motor, and overall cognitive performance. In the decade before the pandemic, the mean IQ score on standardized tests for children 3 months to 3 years hovered around 100, but for children born during the pandemic, that number tumbled to 78. This difference in IQ is too big to even comprehend. So who do we blame? Well, apart from ourselves for letting our addictive screens do the parenting and the teaching for these children when they should have been playing outside, touching grass, or reading actual educational books.
What are we get? What do we have to do with the Greek letter, man? Right? Like, what the fuck do we do with the freaking Greek letter? You know, let's go. Like, let's look at. No, not that one.
Target eliminated.
Like, something like, you know, Sigma notation, sure. You know, and we're trying to sum up something. You know what? Sure, if we're gonna use this for Sigma, great. This, you know, if we're gonna be using Sigma, man, use it for shit like this. Right? Sure. You know, or if you're Greek and you need to use the Greek letter because you're communicating in Greek, sure, use Sigma. That's all it should be used for. You believe in Ouroboros? Fair enough, sure.
You can blame the infamous one skibidi toilet viral video. A brain rot in itself.
A cycle society destruction and rebirth.
And even disturbed the Russian government and other countries for what they called the uncontrollable skibidi toilet syndrome. I'm being serious, there's a syndrome for this. This is obviously where the word skibidi came from, which, by the way, can now mean either very cool or very bad, depending on how it's used.
Bruh. Skibidi Ohio Rizzler, Sigma.
You can also blame the rise of TikTok, Reels, YouTube Shorts that trained kids to have an even shorter attention span than Gen Z and us, and get used to looping, senseless videos that don't even carry any value.
He's just always in his own world. He really quiet for real unless he know you.
But one thing's for sure, you cannot blame the kid. I mean, it's literally not within their control. They're addicted to these super addictive things. See, because children don't yet have a fully developed prefrontal cortex, it's way harder for them to control their impulses and urges when something eye-catching comes up on their screen. On top of that,
attention span, I know.
also known as the brain's pleasure
It's really fun.
fires up when they watch these videos, keeping them helplessly stimulated and naturally wanting more of it.
It's a constant battle between immediate pleasure and self-control, making us pretty exhausted.
Because the negative effects I'm about to discuss next might just define their dark future. We're talking
It's supposed
about
to be a meme of a YouTube poop.
lower social skills and
but well, where is it now?
Weaker reading and language skills.
These kids can't read. They can't decode. They have no vocabulary, no background knowledge.
And likely also affected critical thinking.
Riz times Duke Dennis.
Bro, what?
Tomato face.
And we're not even done
What?
yet, because as these iPad kids
I am
got a bit
confused.
older, they also
What the hell did that
entered
kid say?
streaming and gaming communities, picking up on more brain-rot language, popularized by their idols like Kai Cenat and Phantom. Yes, Kai Cenat is the reason why little boys are saying Riz now.
Why does
which
some
basically
random
means
guy
the
have
charisma
attacks?
you have in picking up girls.
Riz is when, like, you talking to a girl, right?
And Phantom, well, that's his friend, who coined the term Phantom tax to describe when someone steals your food. I know, it takes a while to get it, and at this point some of you might think, isn't it normal for kids to have their own slangs though?
Yeah, back in the day,
same way
a quick beat up with the strongest thing their parents had was the solution.
Yes, but this time the danger runs deeper. Because remember when I said there are many popular brain rot words that little kids should not be saying? Well, you won't believe how inappropriate this stuff
Well,
is.
back in my day, what I did instead is, like, I would have stuff in front of me. I would have things I would want to try to figure out how to do it, and I would have to figure out how to do it. I would have to, like, figure out how to freaking do it. So it's like, I had to, like, just work towards figuring out what if I needed to get done if I wanted to fix something or make something work. It's like, oh, something is working in front of me, and then they take it away so it's not working anymore. I have to figure out how to fix it. That's what I had to do growing up. Like, I would see something working, but then my version would not be working. So I had to figure out how to make it work. If I wanted to use it. Back in your day, you beat up the bully at the back of the class. Oh boy.
Is for
That's
5-year-old kids
something.
to be saying. Gat is just something you say when you see someone walk by with a big bat.
Level 2 gat. Oh, I gat something in my eye.
Looksmaxing is a term coined by incels, which means improving your looks, even through plastic surgery, just to attract more romantic partners. Mewing is a technique you do with your tongue to improve your facial structure and have a sharper jawline, which adds to the unrealistic beauty standards.
Mewing is like showing off your jawline, just like.
And mogging simply means outshining someone, either in attractiveness or social status, again, to attract partners. Let me remind you, these are things being normalized in conversations among little kids. Brain rot is literally training them to be fixated on their physical appearance and romantic appeal. And add to that all the other problems of social media and you get a generation that will have to pay a big price if we don't wake up.
You can give us a pickup line?
Oh boy. Oh. Okay, buddy.
Trash, I would take you out.
And yet they are out here talking about having riz and chiseled jawlines when all they should think about are their studies.
You think I got riz? How old are you? I'm 13. He's old enough. Do I got riz though?
So now, if these impressionable children continue learning their social skills from brain rot content,
no, but he has
how can we
negative
expect them
IQ.
to interact in real life?
The brain adjusts to a digital world of disrupted conversations, exaggerated expressions, and a lack of eye contact.
And even more risky, because the brain rot format is already proven to go incredibly viral, the wrong type of videos disguised as child-friendly content can easily end up on their screens too. Giving kids access to YouTube is a huge mistake. Even YouTube kids. It blows my mind when I...
You know, I think it's mostly because of what happened when YouTube became like a thing people would do for money and try to farm content. Right, in some cases. It's not like the old days, like the early YouTube. Early YouTube from like 15 years ago, man. Actually, no, 15 years ago is too little. Like almost 20 years ago. Right, like 15, 16, 17, 18 years ago, man. You go back to the earliest days of YouTube. That time for YouTube, like, you would find all sorts of things, but at least the content you would find there, you know, it wasn't just freaking just actual brain rot content. It was like, you would find, you know, a bunch of random people making their amateur little short films or whatever. Or like them like doing, like singing or recording like whatever about themselves for the most part. Right? Like if we're talking about early YouTube or like music videos and stuff. You wouldn't find like all the dumb shit you just been seeing for the past, you know, almost 10 years now. But that was early YouTube. That was back when you couldn't monetize anything in there. It was just a platform to share stuff. How things have changed, man. How things have changed. Especially when, like, hey, if your goal now is to make as much money. It's like now you're gonna go make your super aggressive video to target children because they don't know any better, and then just keep them looking in there to farm them for ad revenue and stuff. And that's how we end up with all this brain rot stuff.
I see parents hand their kids a tablet and spend hours on YouTube. It's all brain rot for kids. So, Nightfam, hearing all of this, can we still save our kids from brain rot?
The fact that the internet can just infiltrate our brains so much that people just like don't even have control over what they're saying. They just have to spout out whatever meme they've been seeing a lot. Is crazy to me.
Well, sadly, in a world where views are a powerful currency, brain rot creators will still unapologetically keep creating this idiotic content for money.
Would you say then that you also contributed slightly to the detriment of the generation in terms of the whole popularizing just brain rot?
The truth is, that's what people want to watch.
And truth is, we can no longer make our kids forget what they sadly already know by heart.
Thank you, yeah!
But the less we judge it, the more they'll open up to us.
If the math ain't mathin', don't be skibbity, don't be shook. Just come talk to me and we'll figure it out.
So, as we adults try to keep understanding the new language of the brain rot generation,
where you can edge virginity, and everyone news and looks nice.
Let's just hope that when they get a bit older, they too will soon realize that no cap, none of this brain rot was ever a W, and that these alpha kids already got the most Ohio sauce and Riz to be the true goats of their generation.
And there's this one, the dark future. I think this is the other one that
Have you ever
precursor
seen
to
a
that
child
one.
react like this?
Hey, no, give me the iPad.
After a phone or tablet was taken away from them?
Oh boy.
What? What's gonna happen? What's gonna happen?
Because we just investigated this trend.
Mommy, what's happening?
Oh, not right now. Mama, I'll bring the iPad back later, okay?
And the results are disturbing. Nightfam, if this reminds you of a kid in your life right now, you definitely cannot skip this video.
I mean, that type of tantrum thing here. Imagine if this was this wasn't a child. You aged them up to be like 10 plus years older, and they were still doing this because they had a developmental disability, and then you would know what some of the stuff I deal with at work. Because yeah. But at least with the thing at work, it's like, yeah, I get it. These guys like actually have like an actual disability. Where like, yeah, they can't function. But then you look at this, it's like they should not be having this disability. They should not be having that type of behavior. But you look at this. What's funny is, from what I've seen from how these guys are acting, the people with actual developmental disabilities show more intelligence than this. Yeah, like, yeah, I deal with people with autism, right? Like, on the extreme end. Like, the extreme end. And even then, they show more signs of intelligence than what I'm looking at here. Like, I see more signs of intelligence from them than here. Which is just really, really sad and really, really fucked up.
Nightfam, if this reminds you of a kid in your life right now, you definitely cannot skip this video.
Yeah.
And the data I'm about to share with you is essential for anyone living in today's time.
He's just always in his own world. He really quiet for real unless he know you.
This is the dark future of iPad kids, also known
Yeah,
as
actual
the
health issues,
generation
and this one is just
Alpha.
manufactured. Exactly.
Apparently, this 8th grade kid cannot spell.
Damn. Yeah, he definitely cannot spell. The fuck are they trying to put here? It's not even close.
Target eliminated.
A neck? What? I'm trying to read this. Come it. Okay, I guess that's supposed to be commitment. And a neck is supposed to be unique, maybe? Recognize is recognize. Particular is particular. Specifically is piscal. Piscal. Accomplish is accomplished, I guess. I don't know.
Spell a single word correctly on this list.
Like, it's fine if like they misspell it and it's like, okay, sure, I can see where what you're coming up with, right? Where like, oh, they spell accomplish Like they take, let's say, accomplish here, but then maybe they forget one letter or they double another letter or something. Maybe they have only one C in accomplish. You know what? If it's something like that, sure. Right? Or specifically, right? Maybe they forget the other L or they spell it a bit wrong at the end. At least it's like, okay, they at least can probably read. If this is how they're trying to spell things, you know full well they cannot read. Right? Recognize? Like, not even close to recognize. And here's the thing, right? Depending on where you live, right? There are different versions of English where some will use IZE or IZE or ISE. Right? Depends where. And both can be the correct spelling. It just depends on which English you're using. Right? Because, like, that's the thing that can happen. Some words are spelled differently depending on thing, right? You can spell, let's say, the word color, right? The English, the British way and the Canadian way, you would have a U in there. But then you go look at the American way, they don't have a U in color. Right? Like, something like that, sure, I understand. Right? We're like, okay, sure, they kind of got they kind of got the idea. But, like, this is just like, no. Just no. Right? Like, they wouldn't be able to read if this is how they think these words are. They can't figure out how to read if this is how they're gonna spell stuff
correctly on this list.
We're talking about anyone in your family who is 13 years old or younger right now. Kids who were born at the same time as the iPad in 2010. Kids who at 8 years old already had their first phone. And they're the only humans in the history of the world to have grown up with a gadget as a babysitter.
Yep.
Mama, bring it back, okay?
I mean, some of these kids haven't even experienced what it's like to get dirty and play outside with neighbors.
Oh,
they
yeah.
literally cannot comprehend a life without social media. And sadly, their parents have chosen the easy way out, using the iPad to shut them up. And don't get me wrong, I can kind of understand you. Many of you parents are just tired. That's why you do this. At least I want to hope so. But see, the temporary relief of 5 minutes when you're letting a gadget take care of your crying child has a permanent curse in exchange, and it lasts for a lifetime.
Yeah.
And it's important to say that this isn't just my opinion. This is data. Just recently, school teachers came out saying these iPad-raised kids are doing really bad.
Teachers who have taught their entire lives are just up and quitting their jobs now because they can't handle these kids anymore. The iPad kids are out of control.
They can easily tap on touch screens, but cannot do basic things like reading or writing.
They quite literally don't have the muscles built in their hands to write properly or have the stamina to write because these kids weren't using their hands enough as children.
They tend to also get lower scores on language and critical thinking. And sure, they know how to navigate digital apps, but in exchange, they are years late in their education.
I teach 7th grade, they are still performing on the 4th grade level. Are you joking right now? And these are future leaders, our future doctors, our future nurses, our future... Please.
And because...
I mean, like, hey, if that makes you feel bad, there's a lot of people in my generation even that don't know how to fucking type on a keyboard, man. That never learned how to type on a keyboard. Like, this is sad, right? Like, my brother is like 3 years younger than me. He's still part of Gen Z. He doesn't know how to fucking type on a keyboard without looking at the keys. He needs to look at the keys, and it's like, his typing speed is like abysmal. It's like super slow. But there's a lot of people like that. And then they're wearing bifocals at a super young age. I mean, the thing is, like, the problem as well, right, is, like, they're not getting enough light. Right? And because, like, here's the thing, right? When you're outside, the amount of light you're exposed to. I mean, you can kind of tell there's an absurd amount of light when you go outside normally from sunlight. Like, you try to bring out your phone in the sunlight, right? You can't see shit unless you max brightness your phone because the ambient light around you is just so bright that it's, like, overpowering what you can see. And that's what helps with the eyesight there. It's just being exposed to enough sunlight. Because I think I remember like reading something on a study where what would happen is what your eyes are supposed to do is they're constantly growing, but until it gets to a certain amount of sunlight that's like picked up, in which case your brain is supposed to like send a signal when there's too much sunlight to stop growing, to growing the thing longer. I'm not sure which part if it was, but if it doesn't do it properly, that's where you have the issues with your eyesight, right? But like the solution to it is at a young age, you need to be exposed to a fuck ton of sunlight, right? Like just the actual bright sunlight. Like you need to be exposed to a lot of it. But yeah. You still need to look at the keys on the keyboard for 3 decades. It's better to tech illiterate than illiterate in everything. Fair enough. The thing is though, it's like with a keyboard, right? I never learned, I was never taught how to type on a keyboard. It's just something I picked up growing up because I would just constantly use it to figure things out. But then again, the environment I was in, I was just curious on how to get certain things done, and I really wanted to get certain things done, that like I had to do whatever I could to find it when I was like just curious on that shit, on like trying to figure things out. And eventually it just became very efficient to just teach myself how to type on a keyboard and memorize the full QWERTY layout. It just became efficient. That said, it's like I'll have to like look initially just to like position my hand on it sometimes, but a lot of the time I can just kind of figure it out if I move my hand away for an extended period of time. That's assuming though it's like a crappy keyboard where like they don't have the little nub on the F key, right? Because like, you know, I generally just type one-handed and like I'm decent enough speed there. But yeah, you haven't given your daughter a cell phone or tablet yet? Don't. Right? Just don't. Right? Like don't. They don't need one. Right? What are they gonna do with the thing there, right? Unless they have the, like, they have the capacity to actually use it. Like, out of curiosity, they try to solve problems. Don't give it to them yet. But even then, like, that's still, like, just a very niche or rare trait there. To have someone, like, just actually just want to figure out how to solve things. Right? You have to, like, get them in that type of mindset first. Then you can introduce it to them. Because if they're doing it for that reason, they're probably more likely going to use it because they're trying to figure things out, rather than to just do the other random stupid crap. Fair enough. I mean, like, I had access to stuff and was able to use a computer at the age of, like, 4. But at the same time, we're looking at early internet from the early 2000s, where we didn't have this brain rot content and stuff, right? Where, like, a lot of the information out there wasn't just to be content farm, and it was just actual real information. But that's the environment I grew up in. Right? You kind of have to, like, get them in a specific type of mindset and stuff like that. And, like, have them look at specific things. But that's gonna be harder and harder as time goes on. To really get them there.
Awaiting command.
Right, that's gonna be the challenge. Right, because, like, not everyone's gonna be like, you know, how I was. And try to figure shit out, like, man, I was in freaking kindergarten when I figured out how to get freaking emulators working on a computer. I was still in kindergarten when I got a freaking SNES emulator working on a computer. I remember when I got, like, I somehow, like, convinced my mom to get me a flash drive. It was like this really old, crappy 1 gigabyte SanDisk flash drive back when I was in, like, 1st grade, and I was able to put freaking a bunch of emulators and ROMs on it. And I remember, like when I was, like, during, like, recess in school, plugging that into the computer and then freaking playing games on an emulator on that flash drive. It was quite something. The freaking teacher thought I was hacking. First time you used a PC was like 13, 14. For me, it was like a very, very young age. Like, I was already like 4. Like, I would that's like a 10 years before you, 10 years earlier than you. Right? But I think it's just, different type of mindset there. But also, I was always just curious on things. I remember, like, having a bunch of toys growing up. Like, especially when I was a lot younger, but I was like, because, like, I would see, like, oh, okay. Oh, if they open it up with this thing, maybe they use a screwdriver, and then they could put something inside, and then it could maybe work. Right? And then I remember, I think it was, like, when I was in kindergarten, one of the things I remember I had one of these, like, Thomas the Tank Engine train sets. It was the one where Thomas, you could put a battery in it, and it would start moving. Right? I somehow read on the box that it could move if you turned on the on switch, but I was like, how the fuck am I supposed to get the battery in there? And then I remember I somehow saw, I saw when, like, they were trying to change the battery, I forgot what it was, but, like, it might have been a Christmas ornament or something. They would get the screwdriver, so I would sneak the freaking screwdriver, and I would rip open the toy. I would freaking rip open the toy and strip a few screws. And then, like, I didn't find the freaking place where you put the battery, because it turns out you were supposed to just squeeze the plastic. I was trying to rip the freaking thing apart. Eventually I put it together back, but, like, it was because I was just curious, because I'm like, how the fuck do I get this to move? I want to make it move. I saw it move, but how do I make it move? Right, so I ended up trying to figure shit out. The funny part was, I remember the toy, it had the triangle screws in there, but I somehow got a flathead screw to unscrew it. I don't know, like, it didn't click to me because I was, like, freaking in kindergarten age, that you were supposed to use a triangle screw to open that thing, which means you weren't supposed to open that, because, like, obviously I wouldn't understand that. All I understood was, maybe if you open it up, you can take battery and put battery inside, so you can make it move. I didn't know what types of batteries there were. I thought, oh, maybe I could take a battery from TV remote and put it in my toy. Because I wanted to move. Right? Like, that was my freaking brain at that age. I want to make it work. Right? But that was me when I was younger, man. Right, and then, like, eventually, yeah, I got the first computer, like, the family computer, whatever. I was just always on it. Because I was like, okay, how do I get this thing done? But that's a different thing. You still remember, you rent a PC and go LimeWire. PC froze, shit's funny. Right, but not everyone has that type of mindset. Not everyone's like that where they're trying to figure something out. Right? But the problem is, it's like, you have to put that in front of them and try to see if you can get them to think that way. But the reality is, not many people will actually think that way. Right? And then, like, these days, you see a freaking kid like that, they're just gonna throw a tantrum instead of trying to understand what the hell is going on. But that's just the reality and world we live in. And it's only getting worse. But yeah, it's like that's what I would do. Yeah, it's just a brain, but not a big brain.
Many of them were pretty much raised by an emotionless gadget that doesn't care about them. They're growing up to be...
But, like, yeah, it's like, well, I did have YouTube, you know, growing up. Early YouTube is a completely different scene than YouTube of today. Yeah, you can't compare it, yeah. It's very different. Right? Very different. Like, we're talking about early 2000s internet. Right? We're back when Google had that really ugly logo, man. That was back when Google had that really ugly logo. Back when we had freaking, you know, when we had those internet messaging apps like MSN Messenger, right? Or like the Yahoo Messenger, and then you had like the other stuff on there, like back when that was a thing, you know? That, I remember those. Highest GPA in her class. I'm not surprised, Hera. But that's probably because of just how fucked everything is these days. Yeah, the gore is kind of traumatizing, I mean, I guess. But yeah, early days, man. The stuff from the early days. Yeah, we're never gonna have those again.
Well, the same way.
Having to teach and work with you guys as children has been the most traumatic experience of my life. They don't respect any authority. You ask them, can you stand in your designated spot? They're telling you no and shut up. They're throwing things at each other.
For more data, if your child is getting more than 2 hours of screen time daily, a long-term study has showed that they are likely to have emotional, social, and attention problems.
Kids cannot read. They cannot write. They are ill-mannered.
Since looking at the
Right, like, the only time I can see this being okay to introduce to that is, like, once they've already got everything else down, and they're gonna use it for a specific purpose. But here, they're obviously not doing that. They're not treating it as a tool.
The screen for a long time limits children's ability to read faces. They get a harder time learning social skills and even empathy. Which leads to kids who might act like this. Like they have anger issues. Because when you train them to have everything in an instant, they don't even get to learn about patience.
I'm taking away your iPad. No.
Imagine if you had an iPad opposed to going to the library with index cards.
Target eliminated.
Yeah, like I had like the first Android, I had an Android tablet. The first time I got an Android tablet was like all the way back. Yeah, I was still in elementary school at the time, but like I was like 6th grade or something. Right? But like I was already like beyond whatever anyways. And I was just already like, how the hell do I get this thing to do this other thing? Like my freaking brain was already like deep in that mindset where it's like, how do I get all these things to work in a specific way? Right, this is why teachers used to have 2 rulers glued together with duct tape on their desk. Yeah. Back in the 80s, you had brown paper library cards. I had like those index cards when I was thing too, where you had to like sign it out and you put the index card in there. I remember those. Yeah, I had experience with those too. It's just that like by the time it's like I would like by the time I got to a certain age, it's like I already figured out how to just find a PDF of like whatever book I was looking for the most part. And I already knew about the Internet Archive. And I would use that a lot. Like I already knew about that stuff back in elementary school. When I was in elementary school, I'm like, okay, I can go find this stuff here. Because I was like, okay, wait. Isn't there a way I could just get this digitally or like find a way to like just Control F through things? Because I would just like Control F through certain things if I needed to read some stuff sometimes, so I knew where to look for. Because like on a physical book, right, you can't just Control F, so you would have to flip through a lot of stuff sometimes. And if it's like, you know, if it had like a ton of pages, let's say I had like 1,000 pages in that book, right, you needed to find a very specific thing. Who knows how many pages you'll be looking for, right? You might be looking through like 500-600 pages until you find what you're looking for. Right? Like, but like, I was already in the mindset where it's like, oh yeah, I can just use technology to find where I need to go. But like, the average child is not gonna think like that. They're not gonna think that way.
They don't even get a chance to be challenged or learn how to cope with difficult feelings.
Okay.
Alright. They detach and disconnect.
Well, then you can read and
We used to have to go through newspapers, negatives. Yep. Those were things we used to do back then. We used to have to get magazines and go through them too. Remember that? I just remember having like Nintendo Power and shit. Back in the day too, when that was a thing.
And it is so heartbreaking that all of this wrong exposure is happening at such a crucial age. Because, for even more data, at the early age of 5. Up to 90% of a child's brain has already developed, meaning whatever their brain learns within this period will lay the foundation of how they will be as an adult.
Look, there's your book still there. You wanna read a book with Dad? You want an iPad?
And guys, the reason why this is so urgent is because when it's too
first
late to catch
entry
up on
power
all
was
these things,
issue.
because your child or your sibling
Simon's Quest, still have it somewhere. Oh, nice. Oh, your Nintendo Power, yeah. Okay, that one was obviously way before my time, obviously. Like, some of the first that I've looked through were like, oh yeah, it's like Pokemon games on the freaking Game Boy Advanced and the DS, that era. I remember I had like an issue of Nintendo Power that came with a freaking disc of an episode of Pokemon. I think it was like the Gen 5 anime of Pokemon, the first episode. It was like on the disc, on the DVD. But like, yeah, obviously the different age, right? Different age gap there.
or whoever was too busy only watching the screen. Scientifically, it might be too late to revive them later on in their life.
But I take a closer look, and she's playing a YouTube short, and the mom looks pissed, like she is totally out of it.
Only time will tell how bad it could get. But given the alarming data in 2017 that nearly 80% of children have access to a tablet, and that 1 out of 4 preschool-age kids has a digital device, we might be raising an entire generation of future adults who will not know how to innovate because they rarely played with toys that sparked their imagination.
Yeah, like, Lego, amazing toy for children. They should be playing with freaking Legos. Right? Great stuff there, man. But nope.
They probably have no imagination, because their brain hasn't actually been forced to come up with any original thought.
Who are more short-sighted than ever.
Right, and then, like, you can still, like, grow this up to, like, later people in my generation. You look at the freaking average Gacha gamer, man. With how they get impressed by, with the things they get impressed by. Like, it's freaking crazy and surprising, man. Right, it's like, at this point, it's like, all you need to do is give them sensory overload. And they'll be impressed. But then you go and, like, you give them, like, an actual thing from the past there. Then they're probably gonna go hate on it or something. Like, you know what? Probably most of the Gacha gamers there probably can't play through a freaking Mario game. Some of those, the freaking people playing Gachas. Like, some of them, they probably can, even though they're freaking easy. Hey, your mother said, like, yeah, the Kuroshima oil frogs, I know. Like, I can make this as a joke, man. Infinity Nikki. The boss fights in Infinity Nikki, they might be too hard for them. Even though they're really, really easy. Even though they're really easy. You have to blame parents for this? They are the ones at fault too, yeah? To an extent, yeah, they are also at fault, because it's like, you just gave them that. You gave them all this shit instead of, like, actually doing anything with them.
Ironically, more connected, but also more lonely and likely untrusting, because they have been so exposed to the nasty side of reality through their screens. I mean, do you notice how our Gen Z teens today seem to suffer way more from anxiety, depression, ADHD, dysmorphia, and all the other mental health issues?
That so many parents...
Right, and, like, the thing is, like, if, like, kids want, if I was to have kids and they wanted to watch something, what would I probably give them? I don't know. Or if they didn't want to watch, like, the regular stuff, I'd probably be like, here, go watch Dr. Stone. I make them watch Dr. Stone or something. Honestly, it'd probably be good for them. Sonic easier than Mario. Sonic uses D-pad and a jump button. I mean, depends. It depends, cause like,
Target eliminated.
I mean, it depends on the Sonic game, right? Cause like, I would say like the earlier 2D Marios are definitely easier than Scrap Brain Zone from Sonic 1. Sonic 2 is like very easy. Sonic 2 and 3 Knuckles, that stuff is easy. But like freaking Scrap Brain Zone, from what I remember in terms of difficulty, is definitely harder than like a lot of the earlier 2D Marios. But then it's like, you go look at the 3D ones, they have different fundamentals there. Right? Because Mario is just like, oh yeah, now Mario's in 3D. Well, the Sonic 3D gameplay it has its own little dynamic there, and what its own setup there, its own set of rules, but again, they're probably too hard for the freaking average Gacha gamer. Right? Like, I remember like freaking Sonic Sonic 1 final boss, right? Final zone, you got no rings or anything, you had to like, you had to make sure you predicted where the freaking pillars would come down and up, and then hit Eggman in there. Right? Sonic 2, you had to fight Silver Sonic, no rings, and then after that you have to fight the Death Egg robot, again, no rings. So you get hit once, you're dead, you're fucked. Right? And then like, yeah, in Sonic 3, like, I'm pretty sure they gave you rings in the final boss fight. That was like when they actually gave you rings, but yeah. Yeah, kids this generation don't understand the Mario, the Mario requires B button to run. Oh yeah, you press and hold, yeah. But it's also your fireball button. Or you have to use it for the Tanuki button. But yeah. They don't know. They don't understand. But it is what it is, man.
Parents who grew up without iPads, without iPhones, without smart devices, act as if they have no clue what to pull out if they take the iPad away.
That's why it's just so ironic.
Just give them freaking Lego. Just give them a bunch of things.
Because Steve Jobs himself, who created the iPad, once said that he would never allow his own kids to use them.
The Apple founder actually would not let his own kids play with computers.
Because he himself knew he created an addictive machine that is specifically manufactured for your kids to get hooked. Yes, your kids are being targeted with overstimulation, with YouTube channels like Cocomelon, using the brightest colors, flashing lights, and memorable music, all acting like stimulants in children's minds. They won't be able to resist this. They are almost hypnotized by it. And soon, like junkies who need to get their next fix, everything else to them in the real world will
the Cocomelon.
But won't even watch the hockey game because they're too busy playing a game of hockey on the iPad instead of watching the hockey.
Imagine going to a hockey game and just playing hockey on your iPad, but there's a fucking hockey game in front of you. What the fuck? The tickets to go see this game must have been expensive too. And then it's just like, yeah, okay, I'm just gonna go play hockey on my iPad. When there's a fucking hockey game in front of you. And if you actually like hockey this much, go watch the game instead of playing it on the iPad. Like, what the fuck is this? Why do you want to play hockey on your iPad when you have an actual hockey game in front of you if you went to a hockey game? Right, this shit makes no sense. Right, like this is just dumb. Like, he clearly likes hockey because he's playing hockey on his iPad. Why the fuck doesn't he go just watch the hockey game?
In real life!
Because now that they are raised by the algorithms, they are bored by reality. Until the online world they always watch starts to blend with their real life, and they find it difficult to see the difference between both. I mean, let's be honest, I'm sure you've noticed how some kids these days already speak and act like they are in videos. And perhaps the most disturbing thing is not just what they watch, but who is watching them. If you don't guard your child enough, they can encounter evil channels on YouTube or TikTok that fool kids with twisted versions of cartoons.
On the left of the screen, there's the real episode of Peppa Pig, and on the right, that fake that you're talking about, fear, torturous appearance.
If you post your kid's face on social media, it can be free for any creep to view and download. And if you don't monitor what music or shows they consume, they will start idolizing questionable people, normalizing horrible things way too soon.
You guys' daughters are twerking at 5. 5!
What?
Where's the parenting?
But, Nightfam, hearing all of these concerning things, is the problem really with the iPad, or is the problem with the parenting?
This will be her first iPad, but she had 3 tablets. Currently on the 3rd one right now, because the other 2 broke. But yeah, moms, what do you all think? I might get it for her either way.
Because while these future problems are very real, it's also true that these gadgets do help the kids be smarter too. After all, the iPad is only just a tool. It's all about making sure you use the tool and not let the tool use you.
But that's the problem. The kids don't know. And they're not being raised in an environment where they're treating it as a tool. That's the problem.
Finally, how can you save your kid from this dark future? It's simple. Embrace being a parent and let your kid be a kid. When they throw a tantrum, talk to them through it. Don't just give them the tablet to get peace.
That's why the iPod's up there on top of that cupboard, so little boys don't get it.
Let them go outside and touch grass. Let them have the same rich childhood you had. Because boredom is really where their creativity can shine. And if you absolutely have to give your kid that iPad, make sure they are at least 3 years old, and please keep it to a minimum until they learn to never look for it anymore.
What do you want?
I want the iPad.
I told you can't have it.
Until they finally realize that real life and real experiences will always be way more special.
I need everybody else in my generation to promise that we are not going to raise iPad children. Please.
Nightfam, with an open heart and genuine interest to make this world a better place, please share this video with your friends and family. If you believe that iPad kids deserve a better future. And if we care enough to make this come true, we should start by giving them a
3 is
better
too young, man,
childhood.
Let me finish this race first. Like, my childhood should be, like, treated as obviously the exception. Like an extreme case exception to the rule, rather than the freaking norm. But, like, you know. Yeah, no. But the freaking kids there. Alright, let's see. Oh, what else we got here? There's like Denuvo. Something about Denuvo making a Discord server. We have this one.
Hello, guys and
Some
gals.
Gray Fox
me,
links?
Mutahar,
Okay, we'll look
and,
at it
ladies
later.
and gentlemen, do you like playing video games? I know I do. All right, one of the games that I've been playing very recently is one known as Metaphor Refantasio.
Okay.
Now, the reason why I
Yeah,
ended
that
up
thing is
buying this
Denuvo.
on PC was because your boy wanted to play on his Steam Deck and my computer. But obviously there was one bit of cancer that I noticed on the store page. Incorporates third-party DRM, Denuvo Anti-Tamper. Now, since the days of 2014, Denuvo has actually been one of the biggest, I guess you could say, sins that have ever been present on PC gaming, okay? For as amazing as PC gaming is, unfortunately, it is rife with piracy, okay? If a game can be cracked day zero, you bet there's going to be some people downloading it off from the depths of the pirate bays and the torrent websites and just running them on their computer all for free. which is why game publishers and game developers sometimes have to go out to companies like Denuvo, hurts for me saying it by the way, and use them to basically protect those important month one sales, right? Which is usually when a game is selling like by the truckload. And after like a year, maybe like a year and a half, 2 years, developers can then remove this cancer from their video games, and we don't have to deal with this nonsense. Now, to give you an idea about why I hate Denuvo so much, the example that I use, right, gaming on a Steam Deck and then using my big computer when I'm home. See, this requires multiple different devices, and then it also requires me to sometimes not have access to the internet when I'm outside with the Steam Deck. Now, all these things wouldn't be a problem if it wasn't for Denuvo.
Yep.
Now, Denuvo has this thing where you can only activate like 5 times per day. And you might be like, whoa, who's switching between a computer 5 times every day?
Change the version of thing you
that
have.
5 times is if you're with a charitable Denuvo implementation. Back when Star Wars Jedi Survivor released and I got it on PC, because there was no real physical edition to go after, I noticed that within like a day of just switching between different versions of Steam Proton and firing the game up in a virtual machine once, okay, basically having 2 different hardware setups, I triggered Denuvo anti-cheat and I couldn't use my legally purchased game for a period of 24 hours.
I've seen that.
Now, I think it's fucking brain dead when you buy a game, all right, off of Steam, you are logged into their servers, and you can't access your game purchase for 24 hours because you've switched between different licenses. Now look, that's just my example right there, and yeah, you either suck it up and take it between the cheeks, or you look at actual verified other examples of serious performance issues that are caused by this DRM tool. So one video by Digital Foundry, this was 3 years ago when Resident Evil Village actually dropped, and one of the reasons I never ended up getting it for PC was because I wanted to have the physical version for my console.
Understandable.
But also, if you look at this clip right over here, where somebody has a Core i9 10900K, an RTX 3080, basically one of the best systems you can still buy right now. Look at the performance issues caused by this DRM. So down over here, you can see that on the right, they've got a cracked version of the game running. And then of course, on the left, they've got the legally purchased Denuvo written shit pile of the version running, okay? So if you look very carefully at it,
pirating gives
that
a better
at times,
experience.
the cracked version outperforms just the base version. And there are moments where right on the left, the actual legal version is running with stutters, pulling the game down to 31 frames per second. While the person on the right, okay, the robber, okay, the stealer, yeah, they just get a better experience than the fucking person paying. Now look, this Denuvo performance stuff isn't necessarily supposed to be.
I know, it's really fucked, man.
Conspiracy theory. It really isn't. Like if
really
you're a gamer like me,
low
and you play on the
FPS.
PC, and you have to deal with Denuvo stuff. For me, generally, I notice that I don't really have a whole lot of issues, but I think that any performance impact that Denuvo causes is probably outperformed by my computer's raw power anyway.
But that's only because it's a freaking 4090 machine.
Maybe lower end rig. They really need all the power that they can get. So it's
which is just most people.
Conspiracy theory and the serious investigation of, is Denuvo causing an issue to my game? Now, at its core, Denuvo is a set of technologies, right? It's a lot of technologies that uses multiple features to protect the actual game code from being pirated. So to give an idea about it too, according to the PC Gaming Wiki, it uses various obfuscation techniques like hardware-based code paths, virtualization, and more to make tampering with the account-based DRM protection of the game harder in an attempt to delay piracy. Look, it's not supposed to stop piracy whatsoever. At some point, Denuvo games can be cracked, and there are people that fight to crack Denuvo games. Not a lot of them, but there are people that are working to fight the crack. So what these people do is basically implement something that is just designed to delay the inevitable. So again, with all of this bad press and hatred by the gaming community, Denuvo decided, all right, listen, enough is enough, okay? We have to address our problem with the gaming community. We gotta make sure that our image is clean. Except nobody's having it, because in 48 hours of their Discord server being active, it got completely shut down, all right?
Nice.
Because guess what, ladies and gentlemen?
Hey, who the fuck wants to deal with Denuvo?
They were citing inappropriate comments as the reason they shut down. So we're going to read some case examples. So this is the server right here. And of course, you know, people are minding their own business. This is the general chat right here. I love Denuvo. I love having my FPS reduced by 20% and not being able to steal from mega corporations. To be honest, they just don't care for removing it as they don't use Denuvo anymore. Who here likes Ritz crackers? Can y'all tell your bosses that you need like 8 mental health weeks off? Yeah, to be fair, if I was managing this server, I would probably request some serious therapy right afterwards. In fact, they were so happy, they were like, bro, 2,000 people just joined the server? I'm sure it got shared on the Shardy, on 4chan, really anywhere, okay? Like, even on the cleanest boards on Reset Era, this probably got shared and people just jumped in to give them the roasting of their lifetime.
People use Reset Era?
And obviously they said, the amount of inappropriate content has made moderation quite challenging for our small team, who are doing this alongside our regular day-to-day work. Yeah, just imagine taking some of your employees off the side and it's like, hey, you guys want to talk to people who are going to shit on you on a daily basis for maybe like an extra $1 an hour? Yeah, not good. So when they were asked about like, oh my god, what happened with a lot of these video games that people were fingering as having their performance lost? So in relation to Resident Evil Village, that clip I showed you at the beginning, they said Resident Evil Village included additional protection measures that were unrelated to Denuvo anti-tamper, which caused a performance impact once the game was cracked. This protection was removed, which led to faster execution times. So apparently they were blaming other anti-tampering solutions beyond their own. Of course, when they asked about, you know, Tekken 7, which was actually really funny, Tekken 7 experienced an issue where the wrong source port code part was selected for protection. Specifically, it was triggered during specific moves by certain characters, leading to in-game stuttering. Normally, issues like this are caught by the game developer or publisher during the QA process. So yeah, it's kind of hard to make a DRM solution in the first place, and then implementing it in a video game, you know, can cause unforeseen errors. Now, obviously, you know, Denuvo, when asked, we don't do anything to the gameplay, this literally is them impacting the gameplay with their existence, especially in a fighting game where, like, actually, like, if you ever come across, like, a fighting game player, apparently they're, like, Keanu Reeves, they can see in between the frames. If you have stuttering in a fighting game, in a competitive lobby, that's literally a make it or break it for anybody playing in that, depending on how high you are in the competitive bracket or ranking bracket for that game. One of the other things that really hit me was this one. An issue with Persona 5. Now, thankfully, I played Persona 5 mostly on a console. And it's not until recently that I ever played it on PC, so thankfully the issues were probably, you know, resolved by then. But they said the issue with Persona 5 was unrelated to our services. If there had been an issue with our activation server at the time, multiple games would have been affected rather than just one. Additionally, users who have previously activated their games would still have been able to play. And obviously this issue is a little bit different, but it's not so far off from one issue that I saw kicked up years ago. So back when games like Arkham Knight ended up coming out, one of the issues with their own server prevented people from playing video games that they actually bought. So back in 2017, if you bought Arkham Knight, Mad Max, or, you know, Shadow of War, what they basically were like, you know, coming into was because of Denuvo issues, if you were running your video game, basically you were receiving an error message. As such, gamers, if they tried to click on a retry button multiple times to make them work, according to reports, Denuvo authentication servers were down for almost every single Warner Brothers game, and PC gamers were forced to somehow bypass these issues. So whether if you had an opportunity to crack the game, sure, no big deal. But let's say you bought a game for like $60, right? And their fucking DRM activation server wasn't giving you the all clear to launch your legally purchased game. Well, you're shit out of luck, okay? So it's one of those scenarios where if a game is cracked, literally the criminals have a better experience than the people who actually purchase your title. And even going back to the Tekken 7 situation as well too, right? Like when discussing it, even the actual directors of the game come out and talk about, yes, that problem was a specific character and the way that they'd interacted and what they were displaying on screen. So when you see this kind of stuff, you think to yourself, okay, well, it wasn't picked up in testing, but it's still something that affects people's gameplay. It's something that ruins the experience, all for the sake of, again, protecting a video game mostly from legal purchasing owners and never really from people who are pirating your stuff to begin with. And show you another example, obviously, throughout their Discord server of people that literally were just not having any of this company like try to make friends with gamers. The people that literally have been annoyed with them since their inception back in 2014. I mean, you got, people who are restricted for bad word usage, getting banned for it. What kind of Pee Wee Herman kindergarten server is it? I can't say shit? What, Denuvo? Sorry, I don't play Minecraft or any other block games. Suckle on my nuts and shaft. I said shit! Why does that get filtered? And this is a good response. Denuvo is not anti-piracy, it's anti-consumer. I have never and will never buy a Denuvo game, and I unironically hope Denuvo goes bankrupt so they can stop ruining PC gaming. To be real with you, there have been times where I literally just do not purchase video games because I notice that their DRM is present, especially when I know that I'm going to be playing like JRPGs in between multiple devices like a Steam Deck or a PC. And the only reason I'm ever forced to buy a Denuvo game is because the game was printed in such a low amount, like Metaphor Refantasio, where you couldn't buy the game on console, for like a week or two, because they just don't print enough physical copies to distribute. And sure, I could buy it digitally on a console, but then again, if I'm going to buy it digitally anyways, I might as well just buy it on a platform like Steam in the first place.
Also, it's just not safe to buy it on a console.
Made a Discord server, and hands down, one of the biggest disasters that I've seen
digital purchases
on the actual
console.
platform. 48 hours is all it took for the gaming community to collectively come together and shit down the throats of some of the most heinous DRM producers in the game. Now, as a personal, perspective, I think all forms of DRM, especially for video games, are ultimately more harmful than they are helpful. And if I can, I choose to purchase games from GOG because they don't give you DRM, protections in the first place. So you actually own the offline installers that you download, versus even platforms like Steam that are literally held at just giving you licenses. I mean, literally, Steam recently had to tell you that you don't even own your games, you just own licenses. So these are things that you kind of have to watch out for. And obviously, look, if you don't own your game at a brass tacks on the PC platform, it's one of those things where I'm less inclined to buy it. But I'm even more less inclined to buy my game if I find out that it punishes me for being a legal owner of something anyways. Look, Denuvo is one of those systems where, look, at the end, all I've ever seen it do is benefit the actual people pirating the software, right? Sometimes when a Denuvo game gets released and they make a mistake where they release a build by mistake that doesn't have Denuvo and it gets just sniped, and then literally the crackers have a field day playing a version of the game that may actually work better than the version most people purchase on PC, but are unbeholden to actually being part of a digital rights solution, a digital rights management solution that impacts paying legal legit customers more than it ever has, in my personal opinion, actual, illegal pirators in the first place. And look, at the end of the day, nobody's denying too that Denuvo probably is beneficial in the sense that it protects that initial sales window. But I really do hope that for most gaming publishers and marketplaces, there should be some mandate that says after a year, you should remove something like Denuvo just to make the game more functional, much more protective of the game's actual preservation effort down the road. There should be no reason why single-player games require you to connect to an internet connection periodically or limit you arbitrarily to certain new pieces of hardware within the same day. It just doesn't make any fucking sense. But ultimately, I want to leave the question where it's at over here. Yeah, Denuvo tried to clean its image, but man, I'll be real. I like watching a good dumpster fire.
You ain't cleaning
this Denuvo Discord server was in fact a dumpster fire. So, ladies and gentlemen, do I promote anybody going to the server and, spouting off some crazy stuff? Absolutely not. Remember, do not ever partake in harassment or any form of wild stuff on the internet like that. Generally, just witness the actual, train wreck and walk away. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, this is me, Mutahar, walking away. If you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Just like if it's like it, I am out.
There we go, I finally got the jacket there. Alright, let's see, what else was I sent? This school helps poor kids succeed, teacher unions try to shut it. Oh boy. Let's see this one.
This is our largest crew
Alright, what happened here?
So many kids from one charter school take advanced placement exams. They had to rent space at a convention center.
Okay.
Kids who attend rich suburban schools sometimes pay $500 an hour for tutoring for tests. But these kids can't afford that. They're mostly from low-income families. They attend a city charter chain, yet they succeed.
Outperforming their peers by a landslide.
On math tests, Success Academy kids outperform every school in New York State. Other charters are in blue on this graph, government-run schools in gray. Success kids also outperform other kids in English.
That is redefining American public education.
LeMay DeYoung is Success Academy's chief schooling officer.
Our Black and Hispanic students outperformed their peers by double, triple % in their math.
By peers, you include the rich kids in the suburbs?
Yes.
But school is boring.
No, it's not!
When I first checked out this
Okay.
charter, I was amazed that these kids enjoyed school, saying subjects like reading were
Rockin' awesome.
So you guys look forward to going to school in the morning?
Yes.
It's why lots of parents want to get their kids into Success Academy. I watch them line up, hoping to get their kids in.
This line goes on and on. Forever. Goes around the block.
Damn.
What do you do when you have thousands of people and just a few hundred slots? They hold a lottery.
The winners are happy. Sadly, there are many more losers.
Let me my name
Oh yeah, of course.
Yeah, next year. Not today.
That's so sad. Today, the lottery's done electronically, so we don't get to see the thousands of kids and parents who cry in disappointment. The chain wants to offer its magic to more kids, but they aren't allowed to. New York limits the number of charter schools. Why? Because some people hate them.
Y'all are not welcome here. We will not welcome you here.
Politicians and the teachers' union have convinced many people that charter schools are evil. When progressive
Yeah, the same thing
Democrats
when
are
life
in
is on the
charge, they
classroom is
shut some
worse. The
charters
class
down.
feels like heaven.
Highest performing school in the state.
Understandable.
Upsetting even media leftists.
Right?
And it's
You
in
take the lesser
Harlem.
of the evils, right?
Is being shut down.
Why shut down a successful school? Why not give parents more choice? Here's a union vice president.
We have a lot of choice. It's do we need more choice?
Yes, competition's good, but the education establishment doesn't want competition.
Education advocates say charter schools are not the answer, taking away from an already shrinking budget in New York City public schools.
That's completely wrong.
It is. Spending on government schools is not shrinking, it's increasing, despite falling enrollment. Also, charters like Success get half what government-run schools get. Yet with less money, Success does better. Why does Success succeed?
Because we believe children can. And that is
What,
fundamentally...
the other schools don't believe children can?
No, there's low expectations that persist, unfortunately, and even more so after the pandemic.
At other schools, pandemic-related learning loss is the new normal, but not its Success. Every one of these kids has been accepted by a college. Here they cheer as friends open their acceptances.
That doesn't just happen.
One reason it does is because the school day here is longer.
Kids often stay till 5 p.m. Charter teachers can be asked to work more than the union would have allowed. They told us they don't mind.
But you're going to burn out. Why aren't you ticked off?
That's not an option for us because we kind of have our eye on the prize with these kids.
Now, some Success parents do pull their kids out because of the extra hours required. Critics say that raises average test scores for
Yeah,
kids
thinking
in
about it
May.
in high school, it was very
Probably
fun, a lot of
does.
class clown.
But so what? High expectations
Fair
are
enough.
a good thing for many kids.
Fair enough.
Thousands from low-income families now succeed because this charter chain innovates. At most schools, the principal sits in the principal's office, not at Success.
No, they're in the classrooms.
What are they telling you?
They're telling me things that I don't see. If I don't think of a great question in the moment, my principal's able to kind of feed that to me.
We expect not only change, but fast change.
Some teachers don't like being watched and criticized.
No, but it's purposeful, and they're getting better. And when they get better, their scholars do better, and they feel, as educators, more successful. And that's what you want.
Most high school students never even take advanced placement tests. Of those who take them in New York City, only half pass. But all success kids take the tests, and 80% pass.
We were all pretty nervous about this test.
It was like, oh my God, wow, I'm really about to take my first AP exam.
You're a freshman. Most people don't take that until junior or senior year, if then.
I think that makes me more proud.
These kids must be miserable. They're working all the time.
Why are they miserable? They're having fun learning.
Success offers dance and other activities. It's not schoolwork all the time.
Chess, debate, theater, music, those aren't add-ons, those are part of our day.
This student was surprised that her friend at a government-run school had few extracurriculars to put in her college application.
I was like, don't you have any leadership positions? You should just go for student council, and they didn't have one. And I was like, that's shocking. Well, you should make one. And they were like, oh, my school doesn't do that. I was like, okay, how about a club? And she was like, we still don't do that.
Success does make its teachers work harder and longer. Some quit. But so what? Other teachers like it here. And the goal is for kids to succeed. And they do.
I feel like it's unfair that not everybody gets to get this opportunity.
If SA doesn't exist, then we wouldn't all exist, and we wouldn't have all the cool opportunities that we have.
It's great that the kids here could have a choice and pick a better school. All kids should have that choice. Choice is good in all...
Alright, is there anything else you guys wanted me to see? We got the dumbest fake speedrun ever.
Hello, you absolute legends. In June of 2022,
a
speedrunner by the name of Epic Seastar did something incredible. He joined the Jump King speedrunning community and proceeded to achieve world records on two of the most popular and competitive custom maps, Babe of the Realms and Babe of Ascension. These world records were really good. In fact, one of them still remains the world record to this very day. Epic Seastar got really good really quickly, and while it is unusual for a new player to attain world records so fast, he claimed that he had been playing for a while, he just hadn't joined until then. Epic Seastar's rate of progress was suspicious, but the proof that he provided for his runs was extremely thorough. He had the in-game timer showing, he had an input display, and he even had a webcam of himself playing. Cheating with a webcam is one of the rarest forms of cheating because what it means is that you have to sit there and pretend to play. You have to pretend that you're trying hard. You have to pretend that you're nervous. And then at the end, you have to pretend that you're so happy because you just did something amazing. You need to behave like you've just done something better than anyone else had ever done before. And in June of 2022, that's exactly what Epic Seastar did. He created fake speedruns and then pretended to play, and for the next 2 years, his fake world records went undetected. That is until September 2024, when they were discovered completely by accident. As we will see, Epic Seastar went to a lot of effort to fake these records. He put in tons of work. But what's funny is that while he spent so much time and effort making his runs look good, he neglected to do the most basic checks any cheater should do in this game. And some of these simple mistakes he made just boggle the mind with their stupidity. After the first discrepancy was found, it was an avalanche. As it turns out, there are so many things wrong with these fakes, it is simply amazing. So sit back and relax as we dissect some of the greatest fake speedruns I've ever seen. I really hope you enjoy.
I'm trying the event stuff in Snowbreak right now.
Now legends, this video is sponsored by the military online game War Thunder, and when it comes to vehicle combat, War Thunder is the most comprehensive game ever made. Take control of over 2,500 tanks, planes, helicopters and ships from 10 of the fiercest armies of the last.
Faking speedruns have been a thing for a long time. And it's really crazy the lengths people will go through for clout. But yes, fake speedruns have been a thing for a long-ass time.
Century. See technology advanced from the 1920s.
People will do anything for clout, man.
Weapons of destruction we see today. Each vehicle is
including faking
as realistic
speedruns
as possible. And when you combine that with incredible graphics and authentic sound effects, you get one of the most immersive combat experiences you'll ever find. The vehicle damage model in War Thunder is extremely intricate. You can even see this in action when you destroy an enemy.
I mean, not all. Some fake speedruns. Honestly, they really shouldn't. They're not really fake. They're I remember like there was this time where like I saw a video where like the Mario Kart 64 had speedrun community where there was like this guy who had like top runs on a bunch of tracks, and he was like at the thing, they were like fake, but the actual speedruns were real. The reason why it was fake was it was one guy claiming that they were doing all the speedruns when it was actually like 3 people, each splitting up and like focusing on different tracks and practicing like crazy to get like the best time on time trial. This was like a while back. I remember like reading up about it. But I mean, you've had cases like that, but then there's other cases where people are like doing tool assisted speedruns and pretending they're doing it. Right? Like that's been a thing for a long ass time.
You'll be shown precisely where you hit and how all of the various vehicle components were affected. Personally, I find air combat to be the most thrilling part of the game, and the controls are so easy and intuitive, even with just a keyboard and mouse. There is a good reason War Thunder has over 70 million players. There is simply no game better suited for fans of military history. Play War Thunder for free on PC, PlayStation or Xbox now by using my link in the pinned comment or video description. New and returning players that haven't played in 6 months will also receive a massive bonus pack across all platforms. That includes multiple premium vehicles, the exclusive vehicle decorator Eagle of Valor, 100,000 Silver Lions, and 7 days of premium account. It's available for a limited time only, so be quick. One of the foundational mechanics of jumping is the fact that each frame lasts exactly 17 milliseconds. This is unchanging and cannot be manipulated in any way. This means that in theory, the final time at the end of the run must also be divisible by 17 milliseconds. It just can't give you a time that isn't. And what's interesting is that this mechanic was never really used in the past to possibly detect a time that shouldn't be possible. So a couple of weeks ago, one of the moderators known as Rifle created a script that checked every single time submitted to the speedrun.com leaderboards to see if any impossible times were posted. Of the more than 5,000 speedruns submitted, around 60 had times that were invalid. Most of these impossible times were simply typos. For example, in this run, you can see that the time on the Reinx ends in 928, but on the end screen of the run itself, it ends in 678. So this is just an input error. Other runs didn't have any videos at all to check, but again, they are likely typos. However, there was one run that came back that actually did show an end screen that had an impossible time. This was the world record for the custom map Babe of the Realms, achieved on June 4, 2022 by Epic Seastar. What's funny is that Rifle immediately thought this run was still probably legitimate because, as he said, it had facecam, mic, and keyboard inputs. It is very rare to see someone try and fake a speedrun like this. But boy oh boy, no one could have predicted just how deep this rabbit hole was about to go. Several hours after this invalid end screen time was brought up, it was identified the time on the end screen was also missing a digit. There is supposed to be a 0 here before the 7. It became apparent that this end screen was photoshopped, which also explains the invalid time. The next day, Rifle went through the entire run and counted the amount of jumps, because the jump count is displayed at the end. And what he found is that the jump count at the end was off by 40 jumps. It stated 403, but the run only had around 360. So what we can discern from these errors is that Epic Seastar just guessed the amount of jumps, and he also just guessed the final time, not knowing that it's impossible to produce in normal play. And then he quickly photoshopped the end screen and forgot to add a 0. This seems like a pretty low effort fake, right? I mean, obviously he didn't seem to care or put much effort in. Well, this is where things get shocking. Because remember, the actual run itself had a timer, an input display, and webcam. No matter how this was faked, he had to have put a lot of effort in to make all of those things seem legit at first glance. The first weird thing that was noticed about one of the runs was the fact that the screen seemed to shake for too long during shakes. This screen shaking is a purely aesthetic effect. It doesn't change the gameplay, and the screen is coded to shake somewhere between 1.5 to 3 seconds. But the main category world record holder Trimp noticed that the screen shook for longer. In fact, in this section here, there were 2 shakes back to back that lasted 4 seconds. This is not possible under normal conditions. The only explanation for this is that there are splices in the gameplay. Splices are the most logical way to cheat this game if you're a terrible player. Take me for example. I've barely played Jump King, but if I use save states, I can use video editing to make it seem like I'm a decent player. The method I would use is to repeat a jump until you land in a decent spot, then save the state, then repeat. I remove the footage from when I land to when I
Saving
start my
states.
jump, so it looks like I jumped
Saves
immediately.
coming.
In the case of the shaking
That's
screen,
definitely a way.
EpicSeaStar would have landed during a shake when he wanted to save a state. Then, either intentionally or unintentionally, the next jump that he was happy with and used in the fake run also began when the level was shaking. So when he removed the footage in between, the shaking went on for longer than it should have. This essentially
Well, I'm
confirms
good after
that
this
splices
video,
were
man.
used, and the fact
I'm
that
quite
extra long
tired.
shakes happened back to back indicate that multiple splices were done in a short amount of time. So it seems like we are dealing with a player who lacks the ability to string together longer jumping sequences. And in fact, I can tell that EpicSeaStar is probably using save states for a massive percentage of these jumps. And I can tell that because he almost never buffers his jumps. When you watch top level players, they always hold the jump button before they land. It could be several frames before or longer, but it's always before. This is so they start charging their next jump immediately when they land, and don't lose any unnecessary frames doing nothing. However, EpicSeaStar doesn't do this. He almost always lands and then presses jump, usually frame perfectly after landing. This is because he doesn't want to start charging his jump right away because he wants to save his state first. Therefore, he won't hold jump before he lands. But when he edits out the footage, it will just look like he perfectly pressed jump after he landed, which is impossible for a player to consistently do. This isn't how good players play, and the fact that he almost never buffers his next jump, even when there is absolutely no reason not to, indicates there are tons of splices throughout this entire run. Splicing does create problems
Lots
with
of
the audio
splices.
though. First, you can't play with music. That would just immediately give away any splice. So that's why EpicSeaStar turned off his music. But it would also cause issues with the sound effects as well, because when you land, it makes a noise. So my spliced footage from before sounded weird. If I didn't fix the audio, it sounded like this. In order to fix this, I would have to make sure to extend the audio slightly after each splice from the first clip to include that sound effect. And given this run had so many splices, that's a lot of work. And then we have to figure out the issue of the timer. If we are splicing, we can't use a real timer. That would make it super obvious. So therefore, the timer in his runs
Otherwise it would
must be
jump.
fake. But it looks really good. I mean, his timer is literally perfect. It's indistinguishable from the real thing. The likely way he achieved this was by running the timer on a different map that has a black background, like this one here. Then chroma keying out the black background using whatever video production software he was using, and then overlaying that on top of his run. This one was pretty simple. We also know the timer was added in post-production because in those shaking sections I mentioned before, the timer is supposed to shake as well. But in his runs, the timer remained perfectly still. Another way that was used to detect splices was the rain. The rain is supposed to change every 5 frames, but here it changes in a single frame because there was a splice. The wind can also be used in the same way. The wind produces specific patterns in the background which can be predicted, and if these patterns do something unexpected, you can confirm the footage in the video has been edited. The player hybrid detected even more splices using this method. And things like
people will
the shaking,
fake
and the
anything
rain
for
and wind
clout.
patterns got me to look around for other things that might be affected because of a splice. And then I realized that during this same splice where the rain is messed up, the area name is displayed on screen. Whenever you enter a new area, the name fades in, stays up for a few seconds, and then fades out. It also produces a sound effect like this.
And the title's
So I
still there.
realized that if there was a splice, the length of time the name remains on screen should be shortened. But when I went and timed how long they were on screen, it was perfect. And I timed all of them. They were all exactly the same length, which just can't be possible if there was a splice. Then I remembered how the timer is supposed to shake with the screen during shaking sections. And when I checked other runs, the area name also shook as well. But when I checked EpicSeaStar's run, it was dead still, which can mean only one thing. playing. This area name was added in post-production.
Of course.
Now this is much more sophisticated than just adding a timer, because the backgrounds aren't a solid color, so you can't just chroma key them out easily. And they also fade in and out too, which would have to be done manually. Truth be told, I don't even know how to do this easily. I think this kind of thing can only be done with a fair amount of work. Aside from not shaking, you can also tell the fade in and fade out have been manually recreated because the opacity of the text is much different than it should be. So what he must have done is wait at the start of each new area for the title to come and go, and then remove that footage. Then in post-production, added the title back in along with the sound effect that comes with it. There are a couple of things that make this pretty
definitely
insane.
an elaborate way to
First,
cheat.
it means that he couldn't even go the several seconds this title remains on screen without splicing. Otherwise, he would just play through it and not go to all of this effort to recreate them. So we are definitely dealing with a terrible player. And secondly, and this one is hilarious, in the version of the game he was playing, he could have just turned the area names off. In fact, there are other speedruns on the Reinx where players have done this. So he did all of this work for nothing. In any case, he put in a lot of effort, and the effort doesn't stop here. Because given the fact that we know he isn't really playing, what about all of his keyboard sounds?
Of course. Wait, where is the keyboard sound with the weird jump thing? That's not lined up. There's something wrong.
Is he just hitting keys pretending to play? Well, the clue lies in several oddities at the end of his runs.
It doesn't match.
During his Babe of the Realms run, there is a loud buzzing that's coming from his audio track. But about 5 seconds before the video ends, this buzzing completely stops, even though his microphone is clearly still working and is just as loud.
7 minutes and 35 seconds. Almost 36. Not even that many attempts. I didn't even play that map for too long.
Of course.
That might have been world record. Damn, dude.
At least that's what he
this
claims.
Means there was definitely a second audio track playing throughout the video. On his Babe of Ascension run, after he stopped playing, he put his hands on his face, but you can clearly hear distinct clicks from his mouse.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it's obviously cheating.
And then when he leans back, you can hear the mouse again.
Why is there mouse sounds?
And there is also a huge discrepancy in the volume of his keyboard, because when he is playing, his keyboard is quite soft.
Yep. You can barely hear his keyboard there. But you can hear it.
But after his run, when he types, it's really loud.
Fuck, I gotta...
Yeah, why is his keyboard suddenly loud now?
Speedrun, let's go. Speedrun, Jump King, custom.
When it was quiet before.
So he definitely has a separate audio track just for the keyboard noises, which means that in his webcam video audio, he isn't pressing anything the entire time. Again, it would have been easier just to do a single audio track and to just physically hit keys when pretending to play. But he went above and beyond and used multiple audio tracks. I'm guessing this is because he wanted to make sure his keyboard presses lined up properly with his in-game actions, which would have been much harder to do all in one take. This shows that he really did care about making these runs as believable as possible. Speaking of keyboard, he types after his Babe of Ascension run, but what's funny about this is that the input display doesn't register any spacebar hits.
Oh, that's true. He has a spacebar there. No AD, no spacebar. What the hell?
So this is just another silly little mistake he didn't consider. Now let's get to the best part, his fake reactions. Whenever you have a fake speedrun with a live reaction, you know you're in for a treat. And I have to be honest, I'm impressed. This is, dare I say it, an Oscar-worthy performance.
Okay.
Oh my god.
Oh.
Oh my god. Oh.
And there they go.
Oh my god.
Uh-huh.
Let's go, dude. Let's fucking go, dude.
That seems very tame if you broke a record, man.
Oh my god.
Very, very tame. of a reaction.
Call it luck, I call it skill.
Sure.
Just kidding.
I love that last quote. Personally, I would never be able to think of something that cool to say after a world record. His second reaction was even better, but I must warn you, if you're in public, do not play this out loud.
Okay.
Oh my fucking god. Oh, I'm fucking shaking right now.
He doesn't look like he's shaking, man.
Yes, 354 milliseconds.
You beat your record and that's all you can say.
Wait. I gotta pull up something.
The fuck is his tone of voice, man? Actually, just no emotion in it.
There it is. Let's go.
If everybody had a nose across the USA.
What the hell am I watching? I wish
Yeah,
I
I
could
don't
play
know.
the whole dance with the music, but I will probably get copyright claimed if I do.
Yeah,
Either
don't.
way, this is truly a work of art. So let's be clear about this. Epic Seastar edited together dozens and dozens of splices into a single run, making sure the in-game audio and the keyboard presses all sounded correct. He perfectly added in a fake timer. He meticulously recreated all of the area names, including the fade in and fade out. He added an input display, and even webcammed himself pretending to play with a fake reaction and even a dance number at the end. And after all of that effort, he uploads his run and forgets to put a 0 in front of his time. And he doesn't even bother counting the jumps or making sure the end time is even possible, which is how this was discovered in the first place. This is dumb. This is really, really dumb. But at the same time, Epic Seastar might be a genius. Is this just high IQ performance art? I have no idea what this is supposed to be, but either way, it's amazing. This is simultaneously the best and worst fake speedrun I've ever seen. This may even top Butterbun, and if Epic Seastar took a single bite or sip of anything, it wouldn't even be close. But I will let you guys let me know what you think in the comments. Thank you so much for watching, you legends. I hope you're having a fantastic day, and I will see you in the next video. Shout out to War Thunder again for sponsoring
Alright, we'll
today's
just end it here. Honestly, I'm about to freaking fall asleep. I'm just tired. Alright, we've been live for like 6 hours. 'Cause I've just been working on stuff during the day, and I'm just freaking falling asleep now. Alright, so I'll end it here. I guess Gate is doing Gray Fox testing. Right, no Sunday night stream tonight. We're gonna have early stream on Monday, and then again even earlier on Tuesday. Just so we can get everything covered. Because we have test server for Asurada as well, for global. But yeah. As usual though, thank you guys all for stopping by. Hopefully I can see you guys again next time. I'm gonna go get some rest. Maybe eventually if we have time on Monday, we'll look at the other thing from Utero. Because like there's just a lot we had to go through. I'm just tired, man. I need to get some sleep. Alright then. See you guys. See ya.